you right now because no matter which
Why? Okay, that's worked. I've done it.
You are a
Um, yeah, that has. I'm muting myself again, and yeah, have fun.
Welcome everyone, it's time for sim racing action over here on our live broadcast. It's the IVRC with the Daytona 6 hours. Sorry, obviously for quite late start due to some technical problems, but I think everything is dialed in now and we're getting ready for racing here in the US. My name is Randy Butler, I will commentate the start on this race, and together with me in the commentary booth is John McDonald. John, how are you?
great yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure that we got plenty of race action on our hands. I mean, we're talking about 4 different classes here on a 6 hour race on an iconic endurance racetrack. I think nothing can go wrong there.
Oh yeah, no, can't see an issue with that at all, especially with corners like the bus stop and the double apex of turn one.
And let's hope that there will be no bus on the track, though, otherwise, it might be something to run around. If you're not familiar with the IVRC, the International VRC here in the 6 hours of Daytona, let's give you guys a quick update and maybe also a quick look at the spotter guide. We're talking about 4 classes here. So we got the DPIs as our fastest class, probably putting in the overall winner. Then right behind that, we got the LMP2 GTLM and then the GT cars, basically GT3 cars here on a Daytona. Any favorites already on your side, John?
Well, I am heavily associated with the Mazda cars of the C-Force Racing with the 77 and the 55, so I guess I will have a slight bias towards them. I'll try not to over commentary, but that's who I'll be rooting for.
Oh, that's totally fine. Commentators can be biased, in my opinion. Interesting though for today here in this 6 hour race over in the US at Daytona is that teams are running different lineups. So we know that the number 3 and number 10 cars, both that should be. No, it's not Mazdas. I think these are Cadillacs. In DPI, they run with just one driver, and then if we look at GTLM, the number 44, the Porsche RSR, they are running 3 teammates. The same for the 21 in GTD that are fielding the BMW that you currently even have here on camera in that slightly zebra look at. So they are different approaches to how to conquer such a demanding 6 hour race here.
Well, I myself have ran 6 hours straight around this track, and it's not kind to your body, especially if you're doing it alone and not having anyone to talk to. It drives you insane. Really, it's not healthy, and I can't imagine the struggle that these guys will be going through. I hope they have someone to keep them sane throughout.
Yeah, respect for that. I once tried a world record attempt back then, but we're talking about 2004 maybe, in Live for
Oh
Speed, where
wow!
we tried to do as many hours alone, and I stopped at 18. Later on, the next teammate, now team manager
Yeah.
actually at G2, he did 24 hours alone in an actual race, while we did a more like a community event. So yes, this is demanding and will not be easy. Since we got some cars on your screen right now, there will be no qualification though, because John, qualification, we had that yesterday, right?
Indeed, we did. I think there might be a stream of that somewhere, but we were not commentating, obviously. But Yes, grid has already been decided by qualifying the day before.
And we got that on your screen right now. So the number 75, the Vector Motorsport car with Davies and Rogerson, they're starting up first. And then row 3 and 4, that's Bernie and Team Pui. And then it's Force Racing 77. Oh, it's a bit quick for me, I have to say. 55 and 9. Repsol, the number 3 on 10th. And MPG competition there was at 12. So yeah, better look at this super quickly because it is quick. FRR Sim Racing, I saw there. SL Racing, the number 21 on 17th. And another FRR Sim Racing team, the 66 there on the last spot in this little group. It is a slightly smaller grid among those 4 classes here, but still plenty of race action. I mean, obviously in 6 hours, they will lap a lot when we're talking about the DPIs compared to the GDD, right?
Yeah, a lot quicker. I think the lap time difference between the top and bottom classes is around anywhere from 6 to 10 seconds, depending on the level of the driver in each, obviously.
Will be interesting to see how they maneuver through traffic, although with the amount of drivers that we have, traffic will be more light. It's not comparable to rush hour in Manhattan or something like that. It's more like a sunny breeze through countryside, maybe. They will see here on Daytona, while we're on board with Pablo Lopez from the Roto 2 Racing Spain team. Beautiful teal color there on that DPI. Going up to the oval again. Then we basically get probably a full lap here. Do you want to give us a quick rundown, John, of the track?
Yeah, so really coming into turn 1's a very difficult double apex corner. Many different lines taken by all the drivers, really, even in the same car, depending on what the drivers prefer. Some don't even take an initial apex. Some go wide and take a very late apex. So very tricky, especially multi-class overtaking there can be quite incidental. And big accident spot there. Then going through a very awkward right-left little chicane, kind of a hidden corner, really. Very awkward in multi-class, again, with overtaking if you can't quite get it done through turn 1. Then you're coming into the first of the 2 horseshoes. Obviously split by a little kink. Very awkward on exit for both of them. You can kind of use a little bit of runoff for the first horseshoe. You kind of really want to get to the curb to maximize your exit. For the second horseshoe, a little bit of understeer. Need to get a really nice late apex. And use all that yellow curb on the right. Very bumpy coming onto NASCAR 1 and 2, though, however. Very hard to get the power down in the lower downforce cars in GTD and GTLM. Then NASCAR 1 and 2, obviously. Bus stop, again, very tricky, very high speed. Requires a lot of focus, really. Especially lap after lap, and overtaking, again, is a very big issue. Even though there's only about 5 or so braking points here, those points are obviously very hard and difficult to maneuver, especially for the 6 hours.
Tire management will obviously be one of the other tasks at hand for drivers today. So it's all about managing that correctly, making sure that you are on your strategy and avoid any other contacts, because there's a lot of space here in Daytona to spin. On one side, you're obviously happy that you're not hitting the wall immediately. On the other hand, you can actually be quite a way off from where you should be in case you spin those cars here.
Yeah, depending on what position you can put yourself in, you know, you might be straight into the wall almost instantaneously, or you can spin off and very luckily go off onto the infield. Pretty sure would be the preferred line of spinning out. If you had to, you probably wouldn't want to spin out at all, really.
Currently, we were still in the warm-up session before we then grid all the cars and get them underway here for our race in Daytona. Obviously, the track is quite empty. I mean, it's still early in the year and they just had the Rolex 24 hours. But it doesn't matter, obviously, in the live streams. That's where it counts. We'll bring you all the action here live from this race across the day with obviously different commentating groups. So don't worry, you don't have to listen to my voice the entire day. You're lucky there, but I think, John, you will jump on a bit later on as well, again, right?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be on for most of it. I might take a little bit of a backseat and roll in. But yeah, should be doing nearly the whole 6 hours, really. Torturous for myself, but get through it.
Also, one thing I would like to highlight before we get into the race is how international the starting group is here. I mean, we see Spanish team fielding a German driver, then we got Argentina in this full Polish team, French drivers, Brazilian drivers, Spanish, Portuguese. What else do we have? There's even
Belgians in there. Belgian all-out team actually
Belgium.
in the 44th.
Oh yeah, the RSR, the 44 RSR. That is true, and there is SL Racing, the 21. I don't really want to say the country because I'm so afraid that I misinterpret this flag. I see a Danish and a Swedish driver, a US driver, and then, if I'm not mistaken, the 888 Shadow Racing in GTD fielding an all-out, was that Venezuelan team?
I believe that's a Venezuelan and a Colombian.
Colombian, yeah, because the one flag is different. That's true. Colombian and Venezuela. That's a great combination there. So what is SL Racing then? Did you look it up? 21.
SL Racing?
Yeah.
For the 21. No, I probably should actually. I think it's Honduras, possibly.
Honduras. Let me Google that. I mean, we're in 2020. Everything is allowed nowadays.
It is not Honduras, I can confirm.
You can confirm it's not Honduras. What could this be though? See? So
Really?
it's this one here, which should be. Oh, it is what I thought. It's Lithuania.
Ah!
I mean, there are also a lot of flags that are similar to this, Myanmar
Very
and obviously Ghana and stuff like that. But it is Lithuania. Right, very colourful. Like it. But yeah, it just shows how international our grid is today. Also, we got Felix Kims on the 55 Mazda in DPI with a flag that I would need to Google as well.
I believe that is Kenya. I believe I'm very confident in saying that that is a Kenyan flag.
That is great. I mean, I'm doing sim racing now for 15 years, and I think I've never highlighted a Kenyan driver in my entire career of casting. That is great.
Really, yeah. So amazing for the small field, obviously, to have this variety of national as well.
Definitely great to see that we can have that here while waiting the last 1 minute 40 seconds basically of warm-up. Everyone's trying, probably with full tank now, how the car handles, how it behaves, ready for the race start. And we'll see on track how fast the DPIs are. It's not like the RSR is super slow. I mean, look at that. The Mazda has to basically find a gap, then as soon as they go on the straights, the DPI really shines. Now the Porsches open up a gate in the middle, but he was not really feeling risky enough here to go through there. Look at that, waving a bit, but it's warm up, it's fine. But that will be action that we'll later see for actual positions, and that makes it very interesting, like endurance racing in general, and the chance to go through here.
Oh yeah, indeed. Those Porsches really holding up that DPI there, though, getting a little bit wavy between them, not really showing the confidence to go between them and risk damaging the car before the race.
On the camera right now, we have FRA Sim Racing from Sweden, with Sven Gulhert behind the steering wheel. He is Dutch, obviously one of the GTLM Ford GTs. That is the class with Ford GT and Porsche RSR. Tell you, I was in Le Mans last year live, and the RSR, if it goes through grandstands, it's basically killing your ear. 1 is still fine, you think that's the best sounding car ever. 2 is like dying at the spot. There's nothing that can save you. It's a crazy sounding car.
Yeah, those cars sound... What? They got a 6, is it a flat 6 or a straight 6? Flat.
I think it should be a flat 6.
Just screams at you, really. Imagine being a driver in one of those. That behind you for a triple stint.
Alright, so time is up for the warm-up. Waiting Grit to be set. We dive into. Do we get a warm-up lap as well? Do we get a grit lap?
I believe we should, and then we should get a rolling start. I believe. Don't quote me on that.
It's too late. I mean, this is live, John. So you will be quoted by YouTube all over the planet, basically. Not much
yeah,
you
the
can do
internet
here.
never forgets.
Yeah, that's true. I can tell you that, man. There's some videos of shows of me where I think, yeah, better not do that again. Once announced in a big arena, I announced the wrong team on stage. That was quite interesting. Look at that. I was, yeah, embarrassing moment, but we know that mistakes happen. But it's still to today, I have no clue if it was me just mixing up in my head or the voice in my ear gave me the wrong team. I really don't know, so I'll rather blame it on myself. But let's have a quick look once again at the starting grid for the IVRC Daytona 6 hours of 2020. That is about to start. Grid for everyone. So want to see it again. Vector Motorsport obviously still on first, followed by TVR Chong Velanco. That's the number 33 car in second position. To FRS Sim Racing on 13th and 16th. That's the number 69 and 59. Forest Shadow Racing, that's the car we saw in between with Alvarez and Ginnis on 19th. Another FRS Sim Racing team. They have 3 or 4 even. Shadow also brings in 2 teams into this race. But we are at the grid. Everyone is getting ready for the first, let's say, safety lap, basically. Doing a rolling start, obviously, full Daytona style. Then will be interesting to see what we can expect for turn 1. When everyone needs to brake, then dive down into the infield, basically. You're coming off, you see that here, off the banking there. Not easy to keep the car stable for this double apex turn 1. And this tight chicane where everyone has to sort out before that, because otherwise there's not enough space to go 3 or even 4 wide.
Oh yeah, really easy to catch people napping really on the opening lap, but again, you got to be cautious of what you are doing, because you obviously do not want to hunt someone off. But if you are one of those easier guys and you don't want to get involved in an accident, really easy to fall back a few positions. But their logic is that people in front that are aggressive, crash out early, get the positions back, cars without a scratch.
With that, still got Chris Davies on screen. He's sharing the car with Tom Rogerson for the British Vector Motorsport team here with the number 75. Will open this race here in Daytona. Obviously, they still want to be in the lead when they leave Sector 1. But that also means that they will give a lot of slipstream later on as soon as they hit the oval again. Happens twice here on the Daytona 6-hour layout. Oh, someone went a bit wide when trying to get the tires warm there, making sure that the rubber is in the right condition to get underway here. Everyone's still waving a bit, not throwing the car away. I saw that plenty of times. And that is embarrassing for sure, I can tell you that. To throw away your car while weaving through it to just get some heat in the tires. Making sure that they're ready. Alright, Chris Davies is getting underway soon here.
Getting very punchy with that throttle coming out of NASCAR 2.
Kane here. Slightly flying safety car. I like that. The safety car is above everything. That's how it should be. It's just the future of racing, right? It's hover racing next. 2021. IVRC.
F1 will be converted to hover cars as well, following this.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice, to be honest. I just imagine how many possibilities they have then. Of things to do. Alright, we're getting a 2 wide here. Getting into grid positioning for the start of the 2020 Daytona race. All the DPIs are in position. I think they kind of lost touch here to the LMP2, GTLM, and GTD cars in the back. But the race is open. IVRC 2020 6 hours of Daytona is underway down to turn 1, and Chris Davies, Vector Motorsport, lost the lead already. We saw the red DPI, I think that's TVR, that just went through there. and took over the lead, even on turn 1, down to turn 1. Oh, look at that. A lot of problems here. Chris Davies not looking that strong here as he did in qualification. Seems like the cold tire is not really working for him. Lost another position there, down to 3rd already. Everything else in DPI looked okay-ish to me, though.
Yeah, just that pole sitter running quite wide into turn 1 and not getting the jump on here on 2nd place there, has got a very good getaway on the green flag.
Interesting though, I already see the chat saying it's Chris Davies, not Davies. It's interesting that my list is wrong because my list says Chris Davies with the E and with the I and an E. So I'm sorry for that. We're on board with Richard Wanders, currently on 9th. That is the Travis Sim Racing team here.
I seem to be quite neat and orderly coming on to oval section.
Look at that slipstream. Look how number 18 is just getting all that slipstream way quicker here. That's Team Bernie with the 2 Polish drivers. Obviously want to make up some space here. Yeah, Tevis Sim Racing team still in the lead though. And it seems that Vector Motorsport is probably the biggest loser of lap 1, I would say, while we dive down to GTLM with the FRA Sim Racing 4 GT currently in the lead, followed by the 2 RSR in that class. So that is a full class battle here on screen, and look how close they are. Both Porsches try to set up now to overtake that 4 GT outside. Seems like the Porsche a bit quicker with all that slipstream. They're now pushing into turn 1. Inside though, for the 4 GT, that will be very close on the apex, but there's enough space for both. But the Porsche sliding out a bit to the outside, still holding on to it. Look at that slight tap though, going into the right-hander here. I think the Porsche will come back on track. Yeah, that was enough. And they made the pass here. That was an exciting move already, and we're only in lap 2.
Yeah, indeed, getting very tight and squabbly. Just with that slipstream just brings, if you can stay within it, just brings them all together, especially with both Porsches hunting down that 4 GT, getting very squirrely through turn 1.
Oscar Evers Jansen, he's currently leading the GT pack. So we had a quick look through basically all of the groups. Well, we see Antonio CS from OS front row trying to do an outside move as well, going into the chicane, but that is way tighter there. So that was the try for the lead, but now Vector Motorsport is seeing their chance, seeing the gap here, but couldn't fit their Mazda on the inside to already get it done in this oval turn. Let's see, maybe with all that slipstream down to turn 1, that could be a possibility.
Yeah, they'd be very hungry to get back their places that they lost off that initial getaway and through turn 1.
Oh, Chong holding up the inside, Vector Motorsport moving up to the outside, trying to pass there, but not that much space. As both teams show, oh, that's deep dive there into Tavis. No, that was not Tavis Motorsport. I'm sorry for that. That was obviously the currently TVR. That's still holding on to it though, even with all the taps on the back. Slight knocking basically. But Vector Motorsport trying to pass. That is DPI action all over the place. Now we've got 4 DPIs in this battle for a podium spot. Guys, we're talking about 6 hours here, and we only did 5 minutes so far. And they giving everything, but that's the first big hit that we have. That was a rear bumper that flew off there, maybe even a wing. Oh, very unfortunate here for OS front row. Nearly crashing into that tire wall there. Oh, they got lucky to not go face first there.
I think Antonio did just take that tire wall coming on exit. Yeah, that's just very unlucky, but you could almost throw a blanket over all those DPI cars with how close they were coming through that infield section. Just got to take it easy and remember that this is a 6-hour endurance event and not a sprint race.
Admit I'm a bit more aggressive even in endurance racing myself, but that seemed to have been just over the edge basically. We'll see what's Kes Team Pui on 6th here that wants to move up. Once again, the oval giving a lot of space though. I think that is one of the challenges for Daytona as they touch again here, going over start finish straight, braking zone 4 turn 1. He can't stick to that on the outside. That's way too far. Maybe with a crossover maneuver here. Nope. Also not going to happen. But what I want to say is the differences between all the space you have available on the oval and how we get used to it, and then diving back to the infield with tighter corners, not that much runoff, and it seems like this change in rhythm is a real challenge.
Yeah, just coming into turn one with that pit wall gets very close very quickly, and if you're running side by side, you can get
I think that was the Vector Motorsport car, though, going very wide here. Davis down to 4th now. He was on his way up to the lead again after starting on pole, but it seems like pole wasn't giving them any luck so far. Very unfortunate.
Haven't been able to get into the groove really since green flag came out. They might have this. I don't know if they have their best driver in or if he's just lost it.
Down to GTD, the BMW versus the Lamborghini Huracan. Here live on stream. Is that for the group lead though? No, let's push them onto. Wait, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in that class, so that's definitely not class lead right now. This fight of the 2 Lambos versus the BMW. So current leader in GD. That is the GTLM leader. That is a name that I will leave to you to pronounce. Please give me everything. The entire team name plus driver's name.
The team name is Widriden Op Mazout. I have no clue where they found the inspiration.
We apologize already for all the names that we will butcher today.
And the driver is Tango Vanderwager. Is my best pronunciation.
That wasn't that bad.
German.
At least it came across cool. Well, it's the lead for GTLM, and it seems like they just lost that to FRA Sim Racing. Is that the case? That's position 13. No, let's quickly check. Illa Vola. Yep, that should have been the lead, and Porsche also once again a bit white there, saying hi to the grass, mowing it over. Man, you're not driving a Honda, not a lawnmower. I'm allowed to say that, driving 2 Hondas myself, so totally fine. Philipp Volland, that is the German team MPG competition here, fielding an Orica in LMP2. And he's sharing the car with Konstantin Grimminger. Are they currently in lead of LMP2 though? It's a bit harder for us to see due to the scoring showing us all the teams. I'm really sorry for that.
I believe they're racing Richard Wanderers now.
Yeah, Wanderers is in front of them. Yeah, so that is second and first. So current LMP2 lead is position 10. Just to make that clear, and the current lead of GLM is position 12. And then lead of GTD, that should be the 15th? Evers? Could that be the case? Yeah, Oscar Everest Jansen from FR Sim Racing Team. Danish in a Swedish team. Our current leader in DPI, that is still this man here right on your screen from TVR. These guys took over the lead right from lap number 1, had a way better start. As you said, they found into the groove earlier than Vector Motorsport. Took the lead and then starting to build that gap here, which is at 4.5 seconds already over Rakla on a second, which is the number. Let's check. I don't even find him. Very interesting. Probably, oh, it's Rackland. Kenneth Rackland from Germany. Bernie, the number 22, currently in second position. And then it's Pablo Lopez from Roto 2 Racing Spain here in third.
Yeah, that lead's really important as well, especially this early on, just getting out of that slipstream and not giving the person behind a little bit of a tow. Especially with how close they were just a few laps ago.
Davis once again charging basically into turn 1 here. The Motorsport, they want to get back in control of this race. I mean, if you start on pole, you at least dream of having, let's say the first third of the race for yourself, basically controlling the pace and dictating it. But now, as a hunter here in this group, it's way harder, way more stressful. You can't really preserve your tires as you might want it to, and your whole strategy might be thrown out of the window already after just the first 10 minutes into this 6-hour Daytona race.
Oh, yeah, I can speak from experience. You know, an early incident can really throw off your strategy, and if you're not on top of it, you know, it throws your whole race off and can really affect you. Even if it's only just a small incident, just getting that damage, or, you know, if it's anything to do with tyre wear, you might have a spin, really affect the rears. But yeah, slight incidents can throw off your whole strategy and really get your whole team in a mess.
Not easy. Obviously, also your mental strength then that you have to overcome what just happened. Since you really lose your rhythm in such an endurance race, you always have to keep in mind that pressure is way higher, because if it's your own race and you're alone on your car, like the Repsol Swinnegal racing team with Marcel Stverka, another German driver that is alone, you throw it away and you only throw away your own race. But here, if you share the car, it's a completely different story. So that pressure hits you way harder if you do a mistake, because you always know there are teammates that obviously want a car in a decent condition when taking it over, and they obviously would like this car to be in a good spot when they start the race, because they all worked on this. Well, we see the first lapping here of the GTD car. It's the slowest class that we have. Shadow Racing just being overtaken here by a lot of DPIs that we've been through now. Well, he leaves. I would say he leaves enough space for everyone to go through.
Yeah, if you're feeling that way, you know, you don't want to be a hazard to anyone else, so getting out of the best thing you can.
Davis now 4th, maybe even 3rd. Yep, there he goes through. Vector Motorsport up to, once again, a podium spot after losing the lead. So it's looking like Chris is once again getting into the right mood here. Really take on Daytona. It seems like we can actually, I thought that we have that feature. We can talk to some of the teams during the actual race action, which is great here in our live broadcast. Do we want to do that now?
Oh yeah, I believe we have someone from the Porsche team of the IVRC
User was moved to your channel.
Ottavio, do you have us?
Welcome to the booth, Ottavio. In case you hear us right now, or we see Mark going a bit wide here, just talked about him before. He is taking on the 6 hours all alone here on his car, so at least he doesn't need to have any excuses for throwing away the car. Also means concentration, everything for him right now on this race, but he's holding on to the Vector car and the Roto 2 Racing Spain. They're in basically one of the first chasing groups for the lead.
User was moved out of your channel.
Already.
That Chris Evans has, or Chris Davis, I should say, has worked his way back up into 3rd after dropping to as low as 5th place there.
Yeah, once again running wide here before hitting the oval again. I think that costs a bit of speed here. And now Verka and Pablo Lopez might be able to get that slipstream. Look at how they close the gap to the Vector Motorsport, but now they have to brake hard once again going into that chicane. Mark getting a bit close here. Over the curb, left and right. Yep, a bit of touching grass there. It seems like the Roto 2 car went a bit too aggressive into that. But as long as there was no cutting penalty, you will be quite happy, because he gained a lot of meters there. Look at that gap that he was able to open up to the Repsol Swinnegal racing team here, and closing the gap to Vector Motorsport.
Yeah, really checking him up through that bus stop on entry, and then blasting away from him, really. Glued to the back of that Mazda.
Side by side now, Pablo Lopez against Chris Davis on the inside for right-hander. That should be enough here. If Davis can't dive on the inside back in, not gonna happen there. No, Pablo Lopez back to 3rd position. And Vector once again dropping, but this fight isn't over yet. They're still on the inside, running wide for the Roto 2 team. Mark dives into that as well, getting part of this fight. No, he might be the lucky guy there, touching the rear fender of that DPI in front of him. There was the gap. He obviously wanted to go for it, but Pablo Lopez shut that door immediately. Now everyone's struggling a bit. I don't know if they overran their tires or if it's dirt on their tires, but both here, the Rotor 2 and the Vector Motorsport car, not looking too stable right now. Once again, on the oval, Pablo Lopez on the inside for the chicane. Mark also looking into it. Might go 3 wide into the braking zone. They all connect here. Wow, what is Mark is the lucky guy. Look at that, the German. Tanking his way through that.
The lead is gotten on him as well, running 3 wide in the bus stop. I didn't even know that was a feasible option from anyone, especially this early into the race. But commitment there from the German of Mark Stewart.
Yeah, 15 minutes into a 6-hour race. I mean, commentators going crazy 3 wide on a NASCAR race in Daytona. But we have 3 wide DPIs here into bus stop. I think that is something to look out for, and the fight's still not over there. It's still Vector versus Rotor 2, and still Lopez versus Davis here. Lopez now with a better shot into the right-hander once again, trying to defend the inside line. Sliding, coming out of the corner a bit too quick on the accelerator. Losing traction, breaking traction, and then it's the DPI that spins out. And with that, Davis now a bit more settled into 4th position, with Pablo Lopez dropping down all the way to 6th.
Sure that he will now set his eyes on Mark for that 3rd place position. But they probably will have to work together to chase Kenneth and the leader. They are, well, quite literally blasting away as the leader comes almost to the start-finish line now.
Yeah, TVR and Team Bernie obviously building that lead. So you're right, Mark Stwerka and Davis both need to close that gap before they can have any shot at 2nd and 1st. Down to the LMP2 Oricus, Philip Folland. He just took over the lead from Richard Varndes from the Tevis Sim Racing team here, so MBG in the lead, but Tevis is coming back here once again. It is Slipstream, it's Daytona, down to bust up a bit earlier here. So look at the differences between commitment to aggressive moves right now between DPI and LMP2.
Yeah, LMP2 just, a lot more respect for each other, I think, and realizing that it is our endurance race, whereas the DPI, obviously, I would put it down to frustration of being behind each other, and everyone believes that, the person in front of them is holding each other up, just all the banging of wheels. But these guys in LMP2, a little bit more calm, not as many people to bang doors with.
Now that's true. It's a slightly smaller group with only 2 cars, but nonetheless competitive.
Indeed. Mark actually started in 10th for the DPIs, and he's worked his way up to 3rd. Big mover there, actually. He might be able to charge for the leaders, possibly.
Ben Gilhert, FRA Sim Racing. It's once again the GTLM. The RSR Porsche is still trying to chase down the Ford GT. Obviously, Ford as the US company here. And they want to defend Daytona. But we also know Porsches... Oh, Mark, just going around the outside there in his DPI. Porsches are strong on basically every track. Flashing lights there from Davis as well as the DPIs approaching the GTLM for the first lapping here.
Indeed, that Porsche is loving the slipstream coming off that Ford GT in front. Seems to be quite glued to it.
Oh, it's always so great to see here when a DPI dives into an actual battle for a class lead, because there is the battle for class lead in GTLM. But the DPIs obviously also want to change the current leaders. As the next car in between them. Porsche RSR really has to try to keep close to the Ford GT, but now most of the DPIs are basically all of them should have passed already. No, not all of them yet. There's still some to come.
Yes, indeed. Sven and Van der Wager have actually pulled out, I'd say, is a fairly significant lead and battling on their own. So they might be the battle for their class in GTLM.
13th and 12th. Because in between them, they're obviously the Oricas, the LMP2 cars. Once again, Slipstream full Porsche RSR going into bus stop next. Ford is defending the inside. Porsche goes up high. It's just too tight there. It's really hard to make a move on the outside, and you don't want to lose a lot of speed because you want to be close here to once again use that slipstream. But there is the next DPI approaching. It will be interesting though with the DPI. If the DPI can make the move now, the Porsche could potentially use that slipstream to just hook into it. Nope, DPI is just way too quick.
Flies by. Trying to he's all over him really, that Porsche. He's just trying to find some way around, but that Ford is just holding quite a good line. Actually, he might be able to get through here. He's done it.
Yeah, eat your words immediately, but the Ford is still up the inside. Look at that defensive line, pushing the Porsche off the ideal apex here, but the next one is a left-hander. They're still side by side. Slight advantage for the Ford, but I guess that the Porsche can break a bit later. Yep, there is the change, but there's also DPI getting involved. The Ford super late on the brakes. Can he make it stick, though? They want to go side by side out of that turn, and the DPI is just flashing the lights like, hey guys, I want to get through here. I really need to stick to my class. But the GTL M class, they are super competitive. They're not making way here for the DPI because they're still battling it out. Porsche, it seems like, look at that, coming out of that turn, there wasn't enough traction available to really put the hammer down here, because otherwise I would have thought that the Porsche would go in the lead here when hitting the oval for the first time in this lap.
I think the Porsche is a little bit down on straight line speed compared to that Ford car, but yeah, these guys really intense and nice and clean racing, obviously, which is fantastic to see. A lot of respect, obviously, between them. Ben is a top quality driver.
Now the DPI, that should be the number 55, the C4's racing car, if I'm not mistaken. If the cockpit isn't blue, then it's the C4's 55. Otherwise, it's the C4's 77. Driven by Spano and Chirinos. But the GTLMs, they are not done yet. Once again, the Porsche is looking for a line around that Ford GT, and the Ford GT, it's not only looking wide, it is wide. I mean, look at that defensive line. He's all over the place right now, trying to defend the GTLM lead.
They just using up all the track he can really to try and from that Porsche. Obviously, if you do hold that inside, Porsche go the long way around. You can run him up a little bit up the track, just to really make the Porsche stretch its legs. But I do think that have a slight top speed advantage.
Carlos Alvarez, that's the next C4's racing that has to pass. So it was the 77 that passed first, and this is the 55. It's behind. We'll have a quick look at the cockpit here. Porsche had to leave a bit of a gap now to the Ford. And obviously Alvarez probably heard from his teammate in the other car that it wasn't easy to pass these two. A bit easy now, though, for the 55. So that's looking good. There's another DPI also slipping through. That's an orange car. Could be the A422 to Team Bernie cars. Oh no, the 22 is in a second right now. So this is the number 18 that we saw there. Back to Chris Davis, fourth right now. He obviously had to let go Mark in one of the previous fights that we had live on screen. And the background that were the two Lamborghini Huracans run by Shadow Racing in GTD. And this is our current leader, and still the leader since lap number 1, second place starter TVR. "16 laps done so far, while we managed to nearly finish the first half, not half, first half an hour of the race. The first half, that would have been a very quick one. But with all the fights that we had on the screen, to actually see that here. So, yeah, a lot of action. We can't complain about that, right, John?
Yeah, that first half has actually gone by, first half an hour, done the same thing as you. First half an hour has actually gone by fairly quickly with the fights between Ford, the Porsche, and Sanity of the DPIs.
Roto 2 here. Is that the battle for, yeah, 6 and 7? Pablo Lopez versus... Oh, Lopez goes wide there into the grass here. Then there's absolutely no grip available anymore. Spinning out his Chevrolet. No, that's not a Chevrolet. That's a Cadillac. I'm sorry for that.
Similar company. Still owned by
Basically.
General Motors.
So that was down to 8th now. So instead of battling for 6 and 7, there's now another position lost for Lopez, which was now taken by the C4's Racing 77 DPI. Once again, had to overtake that GTD BMW. Let's quickly look who's leading in GT though. So that should be. See? No, it's not. It's 15th. That should be the current leader in a GTD, if I'm not mistaken. Get a replay here, I think. I'm really confused by now. It is a replay. All right. Oh, that was about to say. That was a slight tap there on the rear fender on the left side. As we said before, right? I mean, that bus stop is tight.
Oh yeah, especially going in there with DPIs, you're going a lot faster. Oh yes, that is definitely contact. Just, you know, a little bit argy-bargy in those DPIs at that rate of speed. It gets a lot tighter than what it is in the GT cars, which ran 3 wide, was it, before?
Second ball with the Porsche RSR in GTLM versus the Ford GT. That's the ongoing storyline here of the first half an hour. And the slipstream. Braking zone should be a bit better for the Porsche, but yeah, on the outside making the pass there. You basically need to have a proper gap basically on the outside to make that move work there.
Yeah, he pulls in with the slipstream, but he doesn't have the full run. He can't get all the way around that Ford GT before the corner, which he's doing a fantastic job at holding just the perfect line. He's not weaving aggressively or anything, but just holding that perfect line and still quick as hell.
That is true. I mean, it's not looking like, you know, really blocking someone in not a nice way, I would say. But no, instead it's really good racing that we see between these two here for the lead of GTLM. Back now to Mark. Mark still in third, Kenneth Racklin second, and then obviously it's still the TVR car in the lead. Repsol, Swinnagle Racing. Then third, they basically really took the advantage of the fight between Davis and the Roto 2 car, it was, I think. They went into that fight, and then Mark saw the gap, went 3 wide into bus stop, and he was the lucky one that came out there, and now finds himself on a podium spot. Oh, first pit stop, though, for Kenneth Rackland from Team Bernie. That's his 22nd coming into the pits, pulling in now. Repair, refill, probably new tyres. Is this the window that we expected them to come in, lap 19?
When I was doing running and seeing others doing running, seems to be about lap 20 you can go. Lap 18 to me seems quite early, but they might have had some damage that they wanted to fix up, or maybe trying to do an undercut of some sort.
Will be interesting to see. Obviously, that will take a while here. On that LMP2, it's not Mazda DPI. Obviously, what we have on the screen here in the beautiful orange.
That teal on the back.
The teal, that's true. That's we can easily. The other one is purple. Number 18 car, and the 22 has that teal on the back, and sharing it with Frenchman Laure Rezo, the second driver of the 22 car. Pit stop done. That's the first of today, so they basically open pit stop season here at the IVRC 6 Hours of Daytona. Back on track. Like they will be in position 11, which is basically the last spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that is. Oh, there's one car in between though, then, right? Number 10 should be an LMP2 car now, because we have exactly 10 DPI cars.
Yes, that is Richard now. I don't know what has happened to the other DPI of Philip Volland.
You mean the other LMP2? The MPG competition LMP2, yeah. That must be somewhere. Currently piloted by Philip Volland, that's true. Both Shadow cars here.
Well, they're both in the top 10 actually. Philip and Richard. 9th
They're
and 10th.
both in. You're right.
Yeah.
So, which are the DPIs that are out? We know that Kenneth is obviously out currently. He's on number 11. But we're looking for one other DPI.
Could have been that earlier one that lost the wing coming into the corner,
true.
coming onto NASCAR 1 and 2 early on.
That is true. 17 and 16, the fight between the Shadow Racing team. Final fight here. That's the 878 and the 888. Oh, Kristen Alvarez running a bit wide there in turn 1. Obviously, you come up with a lot of speed from start-finish straight. And while you're braking, you're going down that banking. Car levels out again. A suspension under a lot of stress going down there. So, not an easy braking maneuver, especially if you want to be very late on the brakes.
Yeah, especially running side by side in that double apex corner. You don't know what the person on your inside or your outside is going to do, if they're going to pinch you or if they're going to run you out wide. A lot of trust, but they are teammates, obviously, so I assume that should be between them. Are those... Oh, these guys are the GTDs. Who are they close to beforehand?
Yeah, we saw them in the background of... Oh, let me quickly... Who was that? Oh, well, yeah, GTLM is obviously approaching them, but they have been close to... Not Andre Leiter, that's currently the car in front of them, but that is a GTLM car, Porsche, so... That could be the current lead, the GTD lead. These two Huracans, this one, and the Porsche, once again, the Porsche N4 battle. It seems like the Porsche got lucky. They are on the inside Daytona oval. Look at that, going through. The Porsche taking 3 cars in just one single maneuver. And with that, also the lead in GTLM. Wow.
Got such an amazing exit, but actually they were below that yellow line for quite a fair bit. There might be some action on that.
Well, look at that,
GTLM
GTLM lead. It's already back in the hands of Ford, the Ford GT. Yeah, he wants to stick to that lead, not willing to give it away. But I would really like to get, cameraman, if we could have the class leaders. We know who GTLM leader is, and it's probably the best fight right now. But I would quickly like to get an overview of all the classes for viewers here to know who's leading. And that is definitely not Chris Davis on your screen, I can tell you that. The Vector Motorsport is a DPI car. So, lead of DPI. That is with TVR right now. Davis? Is that against Mark? Is that for second position now that the Tim Burney DPI is out there? Chris Davis trying everything here to get back on a better spot, but it is Stverka that's not willing to just open the door for the Vector Motorsport master here and let him pass, but they have to go through GTD. Look at this, all that traffic. Davis slightly struggling coming onto Tarmac here for the oval. Like it was once again a bit early there on the accelerator, really stretching and pressing out his rear tires. Another GTLM car in front of them, driven by Andre Leiter from Brazilian. That's the OS front row GTLM. And they approach it in the bus stop chicane, not the greatest spot to actually make a pass here, but both managed, and it seems like OS front row is not really happy about how that happened here, how the DPIs dive down into bus stop to pass them as soon as possible. But Davis now very far up the inside. Nope, he's going into the pits. It's time, 22nd lap, so that is 3 to 4 laps later than the number 22 Tim Burney car that was in second position first. Leader also in pits, so now the lead with the Repsol Senegal Racing team with Mark Stverka behind the wheel. Everything mixed up now.
Yeah, I think Mark's definitely going to be on the charge. He's come, I said earlier, from last place, and he's charged all the way up to what is a net second place, but I think he's going to be definitely on the hunt for that first place car, and they need to really get the hammer down and try and extend that lead.
Yeah, Mark obviously still has to pit. It's not like his car could just run a double stint. Not like how this works. Former leader TVR now pulling up to 4th position. Also, Davis coming out. Did they switch drivers? Though no, it's still Davis in the Vector Motorsport car. I mean, they came out. If you compare currently TVR and Vector, they pitted, came out 4th and 5th, while Kevin Ragland, Bernie, he came out 11th. And he was 2nd prior to that.
Yeah,
So
I think they might have had to must have to pit that early. It's just
the 2 Shadow Racing Lamborghinis pulling themselves along, start finish straight here. I mean, that looks like proper teamwork to me. Maybe they're actually really trying to build that gap. Or we saw the current leader, Mark Stverka, passing them. Once again, not pitting. So he should be in lap 23 by now. The GTDs are in lap 21. 23 already for the DPIs. Like he was a bit easy on the tank there.
indeed. I think Mark's going to run a fair way in it. He's very good on tyres and fuel management, and obviously, as we can see by his pace and his racecraft, yeah, I think we're going to be seeing him and the leader fight once he.
Christian Alvarez, current leader in GTD, if I'm not mistaken. Followed by his teammate, that is Agustin Bustamante from Argentina. The 878 car. At 88, that's the current leader. There's another DPI passing on the outside. Yeah, I'm always like worried that someone might clip a fender there that basically launched them to the moon.
Yeah, that is always a real threat. Bouncing off and being sent into the very hazard and race ending, really.
It definitely is race ending. Mark Sverka, he's now coming into the pits as the current leader. So, we saw that TVR, the former leader, they came out on 4th. Let's see what Mark can do here. He obviously had 2 laps more, in 24 instead of 22, like the others did.
Yeah, we got the net leader coming on the outside of NASCAR 3, coming into 4. I don't know how Mark's pit stop's looking.
And there's Alvarez, Carlos Alvarez, the C-Force Racing team, but they have to pull into pits now as well, right? They didn't do before, so we're waiting for TVR. This could be the team in the lead in case Mark is still in the pits. Yes, he is. Where is the car? Oh, he's not even in pit lane yet. All right, so TVR back in the lead.
He is coming out. I just saw him in the background there exiting the pit lane, so I think it is about a 8-second or so lead. He's going to have to negotiate those 2 GTD cars on his way out.
But Mark seems to pull into 2nd, so in front of Chris Davis. Yep, that's all. They're back in the fight, basically. Look at that, how close they are after both teams did their pit stop. After first stops here, we're once again having a very close DPI field.
Yeah, indeed. After already 40 or so minutes of racing, those still very close. Mark is on the charge. I think he might be able to tow Chris Davis all the way to the leader. Three-way battle for the lead.
Both LMP2 cars were in the pits. Richard Wanders takes a bit longer here than his class rival. So it is MPG competition that will lead the LMP2 class for now.
Watching Mark and Chris Davies going through the bus stop, and Mark went for the dive on the lower class car. Chris obviously had to follow him through and was a very acute line into the bus stop trying to stream of Mark.
TVR seem to be in control here at the first, not even quarter yet of the race. They're doing a great job there. TVI field.
Yeah, indeed. Is that okay? Philip has of LMP2 their way now over Tevez Sim Racing Team. About 10 or 15 so seconds. Quite a big gap between those two now from what they were before.
One of the Shadow Racing Lamborghinis also being in the pits right now. That's the BMW right behind that. Slightly prototypish looking livery.
And would you believe it?
Yeah.
Ben and the Porsche of Tangai are still glued together.
Why that doesn't surprise me though. Oh, Augustine a bit under pressure right now, but that's the current leader, TVR, and they obviously don't want to get touched here at all because they're in a comfortable lead of overall here at this IVRC 6 Hours of Daytona in 2020. That we see under light here, that is the GTLM Porsche, and that is the battle still for the GTLM lead. Porsche RSR.
We've got a DNF.
DNF.
The
Alvarez.
The twin Shadow Racing Lamborghini Huracan has DNF'd. They are out of this race. They were running joint first and second.
Yeah, they have the lead in between. Oh, that is Chris Davis against Mark Stwerker for second and third of DPI. It's very unfortunate that we see the first DNF here, especially since the Shadow Racing teams, they looked like they were doing the Tour de France approach, you know, cycling, trying to share the lead, share the work there. But now everyone is obviously flashing heavily because they want to get through, because everything can cost spots right now. Look at how Chris Davis has to follow Mark here to stay on the rear of the DPI in front of him, staying with Mark to have a chance maybe to get up to second and then chase TVR as the leader. GTLM Porsche right in front of him, another 911 RSR. Mark once again a bit better on acceleration. Chris Davis often, at least in my eyes, struggling here with getting traction out of that turn before going onto the oval. Maybe a bit more slipstream for Davis though, going up to bus stop. They will not be close enough to launch any attack here. Not in attack range yet, but very late on the brakes. Nevertheless,
really sucking up to the back of him through that bus stop. Also, that Porsche that they lapped gave both drivers, I'm pretty sure, a flash as they passed. Might have not have been too happy with them for some reason.
Follow that. Basically, side by side through the oval. Mark tries to defend the inside line there against Chris Davis. Vector Motorsport, they had pole position coming into the race. They lost the lead on lap number 1, and since then they're constantly trying to move up, but it seems like Davis has the hang to be a bit overly aggressive, which had cost him several spots already because he was further up the leaderboard earlier. Mark now defending inside line. Once again, Davis, he is definitely side by side. Couldn't be blocked off there. There's a fast left-hander approaching now. Should be a bit better for Vector Motorsport on the inside, but then there's the braking zone. And Chris Davis is losing that spot. Maybe the chance for the exit. Not making it through. Nope, Mark was a bit quicker on the outside. What a DPI fight here. Second and third, Davis. That was a bit of a struggle.
There.
Swirling there, under braking, these cars can become kind of unstable, especially on slow corners because they're obviously high downforce cars. They need that air really pressuring them onto the ground to make them stable. And the slower the corner, the harder it is to get them brake in a straight line. Like Davis just
must
had
be
that.
Livid in that cockpit. He is trying to go left, right, up, and down around Mark, and he just find a way through. Mark just showing his impeccable racecraft, really, in defense against Chris Davis.
I think it's also down to your team decision here, because if they had the option, we obviously don't know if they had that available, but if that would have been my team, after seeing what happened in the first stint, I would have done the driver swap already. Because Chris Davis, he is quick, but due to the loss of the pole position, he seems to be on the edge, basically every corner. He now made it through up to second position.
Pushing Mark a little bit on the inside there, coming on the exit of turn 1, a little bit argy-bargy.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if it would have been smarter to get him out of the car, calm down, you know, having a teammate run it, and then bring him back later after the next stint. Look at that, he's constantly sliding. He's really struggling getting the Vector Motorsport DPI out of corners. And yeah, was obviously leaning onto Mark. He's running wide again. That opens the door here for Mark. But yeah, bit of slipstream he needs now. Yeah, there's no chance to really
Slams the door.
out-accelerate the 75 here. Oh, that will be a hard fight because Chris
Chris
Davis
driving
is on
very
the edge.
aggressively, and Mark also now wanting to get past him. This could get very argy-bargy coming into the bus stop. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Mark does have the advantage.
Oh, he did it on the outside.
Does get him. The switchback though coming through the bus stop. Never seen that one before. But Mark should hold it coming through NASCAR 3 and 4.
That was beautifully done on the outside. We saw that it tried on the GTLMs and GTDs before, but it never really worked. Chris Davis once again on the outside. Mark was struggling through the oval there. Not really his favorite corner. It seems that Chris Davis once again up to second. Mark not giving up though. Basically part of the exhaust system of the DPI right in front of him. Trying to break out on the outside really late. Can he bring the car back in? Chris Davis doing a mistake on the inside. He's done it on the outside. Turn one. Mark up to second position once again.
Unbelievable to just, well, ride it around the outside and fully clear him by the corner exit. I'm sure Chris Davies again is going to be livid about this. But I really think they need to get their heads down and work together on catching that first place car, because all this is doing is eating up time. It is fantastic racing though.
That was really nicely done here by the German driver. Around the outside into turn one. I wasn't sure if he might have took a slightly too long line out there. But Davis, who tried... I think it was the pressure that he basically applied, right? Chris Davis was on the inside and he knew that looks really not good if I'm getting overtaken on the outside turn one. So I have to get on the throttle early. Pride was once again struggling with traction on the rear wheel tires. And that led to Mark being able to make this move stick to get around the outside and actually take second position back here in the DPI class.
Yeah, I think he's just overdriving that car, Chris. Just to its limit, really, with those rear tyres heating them all up. As you said, I think they should take him out, give him a little bit of a rest, because he's a quick driver, obviously, but just the temper underneath that helmet is clearly showing as he goes hard to the inside now. They got traffic to deal with up ahead.
Oh!
The Porsche coming through. Both men are fully committed. Mark,
oh, that was
wide on
LMP2
entry
right
into
in the
turn one.
face of Mark. Look at that, Chris Davis around through the inside, basically back to second. That's a GTLM right in front of them now, and the LMP2 pushing from the back. The Ford opens up the inside, so both DPIs can go through there. Oh god, what heartbreaking moments here. We're closer to the first 60 minutes of the IVRC Daytona 6 hours. And these guys, they must have been exhausted as if this would be a 24-hour race. Mark super late on the brakes, nearly tapping the rear off the Vector Motorsport car right in front of him. And I'll tell you, Tom Rogerson, he's probably sitting at the edge of his seat right now, hoping that the car is still alive when he wants to take it over.
Indeed, you would not want a broken car, especially being in this close of a battle for the lead, but these drivers just will not quit. Going through turn one, neither one wanted to, here you go, mate, have the inside, I'll catch you back up in 2 laps. They both were committed and want the lead now and want to both chase down that number 1 car.
They're losing so much time right now. The TVR leader, they got basically an easy life right now. Who's not having an easy life is FRI Sim Racing in the lead of GTLM, because Sven Gullert, he's probably defending this GTLM lead for an hour nearly now.
He's trying to hold off that Porsche, and again, still glued to the rear wing, trying to find a way through. Both of these drivers are very good.
Yeah, it takes a certain skill to actually follow someone that closely, and then also do it for nearly an hour, because it is exhausting. You need every bit of concentration you can squeeze out of your brain. You need it right now to not tap the car on the front, to not do a stupid mistake and lose the car, and to obviously also not let it go, right? You don't want to lose a connection to the leader of your class. Well, Marcus back in second position on DPI, and Chris Davis once again swinging left and right with his car. I mean, he was pitting 22nd lap, so it's another over 10 laps on this stint for him here. So getting him out of the car to cool down is definitely not an option right now. Not if they don't want to overthrow the entire strategy. So I wonder if Rogerson is with him in TeamSpeak right now, maybe, and then just trying to calm him down, trying to get him to relax a bit, because this is a crazy fight.
Doesn't seem to be working, as he is still glued and very aggressive coming through that bus stop and through 3 and 4, just itching to get by. Both drivers, left and right, trying to make themselves as wide as possible, trying to slip through, trying to defend. It's just incredible. I think, he's leaving a gap down the inside. No, he's not. He's going to slam the door on Chris. Chris looking for the outside of turn 1. Might be going for the switchback. Doing what Mark did with the outside run. Not being able to do the same thing, though, Mark. Oh, actually, he might get him down on the inside into the first horseshoe. Both drivers very low on the brake. Chris Davis, looks like he's going to get the move done, but he loses the rear end again! Just overdriving that car and overworking those rear tyres. Mark is able to get a better run and comes through the inside through the kink, coming in through the second horseshoe. Mark
Chris Davis not giving up here on Mark. Mark's in defending mode basically all the time now. But for one more lap, he managed to keep second position here off the DPI. They're losing out 13 seconds already to TVR up front. If they keep fighting like that, it will go up to 15 or even over 20.
Yeah, indeed. Sven and Tanguy also in their battle. The RSR Porsche gave him a little bit of a flash to Sven. I think it is personal, though, between these two guys in our WEC series last season. Tanguy was looking for a win, and I think it was something like 6 second places in a row. Right when he was looking for his win, Sven came on as a new boy, straight off a podium on debut, and in his second race he stole the win off Tanguy and went 3 in a row for the end of the season. So Sven is a very new driver to the IVRC compared to Tanguy, and obviously very quick and, well, stealing the win off him. And Tanguy didn't get a win all season, but he was the most consistent. But yeah, he's just very personal, I think, between these two, as they are just so competitive, and Tanguy itching for a class win. In a very long time.
Once again, they had to go through. That is not a GTLM car. That was a GT car, a GTD slash GTD, basically. Mark was a bit lucky there. Had the better shot around that Porsche, or that could defend off Chris Davis once again from Vector Motorsport. 13 seconds, around 14 seconds all the time, the gap to the lead. So they're not super slow right now, but they're also not really helping each other to close that gap to TVR. Chris Davis, once again, up the inside, bus stop, trying to brake late, but Mark was even later on the brakes. Obviously had the way better shot into the first half of bus stop with that line. Now they need to go around the BMW. Yep, Chris Davis quickly tried if he might squeeze his car in between there, but Mark did a mistake. He was definitely losing speed there, and now they're connecting both DPIs. What was wrong there? Mark lost a ton of time, a ton of momentum going onto that oval. Chris is flashing angrily his lights here. Not really happy with what's happened.
There, as he's just got his lights on the whole time now. Going to go wide, and Mark getting the elbows out, going defensive. These two just will not quit, and I think it's very personal between them now, and I don't think there is much respect left between them, at least at the moment. Both drivers, I think, need to calm down, get out of their cars, and just have a little breather and let their co-drivers do some work. Actually, Mark doesn't have a co-driver.
Yeah, he doesn't have one. That's the issue here. It's like there's
so
no
that
one.
grudge is going to last for the rest of the race.
It's just, I have to say, I agree that Mark now gets aggressive as well, but we also know that Chris Davis was setting the tone, basically, for this fight for a very, very long time. And now it seems that Mark just has enough trying to fight.
If someone is going to sit there and throw punches at you, and, you give them the lead and they can't really hold it against you, so you get the lead back. If they're just going to keep throwing punches, you eventually got to throw one back, even if it is in self-defense. And Mark just showing, you can't bully me around, and I'm not going to get out of the way for you, so get stuffed, mate, really. Making contact there with the Lamborghini of the Shadow Racing team, and that's actually again eaten up all his lead that he pulled on at Chris. So Chris is actually going to have a run now around the outside, trying to get a good run off of 4, side by side as they come to the tri-oval. Davis around the outside. Can he get it around Mark? Don't think so, as he's going to be on the outside for turn 1. Mark's probably going to run him wide. Davis trying to take a really late apex, just behind him, getting stuck. Mark slam with the door. Those two are very close. Just about who can really hold the inside. There, I'm surprised they haven't spun each other. That is a big shock for me. I'm surprised that none of them have crossed each other's nose just yet.
Will be interesting to see how this plays out later on today, as this is obviously an endurance race and about to finish the first hour of the 6-hour race of Daytona here. Andre Leiter, he's probably leading. No, he's not leading GTLM because we know that is the fourth GT of the number 69, the FRA sim racing team. Oscar Evers Janssen now coming in for the pit stop.
Indeed, along with Dustin Bustamante, leaving the pits now in the shadow car after getting that big shunt in the rear end by the DPI of Mark on the exit of that bus stop. So I think he came into the pit straight away to amend that damage. But he's still going to be in the lead of his class. Yes, he is.
Once again, Mark Belka versus Chris Davis. That is the rundown here for second position overall and in the class of DPI. Mark trying to defend the inside on turn 1, but Chris Davis way better run. Couldn't make it stick there, couldn't get the car in, but Mark over-rotating the car a bit too early on the throttle. And that's the price you pay for it. You lose the position that normally on that line you should be able to easily defend. Now down to third.
Yeah, Kenneth also has managed to get past Bruno Spano in 77 C-Force Racing Mazda just recently. So that team with Kenneth beyond the wheel is making a little bit of a charge. After they came into the pits in second, they made that really early pit stop, if you remember, compared to the rest of the field.
Kenneth Rackland here, Team Bernie. They have been in second position a while ago, but then a very early stop in lap 18, plus a bit of repair that was needed on their Mazda. Threw them back quite a bit here. Will Kenneth, though, behind the wheel later on, he will give the car to Laure Rezo, his French teammate.
I don't know if Chris realizes, but he's still got his headlights on, or is that to show his permanent frustration? Battle he's been having with Mark.
If Mark now will have to try to get an aggressive comeback or not. That was a quick look at LMP2. Carlos Alvarez, C-Force Racing, another DPI here.
Oh, Mark with a big send into turn 1. Oh, contact between the two, actually. I think Mark is going to lead the position just to make sure he's okay with the officials, because he did clear him by a fair. Lifted to give it back. He's going to get him down back on the inside, though, come through the first horseshoe, and again lifting out of it and giving Chris Davis position. I think he's elected himself, realised that it is a 6-hour event and that he's going to need to find another way to pass Chris, as Chris runs a little bit wide, and they're just going to come together again.
Constantly throwing punches at each other. That's what we see in DPI here. So if you thought endurance racing always gets exciting on the last few minutes, that isn't the case, as you see here in IVRC, which was basically for the first hour so far, and the first hour is completed now, a sprint race, and always more in the mode of last lap. That's what we saw here.
Indeed, they've been going at it for the past half an hour, just scrapping. Oh, it's like a side-by-side through the bus stop now. Oh, Mark with a big loss of the back end, actually. He's going to lose a bucket of time coming on to 4. So Chris obviously hasn't calmed down. Mark, I think, has collected himself a little bit and try and think of another way to get around him. But Chris keeps making mistakes and dropping back into his clutches, so it's really hard to avoid the incidents that they are facing currently.
Will be interesting to see now if Chris Davis gets into the flow again, into the rhythm, to make sure that he can maintain that gap between him and the Repsol Spinnagle Racing DPI that we currently had on camera now. Back to Shadow Racing. It's Agustin Bustamante, the Argentinian driver of one of
GTD
the Shadow
at
Racing.
the moment.
Yep, that is GTD Lee, and they're right behind them, right? Yep. Of him is Mark and Chris.
The Porsche actually is now exiting pits of the Shanghai and the pink RSR. So I believe that... Oh! The 4GT is also made a stop. They've put in Alfie Bevan instead of Sven now.
But that
whereas
means...
the Porsche haven't switched drivers.
Just to say that, that's the very first time after an hour that we can have a shot of the Ford and the Porsche RSR, and they're not right next to each other.
Oh yeah, indeed. There's a little bit of a gap now. That might be due to damage or something we missed on track, but it is only 6 or 7 seconds.
It's Alfie Bevan now, as he's sat in control of the Ford GT. Though he is... Is he?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is, yep.
Captaining FRA Sim Racing.
They're right behind that there. Tanguy van de Wege. 14th. So GTLM, that is 13, 14 on the overall standing. On board Carlos Alvarez. Force Racing. And the two LMP2 cars. Let's go up the leaderboard, basically, to our current leader. TVR is still in control of this race, and they have been since lap number 1. Obviously, they are in the lead all the time because they pitted, but got back right after the first round of pit stop had been sorted out. So they are in control, that's for sure. And Chris can now spread the gap here between him and Mark for second and third of DPI. There's Folland in between them. That's an LMP2 Orica, not the same class.
They have thrown the gloves off and pillow between them, at least for the moment. Hopefully that stays as is, and Chris Davis will be on charge, finally, without too much pressure from behind to catch that number 1 of the PR car, who's just streaking in the lead at the moment, just probably relaxing, not too bothered, trying to keep the car clean. Probably saving a bit of fuel, I'd imagine, just to run a little bit longer, save a bit of tyres. Managing the race. Quite sure that Chris would have melted his set along with Mark.
5th position, that is the second C4's car with Bruno Spano and Jesus Chirinos. 77. That's Team Pui. So here, Francisco Vasquez. Let's attack Vasquez.
Mazda DPI in 4th of Antonio. Doing quite well. I think he is slightly catching on Davis from their picks with each other.
The Roto 2 Racing Spain car that we just saw, the number 53. Pablo started with Pablo Lopez. They lost a bit of time because they had that huge fight early on. I think also this car was involved, the Team Bernie from Kenneth Rackland and Lorenzo.
And
Philip
they were
Volant.
forced to stop very early.
Philip Volant, he is currently leading LMP2 class. That's MPG competition in front of Tavis Sim Racing team.
Got a very large gap, actually. Almost the entire back straight from the exit of the infield to the bus stop. Very comfortable lead brought out by Philip there.
Yeah, they will be able to manage that for a while, I assume. Good.
Just in that position to save fuel, save tyres, and go longer into their stints. Just round beneficial.
Through. Second C4's racing team. 11th right now, piloted by Carlos Alvarez. Calm down a bit, the grid. That's what happened now. So the GTLM fighting group, they're separated by now. That's the Ford GT from FRA Sim Racing and the why riding up Mazout?
The Porsche's actually taken back the lead at GTLM now.
How
and
did
Alfie's
that happen?
behind. I don't know. Porsche coming through the bus stop now. Alfie's again 5 or 6 seconds, so it's switched the gap. Is quite miraculous to how that's happened. Probably a mistake on Alfie's part, I would imagine, unless he was.
Now, obviously, you can argue about that, right? Alfie came stepped fresh into that car, so he might have a bit more concentration left compared to his teammate Sven Gallert, who had the nearly hour-long fight there for GTLM lead. But on the other hand, the Porsche driver, he was dialed in, and Alfie was fresh, so he had to get used to the tires, to the car, to the track. Once again new, and feeling the car again, and starting to get into the groove. And it seems like not changing the driver here paid off so far for the Belgian team.
Yeah, indeed. I think that is going to be that work out for him until about the 2 or 3 hour mark before it starts to degrade. Because obviously the car will come to Alfie. He will begin to charge down the guy, but yeah, for the moment, you're right. He worked in their favour to have a driver that's been in the car for however long. Is Tangai's teammate? I will check that. They've got 2 teammates actually of Coleman and DeBock. Guessing should have the car. They might be doing 2-hour stints each, is my suspicion of that. Oh, as he touches a DPI actually coming through the bus stop. Gonna hurt. I believe that's a DPI as he comes around the outside. He is of trying to find him of Pablo Lopez being a bit argy-bargy coming into the bus stop. Need to really make a good judgment call on whether to overtake or not, and it takes cooperation between both parties there in multi-class to take that bus stop without losing too much time. Obviously, great on that occasion.
Yeah, not easy. Oh, Chris Davis! What is that? There's the hood is missing on his DPI, down to 5th position. He was in 2nd, right in front of Mark. The replay here, was it Mark? Oh, he just clipped the inside. No way. Look at that. We don't really see his rear spinning, do we?
Unbelievable.
No, let's see. He's under braking. Now turning into the apex, and he's just missing it.
Just gone too far into and just clipped the pit wall. That is harsh. That's a big impact. It's going to take a long time to fix as well.
Could it be like the change in lighting for him, or was it really the strain on his concentration, the fight that he had, all the aggressiveness he had to put in to get 2nd position in DPI? All of that was wasted now. That the car is wasted, basically, because that is a DPI that not even in the UK could be sold as mint condition, never been abused. That thing is toast right now. And I think it even misses a front wheel on the left there while he pulls up to the pits. That was a huge mistake there from the Vector Motorsport driver, and it will probably cost him, at least for now, the chances to be on the podium. Is that a TVR car? Is that the leader coming in for the 2nd stop? Yes.
It's a very slow pull into the pits, actually trying to avoid contact, I assume, with the torn up, no low ball offers for Chris Davis's wrecked Mazda. As Mark now inherits the lead.
For the 2nd time already, by the way. That Mark is the leader when pit stop starts. He was pitting 4 laps later than the first DPI pit.
Well, after around about 5 pit stops, with those 4 laps later, he can cut off a pit stop. And that's going to put him ahead of that TVR team. If he can continue to extend his stops and TVR continues to stop when they are. A little bit of strategy.
Look at that poor DPI from Vector Motorsport. They
been there
had
for a
pole
while.
position. Pole position, lost it in lap 1, went down the leaderboard, was struggling to get back. Then Davies turned up a notch by basically 300%. Decided to take this out and being super aggressive, worked his way up through the results basically 2 or 3 times because he had mistakes that threw him back the order in between as well. And then there was this lap-long fight against Mark, a 4-second position. Then he had that. Mark was kind of opening that gap there, and Chris Davies finally had the chance to find his groove, dial in a bit, and just relax. Maybe it was a bit too much relaxing there when he took up the inside on turn 1, and it ended his car in its current state.
Indeed, the net leader of that TVR car has also made a driver change, swapping their driver out for Nicola. He's now sitting in 4th, which surprises me, as that means that 3 other cars are within a pit stop window, which includes Bruno, Antonio, and Mark.
Will be interesting. Look at that. That's an LMP2 car from Philip Volant in 7th right now. So, like they're doing a
They're
really good
climbing
pace.
up the ladder at the moment, the LMP2s. 7th and 8th now.
Yeah, I mean, Davis, he's now retired. Vector Motorsport retired. After all of our talks, if it would have been better to get Davis out of the car because it was too crazy up that Ford GTLM. He's slightly sliding through that turn. But yeah, it seems like in the end, it's always hard to say, oh, you could have just done this. But yeah, might have been one of the better options to switch him out of the car, bring his teammate in if he was available. That's another thing we don't even know. So it could be that that option just wasn't available to Vector Motorsport, and now they're the second DNF of the race. Very unfortunate because I absolutely loved the fight between Mark Stwerker and Chris Davis for podium spot on DPI, but that's definitely over, that hunt. So our pole setter from qualification retired as the second car here at the IVRC Daytona 6 Hours.
Yeah, just a real shame because of the battle that he had was, looking for a podium in DPI, possibly even the win later on. Like, you just never know with a good battle with Mark, so that's now ended. So Mark will now be still going, actually, not pitted yet. I assume he'll go for another lap or 2, maybe a few more, thing on suspension on his stint so far.
Definitely an exciting first hour and 15 minutes. Still 4:46 to go, though. So the teams have to keep up the momentum to go through this huge event. Carlos Alvarez now obviously up to 10th because he got that position given to from Davis. That is now obviously dropping slowly but steadily on our leaderboard on the tower to the left after the DNF. So, Mark Stwerker, he's the current leader of DPI, leader of LMP2, that is position 7 currently, the 413 MPG competition, currently Philip Volant behind the steering wheel. Then first in GTLM, that should be
Pangai van der Weyger at the moment in his bright pink Porsche RSR.
Exactly, the 44 car. And then a GTD is being led by... Is that Bustamante? No, it's not.
Augustine.
Oh, it is. It is.
Shadow Racing.
878 Shadow Racing Lamborghini is currently leading the GTD group.
Mark is also continued again for another lap. How many laps did he do on his first stint?
74, 24, sorry. The sun is going down in Daytona. So headlights now mandatory, basically.
Bruno's now into the pits, second place currently for the DPI as Cola rounds NASCAR 4. They should re-inherit second, as Bruno's actually getting away now, so I think Nicola's been not the fastest. Getting used to the car and track, obviously, with the cooling temperatures with this sunset coming in.
Interesting to see when Mark comes out. He obviously should be in second position after his pit stop, and the leader should still be the TVR car, the number 33, currently piloted by French Nicolas Vilanco. Not mistaken.
Mark
yep.
for his pit stop, as expected on that 48.
I would like to know what the gap was between Mark Stwerka and Vilanco. But Vilanco will definitely take the lead. I think there's no chance for Mark to get back after the pit stop. But
well,
he should be in a
only
comfortable leap in
just
second.
gotten onto the back straight, so I think he's definitely gained time though for the back end of his stint. Obviously, after Chris Evans has been dispatched of with that incident coming into turn one, big impact on that inner barrier.
Don't know yet, obviously, how quick Vilanco is compared to his teammate Li Chong.
Mark has jumped in. Mark's coming out of the pits right now.
Oh, dear. So it actually is the case.
Vilanco's
Li Chong was the way quicker driver.
Yeah, Vilanco's only just rounded turn 4 and crossing the start-finish line now, as Mark Stewart rounds the first horseshoe, so he's made a big jump.
I mean, we're talking about Mark Stwerka here. Repsol Svinegal Racing, number 3, and he's all alone on that car. So even though currently from strategy-wise it looks great, because he can stay out longer than the others, and is even in the lead right now with a gap. So that is great strategy right there. Did a good job, but how long can he keep up such a pace? We saw how Chris Davis did one little mistake that was basically 10 centimeters too far into the apex, and it resulted in a DNF. So can Mark Stwerka actually keep up that pace for the remaining 4 hours and 42 minutes here in Daytona? And that won't be an easy task at all.
He's proved himself in other endurance events in our WEC of 2-hour races going alone. However, that is in an LMP1, so the DPI is a little bit different, quite different in handling actually. But that's a big gap actually that he's pulled out, so I don't expect he'll be slowing down anytime soon, and he has definitely calmed down. I think he did realise what the damage he was doing to himself, and he backed off right away. And as soon as he backed off, Chris Evans put himself in the wall. So I think Mark's definitely
Davis, not Evans.
God damn!
What you got with Evans?
I don't know. I feel like there's a Chris Evans somewhere.
There are 2 Evans basically in Formula E, because there's Mitch Evans racing for Jaguar Panasonic, and then his brother, I think it's Simon Evans, who's racing in the Jaguar I-Pace E-Trophy, the support series, on Formula E. So there are 2 Evans right there if you want them, but none of them is Chris Evans.
I think there's a Chris Evans that might work for the new Top Gear.
Would love to
I don't
Google
know.
that now. Let me Google that. Let me Google that.
He keeps popping into my head. I believe that there is a
Chris Evans. Chris Evans, Christopher Robert Evans, US American actor.
Oh.
He did, I don't know, what was the last stuff he did? Oh, he was in Avengers Endgame. Captain Marvel, Avengers Infinity War.
Oh, is he, Captain America?
Question, let me check that. Wait. Why is there no simple list of who's playing who? Come on.
God
oh, here
damn.
we go. Chris Evans playing Steve Rogers, Captain America, you're right.
Okay, so...
Could be worse for Chris Davis to be thought of Chris
Captain
Evans,
America. Right? He'd probably hoping he was Captain America to fix his car.
Yeah, he definitely would have lost that shield right in front of his hood there.
Would have liked his car to be made out of vibranium. That would have helped him in that big front-end impact.
Definitely. But it didn't, so they are out of contention here. We see the Lithuanian SL Racing number 21 here. GTD BMW. Is that the current leader, though? No, they're 17, and Oscar Eva Janssen is in front of them. That's the FRA Sim Racing team Porsche, and the 6. Not the current class leader, the BMW, while the sun is going down. Darker with every minute here in Daytona. With that, the challenge just rises, I would say. Only gets harder, not easier here.
The lead, just to point out, in GTLM has skyrocketed as Alfie's only just coming out of the infield, and Tangai is coming through 3 and 4 of the NASCAR circuit. That is an astronomical lead he's pulled out.
Now the GTLM favors one of the best fights I've seen so far in 2020. You have to say that. Great run we saw. Now they're breaking up. No lights yet on Mark Stwerker's car.
Bruno's
and,
also
probably high beams on the Porsche.
Bruno has jumped Ken for that podium position also in DPI by a fair amount, so probably due to pit stops, I would assume.
Is there an automatic disqualification though for not turning on your headlights?
I believe that there is. I don't know if it is here.
I love how the Porsche is still trying to show Mark that his lights are off. He's like turning on and off the lights constantly on the back of the DPI, but Mark's so dialed in now in the overall lead of the IVRC 6 Hours of Daytona, not having any spare brain performance, basically. Left to register that someone is flashing the lights at him, and it's probably about him not having lights turned on yet.
He is flashing him to try and tell him, hey mate, your lights are off, turn them on. That could actually be big because he qualified for that. And he doesn't have a team manager or anyone contact with him to tell him headlights are off. That could be a developing story as the darkness sets in.
There is an LMP2 Orica, that's the Teva Sim Racing. One of the current DPI elite now. Yep. Passing. Easy. I mean, Mark is also now less visible in the rearview mirror. That's something that he has to take into account, right? It's not what he sees with those lights, it's that others see him with those lights.
His rear lights as well, and yeah, to see him coming, so... Maybe his headlights are broken, or he might not have a button bound for them. That could be a big issue.
Just imagine what's going on in your head right now if that would be the case. Oh, big hit here between Kenneth Rackland and his teammate.
Oh.
Both Team Bernie cars quickly connecting there on start-finish, going down to turn 1. That was a tight one. That could have ended in a disaster.
The front end of his teammate is gone.
Oh, yep, spun out. But that bonnet is gone for a long time already, because in the beginning I thought they just have a black hood. But that hood is gone for ages. Might have been the hood that we saw back then when Davis nearly clipped the inside. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Because we saw a part flying around there. That could have been his hood.
They've been running without a hood for a long time. Possibly for brake cooling. Who knows?
Strategy is everything here at Daytona, but he will not be happy about his teammate Kenneth Rackland there, because that was unnecessary aggressiveness, I would say. Costed time for both Team Bernie cars. There's a Polish team here with a solely Polish crew on the number 18, the Bernhard and Anas Mroz. Don't know if they are brothers. And then the 22nd car, that is a mixed car with a French Lorenzo and a German Kenneth Rackland. While Mark Stwerker, our leader, Repsol Svinelli Racing, is still without headlights.
Indeed, and I think that is a part of someone's hood actually off to the right, or a sign. I do not know, just coming out of that second hairpin. As he runs wide, I think that running this car solo is beginning to get to him.
It could be. I mean,
current
current fastest lap on DPI.
That TVR is catching, by the way.
Last lap for Mark Sturker was a 133.4, with the best lap being a 132.2. And Vilanco did a 133.0 on the previous, and his best lap is a 131.9, probably done by his teammate though. So Nicolas Vilanco seems to be a bit slower than Li Chong, their starting driver. Quickest lap so far was done by the TVR, but it's not listed as best lap of class though, which is interesting. Best lap of class is listed for Francesco Vasquez, 132.9.
Oh. They're running down in 6th place at the moment. They haven't really been anywhere this race. Is that a black Cadillac? Yes, it is. I don't think we've spoken about these guys.
About whom?
Francesco in 6th place in the DPI.
Vasquez, that is, let me quickly check the list. That is Team Pui, yeah, and it's also a team with just one driver. And currently,
so he's doing that solo.
Yeah, he's doing that solo, and he's doing a 133.5 in the last lap. That's still quicker than our current leader. The mark is dropping in pace for sure. He's losing nearly a second in Sector 1 already compared to Nicolas Vilanco from TVR, who's currently chasing him down. So
I think there is a big issue in the cockpit. We're getting to him now as he's probably at the crossover point in performance.
Could be that. Could be the missing button for light. In case that's really really what happened. Or he just doesn't see it correctly anymore. It's like, we don't know, right? I mean, looking out of these cockpits, completely different. So he might just lose his sight on his braking indicators, or when he wants to turn in. That is Nicolas Vilanco currently.
Quite wide on exit of a few corners.
Vilanco is currently, I wanted to say the fastest, but no. Last lap, Sturker did a 133.3, and Vilanco did a 133.7. So it seems like that Mark still has some fuel left in the tank.
It's good to see that he is not going to be down for the count, as he still remains leader of. But with the others currently closing him. GTLM, what's the gap there? Still quite large between them. I don't think Sven will be too pleased with how Alfie's been driving, but can't really blame him. Tengai is a very, very consistent driver. He can drive a car for days, really. He's very experienced in the world of endurance racing and triple quad stints across many series.
Alfie dropped down 3 seconds to the best lap on that car, while the Porsche is still basically spot on. The fastest lap is a 140.3, and the current lap is a 140.8.
Tengai is an insanely consistent driver. He has been called Mr. Consistent on multiple occasions. Again, with all those second places, but he's looking at a class victory, which I think would be his first in a very long time. Maybe his first ever, I'm not quite sure. Least in the G.
1.5 hours, that is what we got behind us already here on the IVRC 6 hours of Daytona, and it had been a very eventful first 1.5 hours, that's for sure. We saw crashes, we saw incredible maneuvers to overtake, and lap-long fights. It's really the best of sim racing here today. A lot of action the guys put on the track for us. While we go down to, getting closer to halfway through the race. Not that close though, so don't worry, you still got a lot of action right in front of you. One to watch the entire 6 hours. And that's an LMP2, but far off there to make way for the C4's racing from Spano. Right now that's DPI cars and not the same class. One of the lapping maneuvers.
SL Racing just putting along really in their Zebra BMW. Quite a far way off their other competitors of Oscar and Justine. Shadow Racing led Huracan coming through turn 1, followed by the Oscar coming. Actually, Oscar's closed in, I believe, on. Only about separated by 8 or so seconds. They both negotiate through the infield section.
Interesting to see how lanes are changing now, all the lines, due to less visibility, basically. Now that the sun is going down and it's getting darker and darker with each lap for these guys. With that, the challenge arises driving these cars tonight. Kenneth Rackland is currently in the pits. Bernie car with the teal fin there, the number 22, had been a bit further up the ranking early in the race, but then falling due to a first repair. Was a team that stopped, that basically started the pit stop window on the DPIs. Kenneth had been in the car back then already, so this should be his, what, third, fourth stint? If he stays in the car?
Yeah, I believe it will be their third stint if he stays in the car.
No, we're
yeah, it'll be
beyond
his
third
fourth.
already. Yeah.
It'll be his fourth, wow. Doing a quad stint if he stays in the car. He just finished the triple. That's
Mark is now going into turn 1, while Nicola Vilanco, the TVR chasing, goes into turn 1 now. So there is not a huge gap. I would say that Nicola Vilanco is even able to see Mark on some occasions on the track, which will be very interesting, while Lorenzo now took over the car, so it's not another stint for Kenneth. And the Frenchman taking over the car. Oh, crossing the line there. Is that allowed there?
Probably a wise decision from that team. Fresh in their driver lineup, I assume, from what we've seen the other co-drivers. He will be slow initially to get going, but will eventually pick up the pace. Be on par with all the other drivers as they are in a race with Angel, Gonzalez, and Marquez. I'm horrible at pronouncing their names.
It's not easy. Some of these names are really challenging. It's the same for me. Don't worry.
How do these drivers keep themselves entertained? I'm sure you have a bit of experience doing long stints. How do you keep yourself entertained when there's a little bit of radio silence?
To be honest, I'm one of those drivers that has the stream running on a different screen. Probably one of the worst ideas to focus and concentrate.
You know, I'm with you on that, because I do that when any of my races are streamed.
It's just sometimes it's nice to see what's going on in the rest of the pack, right? You might not be part of a fight, but you want to see it, right? You want to hear stuff.
You almost get instant information as well from what is going on with the eyes on the track. Hello, any driver that's listening to us. If you get out of the car, message us for an interview, because that'd be great. Make sure your mic isn't muted.
That was true. That was a bit unfortunate there on our first try. Had been muted.
See if I can get a... Possibly. I'll go on the hunt for one. See what it is about.
Yeah, if anyone's listening and you want to dive in for an interview, might be alone, John, for a while, because my stint ends in 3 minutes, and unfortunately I can't extend it. So I would love, with all the action going on, and Jose might take a bit longer to join you here in the commentary booth. Maybe having one of the drivers or even a team manager joining you for that time, I think that would be ideal. that he's going silent, but I think he's currently hunting for someone to join us here.
Can confirm, I think I do have a driver on the leash.
Oh, that is
drag him in.
great. Always keep them on leash, way better.
Oh, yes, here we
Don't let
go.
them run
I
crazy.
have. I'm going to bring in Stan, who is co-piloting the LMP2, currently driven by. Who is it? Philip Volland, German drivers they are. They currently have the lead in LMP2 over Tevez Sim Racing. So if I can get him in booth.
I saw a
Apparently
confirmation already from Konstantin Grimminger to also join you as an interview guest. Is
I am trying to unlock the door.
Yeah, MPG competition.
Who have been locked in at the
User
moment.
joined your channel.
So that we can't run away. Obviously, that is a good, good choice.
Hello, Stan. Do we have you?
Yeah, we have you. You have me, actually. That's absolutely correct. Hi.
Hey there.
So how's your race going for your team currently, as you are currently leading your class?
Yeah, we're currently leading in class. I think we are in the picture right now. Philip's doing a great job, actually. Haven't thought of that. He's avoiding all troubles and everything. He was just avoiding a spinning GTD car, I think, a few seconds ago, and he's doing a brilliant job, at least from the team's perspective. And yeah, basically everything you can wish for.
So Philip's driven the car since the beginning, right?
Yes, he has, and as soon as this interview is stopped, I will jump into the car and do another 2 hours of wrecking the car left and right into the wall myself.
So do you think you can beat the Tevez Sim Racing team, or do you think that might be a little bit hard even with your current lead?
It's still a long race to go, right? 4 hours, 22 minutes left on the clock. Things looking good at the moment, but I'm as I said, long race to go, and everything can happen, as we saw with the Chris Davis entry, the Vector Motorsport entry. But then again, Phil is doing everything he can to build a comfortable lead for me, and I don't want to say, hey, we got this in the bag, but it's looking good for the moment, for sure. It's looking good.
Any word on how Philip is handling? Oh, there's a DPI just spun out in front of him there.
I thought that was Mark, but it wasn't. I'm sorry to
It was
interrupt
not.
you guys. No, that was Francisco Vasquez, the number 10 car here. So not
Seems to be
a
spinning
change
at the
for the
side of
lead.
Philip at the moment.
All right, guys, I will leave you to it now. Thanks, John, obviously, for joining me here on the IVRC broadcast. It was great to be here.
Oh yeah, great to have you with me taking the lead command. Very pleasurable.
All right, keep going, guys. See you later.
See you.
Yeah. So how does Philip feel
User
with the
disconnected
fatigue
from your
currently?
channel.
Sorry?
How does is Philip feeling any fatigue in the car?
Fatigue? Yeah, and he said he's fresh. He's still fine. He's going, and he has a lot of fuel in it to do more than 2 hours. Originally, we wanted to swap at the 2 hour mark exactly, but it looks like he can stretch the stint a little bit further and reduce my driving time a bit, which is good, as I do serve multiple roads in this one. And there's Bevan has spun, I think. Was that
He
Bevan?
has.
Yeah, he has, but no damage taken. Now, as I have as I serve multiple roles as a driver, of course, league owner, team owner, the guy that everyone screams at.
Very busy.
Exactly. It's good. Sorry. To focus on something else as well, or to have the capacity to focus on something else besides driving. Of course, I wanted to race as well. First time that we do this big kind of event and stuff, so I basically have to. And also, after not racing for more than half a year, I basically had to jump in at some point. And of course, with the team that we all together basically run, it was a logical choice to just jump in, and here we are. But Phil, of course, the longer he drives, the easier it gets for me to manage everything at once.
It's been a while since you've actually been in one of these races. They call you the Michael Schumacher, I hear. Making a comeback.
Yeah, you told me that before, and I wish I am, but I'm nowhere fast enough, unfortunately. And also, it's been a while, which is yeah, odd feeling to basically say, hey, I'm coming back, because I've never did that before. But yeah, then again, on the same side, it's brilliant just to come back and see, hey, how everything's going, how the driving has developed around you, and it's great to see that the competition has risen so much, and it's good to bring back your own experience, your own abilities into this mix, and have some good fun.
I also know that you're good friends with Mark in the currently leading DPI. Any word from him on how he's coping with it all?
If you want to mention something, or if you want to go into some certain direction, I've heard he's still raging on, which is normal for him. So I consider that everything's going fine for him, and yeah, he's currently on a good way. He was able to stretch his stints a little bit further as well, and he's trying at the moment, from what I've heard. I hope I don't say too much here. That to save one pit stop basically, as opposed to his opponents. But then again, Bruno Spano from the C-Force Racing number 50, no, number 77 does that as well. So and Mark knows that, and he's trying very hard to concentrate and stay within the mood, And yeah, as I said, long way to go. Night's just rising in, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how the drivers feel in 2 hours' time when the sun gets back up in game, of course.
Oh yeah, we were just talking. I was suspecting that he was gonna try and shave a pit stop off, but ended up jumping the TVR crew a lot earlier actually. He jumped in just in the pit when they made their driver change. Actually, is when he jumped them, and hasn't looked back since. Especially after the incidents with Chris. I seem to get quite heated under that helmet, and I think he has actually found his headlight switch. That was an issue he was facing early on. It might have been the concentration.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the fight for the lead. I was watching the whole time and listening to you guys on the broadcast, and it was good to see how you guys were managing it. Absolutely great. And yeah, anyways, back to the race. I think, in my suspicion, it is Chong who's actually the faster driver, but nevertheless, Velanco is no slow boy either. So yeah, as he said, it's absolutely he got his head down, and he's looking to have a great rhythm and stuff, and looks like one of the GTLMs wasn't too happy about that overlapping that was going on. But yeah, in my opinion as well, TVR absolutely in the favorite role at the moment, and their pace is absolutely astonishing in the DPI class. So even if they do another pit stop, or yeah, one more pit stop, they have a good shot at winning the overall race.
Oh yeah, so is Velanco a new driver to the IVRC, or are they an older driver past my time?
No,
Making a return.
these guys, most of these guys are quite new drivers actually. I think more than half of the grid has never been racing in IVRC before. So yeah, good to see that actually we attracted some drivers and stuff for this event. External drivers like yeah, for example, the TVR crew, the most of the OS front row guys are completely new, which we see. No, we don't. Another car that we have in the shot right now, Agustin Bustamante, from Shadow Racing, also new to IVRC, and he's fighting for the lead in GTD right now.
Oh yeah, they're actually. Oh, Oscar has passed him. Thank you for that, Stan. A driver telling a commentator where the action is. Just getting past him there. They're going to be very close. Yeah, wow. With the GTLM, any word on what happened to Christian Alvarez? Was that a connection issue?
I think it was a connection issue. Haven't spoken to him so far, but knowing his internet and all the issues he's had, I think he had a connection issue. He continues the race on the second server, of course, just like everyone. Oh, that was super hairy from Oscar Evers Janssen right there.
Indeed.
Sorry, I don't want to spoil you or the race. Like, I don't want to take a job away. That was just
Gonna be out of a
like,
job
you
here.
know,
I'm gonna have to be jumping in the car instead
yeah,
of
exactly.
stand.
I mean, you know that as well. Well, if you're a fellow driver, you really get into the rhythm and stuff, and you see cars twitching and twirling around. It's like you never have like you never calm down to if you see something like that.
Yeah, we had quite a few moments actually when we saw him go 3 wide on the bus stop. I didn't think that would work, and Mark ended up pulling out of that one quite safely, at least as safely as possible. Don't know how he went through 3 wide. That was quite insane. As it is, actually, I would assume what is now what I would say pitch black almost.
Yeah, you'd be
The lights set
surprised.
in.
It can get a lot more dark, actually, or a little bit darker. So that's not full nighttime, what we see right now. But then again, yeah, for the drivers mostly it is, I guess. And that's exactly the condition I will find myself in a few minutes.
Yes, indeed. As TVR has pitted again.
Ooh,
I don't
that's
know
unusual.
what that is for. They are back out again in 4th place, but that means Bruno inherits 2nd place and Mark in 1st still. To the bus stop with a lead over Spano, as Spano's still only in the field. So Mark's finding a very comfortable lead at the moment. Lowest front row promoted into the podium positions now, with TVR hot on the heels.
How are you coping, by the way, with the? It's like,
Oh, hang on. Francesco
Oh.
Varquez has gone out to an accident, actually. In 11th place, there's another DPI
Ooh.
out. That's going to promote you guys up into 7th place overall.
You're right.
That's at this rate, Stan, you might be on for a podium overall.
I just hope it doesn't happen, right?
That's
Very
incredible.
Yeah, that's the 4th car we lost right now, I think. Is it? Like we had 2 crashes, one disconnect,
Yeah, we've had
and another.
2
Yeah,
that have resulted in another DPI comes in. That's going to be Pablo Lopez's car. Yes, indeed. Oh no, it's driven by Angel Gonzalez at the moment. They come in for another pit stop, so they're promoted up in 6th place. Jonathan Houlihan in the C-Force car, slowly climbing through. They might pass you guys soon. Pass the class. They had a big issue at the start. Don't know what that was. They found their way through.
So, what I was about to ask, how are you coping with the level of tiredness and stuff that's going on? I mean, it's quite late at your place, isn't it?
Yes, it's currently 3 a.m. in the morning. However, I think it was 2 weeks ago. It was a week before the Daytona 24 in real life. I competed in the Daytona 24 myself. Had to drive at 12 a.m. in the morning until 6 a.m. At which point I then refused to get back in the car because I was insane. I'd driven by myself for the 6 hours, and yeah, I was meant to drive in this race, but Daytona is broken me as a man.
I see. Now you're a commentator. Like, where does the insanity where does the craziness end and where does the insanity start?
I don't know. It's starting to hit me as a commentator once you're in the booth by yourself. But luckily, I've got you by my side at the moment.
Aw.
So I don't know who's gonna be with me next.
I think it is Jose Miguel Maronta who's joining you and trying to keep you and everything fresh through the night.
I have got many energy drinks that I have stocked up.
Perfect.
Therefore, but Butler was a great commentator. He's from the Formula E actually, and many other racing series online and in real life. The very top quality commentator. Loved his work. Great voice for it as well. As you guys are now up into 6th place. Actually.
I think that's correct. In 6th, yeah, exactly, we are. And it's pitch dark right there. Crazy shit.
Yeah,
I'm
you
really
guys
don't...
are charging through, and yeah, you can barely see the car behind. You guys, just the darkness has really set in.
Yeah, it has big lights, so it has to be a GTD, right? Or GTLM, usually one of the GTE cars.
Yeah. Can we just get an onboard of Philip Volland? That would
Of course,
be
here we are.
great.
Doesn't look that dark
show.
from his onboard.
Yeah. Just being in that cockpit with it being so narrow.
Okay, yeah, cockpit, sure. That is making me claustrophobic. Thank you. Thank you for making me already fearing my own cockpit. I'm not even in it.
You're not even in it, and you're going to be driving that. Oh, boy. And driving a car into the dark is something special, just with how different the grip changes just so drastically with the cooling temperatures. But if there's one thing to look forward to with the cooler temperatures, cars should have a lot more grip and be a little bit better to drive. A little bit longer in stints as well.
Absolutely.
Give you something to look forward to there, Stan.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm really hoping to see what I can do, or basically to see the track going around. Like, I've practiced a little bit in the night. Unfortunately, I haven't had much time because I was facing a flu last weekend. That's why I didn't watch much of the... That's a weird word. Fucking hell. Sorry for the wording. But here we are. That's
got a GTD battle actually in the pits as Oscar jumps the Shadow Racing Lamborghini. He's actually had to reverse out of pit lane there, and I think he may or may not have hit the broken DPI car there. Oh, hang on. Unbelievable.
Huh? What's going
on?
Is
that Bruno Spano? Bruno Spano's spun into the broken down car of Christian Alvarez in the pit lane, and he's against the wall. What has happened to him?
Oh, it looks like it indeed.
He's just got the car wheel for... He might have tried to go into his pit box and he's just turned in way too early and just clipped the... They are servicing his car. That is going to cost him dearly. I assume OS Front Row is going to jump him along with Team Bernie, depending on how long those repairs are. Mark Stewart also now comes into the pits. That's going to give TVR a little bit of a chance to roll back in. However, Mark is trying to go that one extra stint, or one less stint, I should say, over the TVR boys. Sure, they are going to try and manage with cutthroat pace. Oh, hang on, is that... I think they've disconnected. The car has disappeared.
It looks like it indeed.
I think we might have another one that's out, and that is going to be the car that was my pick. Oh no, after 70 laps, hitting the 2-hour mark, I think that they're out. See how that develops in the meantime, and again, that's going to promote you guys up into 5th place. You could be up for an overall podium here. An LMP2 could be on the podium out of a 10-car DPI field. They might charge their way onto the podium. Get to see though how their race develops along with the rest of the DPIs. Yes, can confirm the 77 Mazda is out.
Oh man,
And
big shame, really big shame in my opinion.
they were clawing their way back from quite a big hole, and they had found their way into the top 5, puttering along quite nicely, gaining on the leaders, I'm pretty sure, or at least on the car in front, and now they're out due to a mishap in the pit lane. That is very, very disappointing, just as I was about to change back drivers. Philip Volland steams to the top 5. As you can really see the darkness set in now. Go to the GTDs. Augusto Mason is now shadow car trying to chase down Oscar, which there is a fair gap to them now. After that pit stop phase, I think there was damage to the shadow racing car.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead. Sorry.
The SL Racing car still coming around in 17th. I think they lap it quite slowly, however consistently, and haven't really gotten in anyone's way yet. So good for them. Still on the same lap though as Augusto Mason, who are the second place in GTD. So they're on the same lap as Oscar. So still on the lead lap. That's what you want. What you can ask for. Especially with that high level of competition.
Absolutely. It's gonna get very interesting to see. I forgot what I was about to say. Sorry. Happens.
Happens to all of us. So the only C-Force racing car is now going to be Jonathan Houlihan in the 55, along with the Kenyan of Felix and the Spaniard of Alvarez. Not to be mistaken with Christian Alvarez, which I did earlier, and I was very confused. Mark Stewart now. Flying along. Still ahead of Philip. Nicola Valenko. But yeah, that OS front row team is now well into that top 3 with the fortunate end and demise of the 77 Mazda team.
I'm gonna leave you alone for another second or so. Gotta talk to the other admins, and I hope you don't fall asleep if that's
Think
okay.
that I might leave for 2 minutes to take a break in the gentleman's room.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. So we just leave you guys the viewers.
If we could ride
watchers.
on board with, just ride on board, I think with one of the Porsches. I think would be nice with the pink Porsche of Tangai.
The most beautiful car in the scenery. Yeah, sure.
Beautiful faces, and obviously the sound of that Porsche to pierce the ears of the current onlookers.
Okay, so we speak each other again in 2 minutes, and we leave you alone with the pictures. And yeah, as I said, we'll be back in 2 minutes' time.
Watch and enjoy.
User left your channel.
John? John? So for everyone watching, we're here in hour 3, the IVRC 6 hours of Daytona 2020. My name's Jose Miguel Moronta, and I'm here now taking over the commentary booth. I'm waiting for my mate John McDonald to join. I think he's come back now.
Indeed, I have. Who am I now in the booth with?
With Jose Miguel Moronta taking over for hour 3 of this Daytona 6 hours. I see there's been a few DNFs on the way since I just stopped watching.
Oh, Sven's out. Unbelievable. What's happened to them?
That's a good question, but we're going to do a little rundown. So we have
Well, there's a red flag. We have a red flag.
red flag conditions. Actually,
So, yes, we have got a red flag after the lead across the
with-
line. There is a red flag. Return to the box is the call being given.
So
What's
that
happened
is-
now?
well, as we go into red flag, let's do a little bit of a rundown. We've got Max Verker leading. He's the only driver of the Repsol Swedigal Racing team. We've got
He's piloted that car beautifully, I must say, to have his consistency for that period of time, especially when he's going alone.
yeah. Let's remember he started from P10, so it's been a pretty good comeback for him. He had a 30-second lead. We've got Nicola Vijanko second. Then we have Lorenzo on third for Team Verney. I think it is. It is Team Verney. If I'm sure. Then
Robust
we
front
have
row with
Lucas
the
Miranda. Yes, he was.
there are a bunch of new guys as well, new team. They're doing fantastic in fourth place, along with Engel, my fellow compadre, I must say, in fifth place, as he's
Yes.
probably going to come in on this lap.
Everyone's got to
LMP2
come in.
in sixth place, doing very, very well.
We've got then Jonathan Holohan in the probably I don't know, it's the 55 C-Force as I think the 77 has had DNF.
This is 77 crashed in pit lane actually with a broken car. So I wonder what the red flag's been called for, because we have 4 cars out with a DNF and 2 out in with
The
an
second
accident.
server, yes. We have some other cars in the second server due to issues, either disconnecting or, well, the pit's not working at all.
So could this be an attempt to get them back in the main server to complete their laps?
Maybe it is, as we hit the 5-hour mark. I think Laszlo Tiglas hasn't noticed it is a red flag because he's continued.
Someone needs to tell him now, because that is a little bit of an unfair advantage. I suspect once we go back under green flag, he might be
Yeah,
held
so-
for those laps.
Someone should tell them to just pit. So I think we're going to have to restart this with everyone to the briefing room. So we're having a stoppage. We're having a brief stoppage here at the 6 hours of Daytona 2020. I think Laszlo is now slowing down. Yes, he is. So he's now noticed we are under red flag conditions. This could possibly give him a little bit of a time penalty.
I might jump into the briefing room. Do you reckon you can hold the commentary box, and I'll come back with a report?
Yeah, okay, so just don't take too much time, but I'll do a little rundown again.
Yeah, I'll try and get back with as much information.
So we start again the
User
rundown.
left your channel.
Max Verker on first before Repsol Swinigel. Then we have Nikola Vijanko in second. Lorenzo for Team Bernie in third. Angel Gonzalez, for Rotodos Racing Spain in fourth. Then we have Lucas Miranda for OS Front Row in fifth. Philip Boland the first LMP2 in 6th. Laszlo Teglas, who just pitted 7th, ahead of Jonathan Holohan and the 55. T-Force Racing, although Holohan was ahead of Laszlo Teglas. Then we have Vernon and Ernest Amros for Team Bernie in 9th position. Rafael de Bock, the first of the GT LM cars, in 10th. This is Krinas, retired 77. Then Andre Lader, Oscar Ever Johnson, Martinez Dugalovicius,
User joined
Ben
your channel.
Gilhout, Auguste de Masson, Francisco Vasquez, Chris Davis, and then Christian Alvarez. I think the Saber has been taken down. Indeed it has.
So I can confirm that they will be doing a reset and allowing the drivers to come back in and continue their laps. So everyone will reset the same way that they were. Same amount of time will be given to them. So I think we're resetting due to just the amount of players lost and a few top issues for many drivers like the 77 Mazda.
Yeah, indeed. I think it is the most fair way, the fairest way to keep up with everything. Because
more cars on the track, the better.
Yeah, and it was being a little bit unfair to see that some who had technical issues with the game were having to just keep out of the server and really literally run their own race as if they were outside of it. It seemed a little bit unfair for me, but I don't know. So I wonder how much time we will get on the restart, because it was 3 hours and 50 remaining.
I believe we will have either 3 hours and 50, or if not, they might go to 3 due to the red flag. They might still run on the...
Probably 3:30 as the game has crashed.
We still have some people. Big issues, I believe.
Yeah, so as long as we can just try to keep up with everything that's happening, I think we'll have a little bit of a break here. We're very sorry if you've just joined, you know, and we're trying to cover this, and I've just come, so I don't really know what's happening, but I think we have to understand that we had lost around 6 cars or 7, so the most fair way to continue the race is to give them a chance to continue, because if they've had something like a big accident with someone else, or which Automobilista doesn't usually help to fix really quickly, although that's realistic, but there was also an issue in the pit boxes with the pole sitters, Chris Davis and Tom Rogerson. So the most fair way...
77 also had an issue.
Pits, yeah. The most fair way, as I was saying, to continue this is to restart the server, to restart the race itself from an advanced point, probably 3:30 hours or something like that. I know this doesn't sound really professional, but it's a game which is not meant to do these kind of things. Sometimes it can fail. Any game can fail, and we're really sorry if you're watching this and having to sit now with a red flag. 22 spectators here, and I'm really sorry for it.
So just to clarify, we are having a red flag due to action issues. Able to get a lot of those people back in who have been running laps on the second server should be coming back in, and we should have more cars on track, because I think we were down to 13 cars were left on track, and it's just not worth watching at that point, you know. And with this red flag, should close up all those gaps for those cars that were on the lead lap. So DPI is going to be very close now. GTD is all going to be closed up, because I believe that 21 car was also on the lead lap. So GTD is now wide open. GTLM be close again with Tangai and Alfie, I believe. Alfie and Sven, but I think they might be a lap or two down due to action issue or possibly a pit issue. I do not know exactly what happened with them. But yeah, we did drop a lot of cars in that.
Yeah, so after this, my question is how will we get everyone back in the lap they were and the difference? So it's going to be a little bit hard, but I think they could figure this out, but it's going to be a little time.
The stewards do have the power to give laps and take away laps, so obviously they'll probably go back into the stream and find out where exactly everyone was in the laps that everyone had. But yeah, this could be that they could be taking a while to solve. So race time, I'm going to assume, is going to be continued to run out now with the red flag like they would in real life.
Yeah, exactly.
So we could still have about 3 hours left of racing, possibly more, depending on how quick this fix is.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to go to a little bit go to the bathroom. I'm just going to say it. So I'm going to leave you here like 2 minutes or 3, and I'll be right back. Okay, Joan?
Yep, we're good. I'll see if grab. And he might be a little bit busy. We're currently watching. Would anyone like me to drag Stan in here?
User left your channel. User joined your channel.
So I believe we do have 4 very flustered Germans sorting out the issue. Oh no, we've just shown everyone the password. Oh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am trying to figure out what has happened. So, an issue with the GT LM car of driven by Alfie and Sven. They came in for a pit stop and their car was booted and told that they were DNF'd, which is obviously a big issue. So they are trying to get their laps corrected along with the rest of the field. So trying to sort all that out now is going to be quite a long and lengthy process. As I said, 3 angry Germans in a room, flustered, trying to figure this all out. So should get back to racing. I can't really give you an ETA, so I'm just going to throw a time out there. 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Done.
Probably. So, welcome back, everyone. We're trying to figure out everything. Servers, well, responding pretty bad. Why should we just say it's good? No, it's responding pretty bad. So it seems like
Just trying to get everyone's, because it's working fine for me, but like you can't start it, but you have like 3 people that have it ruined because they need to get it so everyone's is happy with each other, which is just going to be a very difficult situation. And then to give laps to and take laps from, because I know that Laszlo did a few extra laps, and people like Alfie and were held in the pits unfairly when they should be kept on their lap with their competitor in GTLM.
Going timed out. Okay, so not being the easiest of works, but we'll figure this out as it goes. The thing is, as you said, Laszlo Teglas driving for the Tevez rookie sim team, number 80 in the LMP2 category. He has done like probably 2 laps on the red flag conditions, 2 extra laps, which shouldn't be counted. And of course, everyone else who was outside this server and was running either that or probably DNF'd, is probably going to be allowed to rejoin the race. And
so I assume everyone should be able to rejoin the race. The only issue is lap counters.
Yeah, that's the main issue right now. All the lap counters and everything. So, we've got to remind everyone who was leading. It was Max Verker, starting P10, was leading the race. Second was Nikola Viljanko from TVR, Chong Viljanko Racing.
I believe it was Bruno Spano briefly in second place.
No,
but
since I joined, it was Nikola Viljanko. So then Bruno Spano was DNF'd and was down in P10, so I think he had DNF'd.
But was that an issue due to the server? Because we don't know how many laps that they've done on the second server, so it's a big issue for them to tackle on.
They've got to take everything back. Probably adding the laps they did in 1.7 and 0, but it's going to be really hard to know.
Also, if anyone watching is currently in the server, I'm going to have to ask you to leave currently, just so they can fix whatever they are doing. Might be closed, actually.
I'm checking everything. There's 2 servers running, and I'm going to try and join one of them right now, just to keep the viewers with some kind of view redundancy.
Some figures for the Mazda. It's got 730 brake horsepower to the rear wheel or 4 wheels. It doesn't have a hybrid system. However, it weighs 1,000.
Okay, so everything's loading, and
yeah, we've got 10 people in currently.
We have 10 people in. I'm going to back the game capture.
Now, for simplicity's sake, everyone might be put on app. However, I assume leaders of each class might be livid about that. However, it is fair to some teams like FRA.
Meanwhile, everything gets back on the way. We have Rafael de Bock on that number 44 GTLM. Has a rather interesting livery. Probably a few copyrighted logos, but you know, we've got what was the name of the Tesla owner? I completely forgot.
For what team?
Elon Musk. We have the face of Elon Musk here, getting the Lewis, a Minecraft Diamond Sword. We have the
Oh Lord, yes indeed.
Formula One logo. It's very interesting as a car skin.
You should go on board with the Bach.
Yeah.
You press
going...
home and go onto his the
yeah.
roof cam. You got Doge poking his head out and looking at you.
Like, he's got a lot of meme references. I probably won't catch them all. Hit us and you will be sent to somewhere.
Reddit moment.
Belgian flags all the way around the car, and the pink color. Very distinctive. But overnight you can't almost see it. This is a situation, again, if you're just joining, we'll remind you we're under red flag conditions. We've had issues with the server, with the game, and we're waiting for the stewards to order up the grid again. So they're working on reordering the grid. We hope we don't get a similar situation as we saw in Bern in Formula E last year in June. It was a pretty awkward situation. If something like that happens today, well, they're not going to hit each other because it's pretty difficult, but there could be a little bit of a fight. Anyways, I think it's now also Angel Gonzalez going out for Protodos Racing Team. Pronouncing it, as I'm Spanish, I pronounce it as much as I can in Spanish, but I just feel uncomfortable talking English and pronouncing Spanish. Yeah, they were doing a pretty good job. Sat down in 4th or 5th position before the red flag. They started P4s. The qualifying was a very good performance from them. Oh god, and as I say, they were doing a good performance. They spin.
Commentator's curse there.
Yeah, commentators curse. I shouldn't comment about them because I want them to do well, but I want everyone to do well. I wanted this to be a safe race. It's kind of been a thing, but I saw a few moves from some drivers while lapping the GTs, which were pretty crazy. Anyways, Sven, here we can see him again with number 69 car, pretty interesting number for FRA. He was doing pretty well. The little time I watched it, he was leading, I think, his category or being pretty close to the lead. We can say anything bad from anybody. They were all doing pretty good. And it's a shame we had those glitches with some of the cars. So Tom Rogerson, they were racing the second server because of issues. And depending on how many laps they completed, they may be around the top again. Checking everything. And can we? Yeah, they're asking for more laps to be given back on the lead lap, so to be restarting on the lead lap. I can't English today at all.
So I believe that all the affected teams would prefer to be put onto the lead lap. It just depends. Get a very front runners from all classes, problem for GTD or GTLM, as those guys are already predominantly all on the lead lap along with LMP2. DPI though, that's going to be a big issue with 3 or 4 of those guys being DNF.
Yeah, the only issue I think will be DPI, because With yeah, everyone else was on their lead lap of their class, and yeah, Olympi
Well,
too.
people who shouldn't be on the lead lap, in my opinion, always can get controversial, is the Chris Davis team. They crashed out blatantly on their own.
It wasn't their own about Chris, but
Oh yeah, Chris hit the inside pit wall.
yeah, but he also they weren't served pit stop, so it's not about them only entirely. So I wouldn't. I mean, I would just restart with everyone on their own lead lap, but it does seem unfair for those who got the advantage, who were on the pace without mistakes. It does seem a little bit unfair, but you can do anything else with situations like this because
I am sure that or both of those teams. I think it would be good to just put everyone on the lead lap, and anyone who is DNF'd goes to the back of the pack.
so we're effectively restarting the race with 4 hours remaining, so we may end this 1 hour later. Well, this is going to be a big issue. So here we see the Ferris wheel, see everything here, and issue will be, well, the cars aren't loading. Okay, they are now. So we've got an order, everyone. Max Verka leads with Lee Chong, then Laura So, Angel Gonzalez, Lucas Miranda, Jonathan Holohan, Bernard and Ernest Mross. I don't know which of them is driving right now. Then we have Jesus Crinios, Francisco Vázquez, Tom Rogerson, Philip Boland, Laszlo Teglas, who should be at least 1 lap down because as a penalty for doing extra laps on the red flag. Then we
I believe
have.
they will all be.
I hope they do because it's a little bit unfair.
They will be starting single file, however.
Oscar Ever Johnson disqualified already. Wow, that's good.
And those guys hadn't crashed out. That is a big issue.
And we've
We might
got
have to
all
go through
20
another
cars
restart.
back in. All 20 cars back in, and we've got Otavio de Barros, the FRA, which didn't even start inside this server on last. So Mark is now doing the first lap. I think that's a safety car.
I think we might start due to the DQ.
Yeah, and Oscar Ever Johnson has been disqualified. So what will they do with him? Because the 8, what number is that? Is it the 66 FRA on the GTD class has been disqualified? And that does seem a little bit
for
unfair.
a restart.
Yeah, I would also.
Don't know if
I would
that
restart
is going to go through. I think it is kind of, but
it should go through. It must go through. So pretty funny that we have Max Verka in the lead, and the safety car has Max Verka. Sorry. In.
did have Mark start back of the DPI group, lead them with his huge lead up, and he's gone straight on, presumably to restart the session.
They have freezed the session, and yes, I'm reading on the YouTube chat. It is indeed. Chris Davies lost around 3 laps, pits, and then 2 because of crash. So I think it's the most fair way for everyone, but I think not everybody's in the grids.
I think that they are all going to start in the order that they were. However, they are going to be staggered to the point of they're just all going to be on the same lap now. So, but yeah, that just makes it more exciting for us to watch.
Yeah, I would infer, as I said, for those who got the lead, who were doing no mistakes, but we've got to sort this out some way. Max Verka starts moving again. So this is the start of the race effectively again. We're we were 2 hours in, more than 2 hours into the race, and we're having to restart. Kind of. This is a new start. Everything that has been done before is completely lost, and we have.
Well, not entirely. They still keep.
They
I
keep
do
the
hope,
order,
though,
yes, but
But I do hope that they don't. No one jumps the start. Like, no one tries to get a better start than anyone else, especially those people that did crash out early. I don't think that they really deserve the opportunity to get a jump start on the lead.
no.
Because they crashed out. So I think it's fine. Go past the start finish
Okay,
line.
so
But
this is going pretty badly. Okay, yeah. As we were saying, there's no point in penalizing Laszlo Teglis. He's the lead lap now. He's still behind Philip Boland.
he was on the lead lap to begin with, so
Yeah, but those
Fine.
extra laps he did. Like, he did at least one extra lap in the red flag conditions. If
those
this
laps
was in
aren't
real
counted.
life, if this was in real life,
He'd be stopped and
it would have been really, really dangerous. So, still, he stopped. He did one extra lap. Shouldn't be counted as a fair thing. He's not ahead, but he shouldn't have done the
someone
lap.
is asking for.
Who's asking for what?
Ernest, please. That?
We're back with Mark here, and sorry, I didn't.
Multiple
exactly
people
hear
asking
you.
for restarts.
Again.
Christian Alvarez is asking to restart his game. I don't think that they will, though, due to.
We're running out of time, and this is going to go until really late stage of the day. So
Can't just keep restarting. It's just going to cost too much time. So
yeah,
to all those
we should
drivers
have
and
we should
teams.
have restarted with 3 hours, not 4. But
Maximum 3.5 and 4 with our.
so we're getting ready for the restart. Then we've got Mark.
We'll be leading from the.
Says Mark is everyone's going to pit, or at least most of people say they are going to pit. But we have Mark.
About to get underway here.
And it goes green again. So we're back racing here at the Daytona 6 hours, reduced it to 4 due to issues. It's Mark leading into turn 1. Nikola Vijanko probably. No, Lee Chong has now joined the car. He's going really aggressive. I think that's Angel up into 3rd place for the Rotados team. And I think, yeah, Lucas Miranda has lost 4th position. He's going down the inside. He's going really wide into the horseshoe. And Angel has taken back 3rd place, and Lee has taken back 2nd place. But behind we have Bernard and Ernest, then Laurie, so Tom Rogerson, Francisco Vasquez, and Philip Boland. Mark is leading.
Boland is leading the LMP2 class. GTLM Boland.
Oh, we have a car
GTDs.
onto the grass. I think that is Francisco Vasquez. And
Racing's BMW goes off. Oh, and he hits a Porsche RSR in the GTLM
What's
class. The flashing, very angry.
where's Tom? I've lost Jonathan Holohan. Yes, has had an accident, but I've lost Tom. Oh no, he's 7th. Okay, I completely lost where he was. So I just wanted to. He's going to try move around the outside into the bus stop chicane. It's very hard to do it there. Tom, just keep it calm. It's still 4 hours to go. Less than 4 hours.
Racing cars having a big issue for the start, as Jonas is behind both LMP data before the entire pack, so that's going to be.
They're going to fight for position with an LMP2 car. Jesus needs to have a very good pace to catch
Go to
up
the
again.
front. Oh, the TVR's car's spun, and they've lost the position to 2nd, and possibly now go 4th, but they go very defensive.
So we have Angel Gonzalez in Rotodos. 2nd place, what a coincidence. He's right behind Mark. Mark's not having a great pace, or he's not pushing. 5 tenths, more or less. It's the gap.
Gonzalez has been a big beneficiary as he's jumped out now to 2nd. I believe he was as low as 7th or 8th running in the race. They've really benefited from this whole fiasco. IVR's struggling to get to their feet. They haven't really had to deal for the entire 2 hours. They've been running up for a lot of it, and they did fall behind.
Yeah, they've had a miserable first team with Pablo Lopez. And now Angel is trying to bring back some kind of glory, we can call it. A little bit on grass here in the bus stop. Trying to take the slipstream off on Mark. Remember, this is a very, very equal car race. And Mark seems like he's not pushing too much. The slipstream is helping. 3/10 and going closer and closer. Will he do a Murphy into turn number 1? It's very dangerous. He needs to go around the outside if he wants some kind of result. Because Mark's coming the inside. Round the outside, he tries to launch a move. He tries to do a switchback. Mark's going wide. And Angel has taken effectively the lead, but into the international horseshoe. Is he going to be able to keep it? Round the outside, tries to go Mark.
Has benefited greatly from this. He's actually taken the lead.
Incredible racing, very good racing from these two. He goes onto the grass. And the kink round the outside, that was not going to work. He launches up round the inside to turn number 5 again. And he gets to keep it 4 now, but he's going to have to defend into the bus stop. Mark is going to get a lot of slipstream. Mistake from Angel. He goes wide into turn number 6. And now into the oval part. I've missed a little bit of exciting racing, I see. It's been really, really interesting.
Philip Bolland creating a huge gap to competitor Laszlo Tegelis in.
Indeed. West Laszlo and West Bolland, I think it's around...
Were really?
4.5 seconds. That's the gap.
Kyrinos is also...
Back into the lead. Mark is 7/10 ahead of Angel. He's not going to take back the lead. But pretty amazing. He's been able even fight for it. If Mark has got a good enough pace, he may try to...
GTD off Christian Alvarez. The infield's coming up, I believe. Yes, it is.
Oh, he's got some trouble.
Big trouble for these Shadow Racing guys. They were started... They're both...
They had DNF'd before. Seems like they're having the toughest of afternoons possible.
Avio is currently dragging behind BMW Racing, who's hot on the heels currently. The SL Racing team wasn't all there really in terms of racing. They were on the lead lap the whole way and didn't have any issues. He goes for the pass around the outside.
Yeah, he's going to keep it round the outside.
Ready for the lead. They're going to go
Oscar.
side by side still through turn 1.
This Jansen side by side. This is very beautiful action.
At
He's
the
going
inside
to
for the
drive
first
round the
horseshoe.
inside for the horseshoe.
Gets it done. Can they
Pretty
from the
good
RSR
move
Porsche?
from
Don't
the
think there is
Cerberus.
going to be. Good job done.
Job done
They're
indeed
racing now
for
in the
SL
lead
Racing.
for GTD.
As we have Jonathan Holohan making up the comeback. He's right behind the Rafael de Bock, the number 44 GTLM. I say number 44 quicker than just trying to spell that team name. And it's an easy pass for Holohan. He's got still Sven Gielhood ahead. So Sven Gielhood leading the GTLM class. Rafael de Bock second,
Leading
and
by a
Andrelede in
fair
third.
way as well.
GTLM class is not looking really close indeed, but Sven has come back from a DNF on the first before the restart, the red flag.
They came in for the pit stop and they were just oddly enough DNF'd, but they were on the lead lap and I guess they do deserve to be up there.
And
fast
Jesus
driver.
has gone wide. After the chicane into the horseshoe, I think he's going really wide as the camera is booked. And
holding himself
Tom
together.
Rogerson is up into second. We've missed action.
Again with a big snap coming out of the first horseshoe.
With missed
is
action,
not
Tom
working well with
Rogerson up into second position with the Vector Motorsport after being last on the restart back in 10th. He's now 2.7 seconds
Ooh.
behind Max Verker. He's
I was
past
about to be
Angel.
overtaken by the TBR car. Very defensive into the bus stop.
Indeed, very defensive.
Ah.
And we've got a crash. We've got a crash. Lucas Miranda has crashed into the... Oh, and there's a wheel missing. And
Those guys,
someone's
that's
going to take that wheel. And
their first race in the IVRC, and that is not going to go well for them. As
now
they're
he
hard
goes
in
into the
outside
wall
as
again.
well.
Very difficult. Laszlo
I don't
Taylor's
think they
going
have
to
any steering.
have to guess.
No, they
He's
don't.
going round very safely indeed. But
They do
it's
not
not
have
being
any-
a good race for the OS front row team in the DPI, neither the GTLM, and they couldn't join the GTD class because of personal issues. He's going around still, but what's the point in continuing if you've got an issue like that? So, if we go back, Angel Gonzalez has now lost places again, and he's got Lorenzo behind. Ahead of him is Lee Jong. Tom Rogerson now 1.9 seconds more or less behind 1.7. Getting really close to Max Verker. And they've got the first of the GTDs ahead last, effectively. He's Mason. Augusto Masson, should I say, because he's Argentinian. Tom Rogerson taking the slipstream. Very good indeed. Max Verker maybe lost a little bit of time. Here we see a good view of the bus stop. Everyone goes through. And that's Lorenzo and Angel going side by side into the oval.
DNF.
Who's DNF'd? Yeah, they had a lot of damage indeed. They didn't pit. That's another DNF now. Angel is taking back the slipstream. He's going to try and go around the outside into the start-finish line. Can he keep it? He's going to try and make a move like he did in Mark on the restart. 10 minutes have gone in since the restart. Switch back. Not worked with Lorenzo. He's having more pace. Now
Mark
he
now
needs to
beginning
stay ahead.
to lap the Shadow Racing cars as that's the GT cars.
Yeah, he lapped the first of GTD cars when he entered the oval last time. And Tom Rogerson getting every lap, every bit closer. 1.4 seconds behind the Repsol Swinigal Racing team. Remember, Max doing this all alone, and he's going to stay one more hour than he usually would if this race had gone up to schedule. Running out of
At least he
boys.
did have that break with that red flag. That you can really take out of that. C-Force Racing back up to 10th and 11th after the shaky start, but they got a fair way to dig to catch even the LMP.
Yeah, they're still behind the LMP2 cars. It's not the race they wanted for in force. But as long as they
cars
survive...
for class. Second lead in front. Long way.
We're back with the fight for fourth position. Angel is trying to go back into Lorenzo, very close to the camera. Lorenzo went there. He's going to try and go around the outside again. It's not worked the lap before. Oh, and Lorenzo, they get really close. I think they've touched. Around the outside, very late braking by Angel. I think he's done it this time. He's got the
Gone
inside for the
wide.
Herschel in the chicane. He's done it. He's made it clear. And he's gone a little bit wide.
Oh, he's gone very wide. He's missed
Yeah,
the
very
apex by a
wide indeed.
long shot.
Lorenzo is going to try and make a switch back into the inside in the King. That's very hard to make. They go a
How
little
much
bit
he's
onto the
weaving
grass.
there to try and find a way around.
Yes. Being really fun to watch this race. We're going to lap Otavio de Barros in the FRA car number... What number was this? 59, I think?
Yeah, the 59
59
Porsche
it
just
was.
there.
Goes on the outside. He does not get in the way. He doesn't need to get out of the way because it's a different class, but try not to interrupt this too. So Lorenzo, will he make a move into the bus stop? Is it close enough? He's 1/10 behind. He's going to get close enough. They've got the Ezel Racing car. He's trying to... Oh, really close indeed. Do not lap anyone there. That's very crazy, Angel.
There's a point, yeah, that's an awkward situation where you're just too far back, but you got pressure from behind, and you
Yeah, no
get a little
lapping
bit too
Oscar
eager to
Johnson.
dive.
Really close from Loresso. Franks is going to try to make a move around the outside. He's copying what Angel did last lap round. Going to have very tough time because Angel knows how to make it, and he probably knows how to defend it. Oh, really wide has gone Loresso.
He's got a pretty good exit
used,
though, which is going to put him back in it.
Just a little bit of the outside of the track. Thought that's very legal. Now
Oh,
he's
you lose
right
a lot of time
behind
on
it.
entry anyway.
Going on board with Loresso, with Team Bernie, number 22, I think it is. He had a really good qualifying. Now down in 5th position. Wide has gone Angel onto the grass. Mistake from Angel Gonzalez. The Rotados team, they're not going to be really happy with that. But he's really close and he's matching the pace of Loresso.
Bit of a
Will he be
GTD
able-
battle for the lead is actually looking really close between L and
Indeed it is. I hadn't noticed on the timing table, but indeed it is. It's going to go around the inside. Tom Rogerson, really clean move. A lot of respect between these two drivers.
oh, Philip Volan goes to the inside of the 21 BMW there. Bit
Oh,
unconventional,
yeah.
but he's made it work.
We go back to the lead. 5 tenths behind Tom Rogerson is Mark Sverka. So yeah, he's lost the lead, but can he gain it back? The number 1, or has he lost this lead because of pace advantage from Tom Rogerson? Chris Davis had a very poor start, and he wasn't able to
Doesn't run
come
wide.
back. Turn 1, it goes really wide. Tom, side by side, going to try and go on the chicane. A little bit
Outside is-
defensive goes Tom
Get a
under the horseshoe. Not
Get a good
something
exit out of the
you
horseshoe.
think it's very possible. But
Oh,
they've
there's
got
not
a
a space on
GTD.
entry into that horseshoe.
They've got, no, it's a
so,
GTLM, the GTLM of FRA.
Oh, and he has got around the outside
Oh,
after
no.
lapping that
No, it was-
GTLM, but Tom
Oh,
Rogerson's going to
he's
look to
gone.
get back on the inside.
Into turn number 6, it's also really dangerous, but he made the move stick into the bus stop. As I said, a lot of
Nice.
respect to see someone coming and to
Stay
respect.
neat and orderly, but Tom's going to be in the slipstream for NASCAR.
Yeah, but I think
Two.
Mark's got a little bit of slipstream from the next GTLM car, which
He'll
is
be trying to take all of it from De Bock.
yeah.
Going to be awkward coming into the bus stop. He's not going to get
That's
him.
not going. Oh, I think Tom's hit the bug.
Yes,
I
Tom
think Tom's
has
hit
hit
him.
He's hit
Tom's hit him,
pink
and that's
RSR. That's cost him a lot of time, and I think Mark is
a lot of time. It's cost
away.
him.
1.2 seconds. That almost puts him out of range of that slipstream.
But I think Mark hasn't got the pace advantage. I think Tom had the speed advantage, and in the overall lap, 134.3. That was the last lap. 133.1. But obviously Tom had that contact with the bike. Strong is not falling, but he's not that close. We've still got Angel and Loresso fighting into the horseshoe. Round the inside is going to go Angel. Really close between these two. It's been all race long since the restart. And Loresso is going to have to go into the grass. Round the outside into the kink. Turn number 4. 5 it is. So I've been counting the corners really, really bad. We've got the bug ahead to lap. And Francisco Vasquez had DNF'd. Francisco Vasquez, who is running alone, and Team
They were
Pui.
running quite, or he was running quite well before the red flag. He had worked his way up to 6th or 5th before getting a DNF, and red flag kind of saved him, but he's been DNF'd again. It is quite unfortunate. We've lost already 2 DPI cars now in just a matter of minutes of racing.
Back into the fight for the lead. Tom Rogerson has got this slipstream back. They're going
He's
to
quite
go
close
into...
to him now.
Yeah, he's very close. He's going to go around the outside, around the inside, but he's
low,
got a
goes
GTLM
high.
car. It's Van Yelhood. They go through the GTLM fastest lap for Tom Rogers on 1:31.901. So that says a lot. He's got a pace
Gonna get the
advantage.
switch back on him, and he's
done
gonna
it.
get in
He's
front.
done it. Stake 4 now into the horseshoe. Is Mark going to try and launch a move around the outside again? It's really, really dangerous and really, really hard.
But I think thinks better of it. Mark is really good through the second horseshoe though, compared to
Mark is
Tom
really
Rogerson.
good at anything you give him. Let's remember he won
Oh, look how much
the
later on the brakes he
TCC
is.
for viewers who are used to IVRC. Won.
Mark is a bit of a legend in this.
Yeah, he as I was saying, he's won TCC in 2018, I believe, and then 2019 1 and 2019 2. The defending champion he's been for the whole of 2019. And if we took overall the races he entered in the WEC in 2019, he won almost every one. He lost the LMP1 championship. Bruno Hispano, who's not competing today.
Yeah, he's competing in the 77 with
is he?
Jesus. Yeah, and they're currently ninth, so they're quite low.
Well, sorry for that mistake. I'm not looking at the Sporters Guide right now. But, as I was saying, he lost for a few points. So, and those two races he didn't enter in LMP1, he entered in GTLM. He won them. So, he's a really quick driver. He knows how to win and be really fast. But it seems like Tom Rogerson, someone who hasn't done an IVRC race ever, it's his first IVRC entry, is taking him a little bit of a fight. And if he enters the rest of the season and the rest of the year, which we will talk a little bit about later, because we've got a lot of interesting things this year here in IVRC, we may be in for a really, really good season of fighting. And Mark Sverker needs to look out, because he might not be defending at the end of 2020 any of his titles.
He's been at the top of at least the high downforce cars in LMP1 in the WEC for quite a long time. However, we are getting rid of the WEC midway through this year. So, and he's got a lot of stiff competition, as seen by Tom Rogerson and those VR. So he might not be the top dog for much longer. The young guns are catching up to him.
They are catching up to him. He's not that old either, but he needs to watch out, because there's these rookies who are pretty much going into his space, because we saw that on TCC there were some drivers giving him a fight, and it was really interesting to see, because also another fast lap from Tom Rogerson, 1:31.8. Very, very good indeed. So if he has pace he had in TCC, he was having fights, but he was smart enough to know when to push, and he came out on top at the end of the races. Maybe he's saving a little bit of fuel, trying to go longer, reduce a pit stop. Mark's got that strategy plan, that strategy thinking. He's a strategist. That's what we can call him. He's a very good strategist, and he knows how to plan his races. So maybe he's trying to win this by having one pit stop less than Tom. John, hello.
Hello?
I'm going to ask you now. We've been talking about 2020 IVRC. What do you think is the most interesting thing about the new series and the series we already had? We have TCC this year, WEC. We've got the Japanese Touring Car Championship and Open Wheel Championship joining the rostrum this year, and a lot of events which will come sooner rather than later. What do you think about this whole? What's the event, the series you're looking forward to the most?
I really think the Super GT series is gonna bring in a lot of demographic of drivers from the Asian scene over into the IVRC, which we don't have very many of, along with Open Wheel Championship, because I know a lot of guys in here originated from Open Wheel Championships in Factor and other games like that. and there was a bit of an outcry for an open world championship. No one thought it would be IndyCar, but it is going to be IndyCar. So we're going to see a few oval races on top of road courses, which would be really good because there are obviously drivers that are really good at oval racing, such as Christian Alvarez, who's quite good, but mainly with a stock car. So we'll see how he goes with the higher downforce at the oval circuits, but I don't know if he'll be competing. But yeah, I think that's going to really be quite good to watch due to just like the switch up between oval racing and road racing, because there'll be such a different demographic of drivers. You won't know who's going to win each week.
I'm really interested about the Open Wheel Championship. Oh, and we've had contact. Max had contact with one of the GTs. I think that was Otavio de Barros. I just saw. So,
yes,
yeah,
I just saw that as
a little bit of
well.
contact. And Angel and Lorenzo, they are still fighting, but we're not going to stop this little talk, this little like debate or whatever we can call it. The Open Wheel Championship will feature oval races, as you said, which are different to these kind of races we've done and any kind of race we've had at the IVRC. And of course, this includes some kind of Indy 500 look like. Lorenzo goes really, really wide. And if he makes a move like this, he has to give back the place if he does it. As I was saying, the Indy 500, I think it was going to be an outsider event. But if it is inside the calendar and outsiders can join, maybe they decide to keep into the championship. It's going to be really interesting. Both new championships, the championships which already were inside here, and all these new entrants we've had for the Daytona race. If they really like this, they may keep with us, and we may have a very good season upcoming of all the series.
Well, yeah, we've got 20 cars in this race, which might not seem like a lot, but once you break it down to a lot of the teams have 2 on 3 drivers, and you're looking at all of our other series, which are generally one driver races. You got a lot of competitors that can come in because we will be switching from WEC to American Endurance Championship, which will be based off the IMSA series. So I think a lot of people that compete in this will really enjoy the American Endurance Chits coming up. And to go to a lot of the American circuits as well will be very Ben pulling out a very good leader, 22-second lead to be exact, to rival Wealth, which is that Porsche, who was quite literally glued to the back of him for much of the first part of the race, where they were battling quite fiercely for 2 straight hours with Tanguy and Ben at the wheel of each.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm looking at the Angel Gonzalez versus Lorenzo fight again. These two are going to spend the whole of their stint fighting together. And it's very interesting because they make mistakes, they go a little bit far, but their pace is so similar. And when they are on traffic, they get trapped so much. They keep on getting together, and this is really, really interesting. It's the only fight we're having right now alongside Holohan and Krinos, but those are teammates, and I don't know how they will feel like fighting. But this has been really interesting. Kenneth Ragland and Lorenzo's car. Tom Rogers in 1:31.722. That's a very, very quick lap around here, although the fastest we've seen this weekend was a 1:29. And it's been really interesting to see over the camera he's going. He's killing the cameras. And Angel is going to try and defend that one. I'm trying to get the rear camera here, and here it is. Number 22, really close around the outside. Can he launch a move break later? It's very hard into the horseshoe. Exiting the horseshoe, better traction from Lorenzo. He's stuck back into his gearbox. Trying to make him move into turn number 6, maybe, into outside of the kink. Not enough space. Angel covering it really, really well. As I say, the commentator scores once again. This is not very really good for
Get a
him.
very good run on his inside. It's going to switch to the outside as he flicks it back to the inside. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, but
Falls back in
they're
behind.
still keeping right there. Rotterdam's team keeping ahead of Team Bernie number 22.
In the lead that Tom Rogerson's pulled out over Mark, it's up to 5 seconds now. 6 seconds, actually. Just steamrolling away.
Probably, as I said, Max is a very good strategist. He's probably lifting and coasting, saving a little bit of fuel to go some extra laps round. And if he does that each single stint, he may be able 131.4. Tom is really pushing. Tom is not saving anything. He might be able to go into the final stint having one less pit stop and leading the race with around 30 seconds probably, if he does it well enough, of course. So, round the outside, Raw Reso trying to go. It's not going to work.
Mark Stewart's now actually being caught by the TVR guys behind. They're only about a second off from him, and Slipstream coming in, so that is going to really help them, and that could be really quite to watch.
Really interesting to watch. It is being.
Obviously, just behind him, as
I
you were
think,
commentating,
Li Chong is catching up a lot. He's 1.5 seconds. A few laps before he was 2.5 seconds. So Mark has got to be saving a lot of fuel, a lot of tires. Whatever
Bernard
it is.
and Ernest are into the pits only on 17.
They're asking
Which
for more
is
GTLM and
very
GTD.
early.
Yeah, they're
So
asking
GTLM, we've got Sven.
Wait,
leading...
I think someone was pitting. No, what? Wrong.
Yeah,
what?
pitting was a DPI.
Yeah, it was
only
Bern
lap 17.
Emros, the Emros brothers. They were pitting. They will have some GTLM for you. FRA. It was the FRA guys asking in the YouTube chat. We do listen to you guys. So it's Sven Gilhood leading on GTLM.
Got a very comfortable
24
lead as
seconds
well.
lead. He's pulled out 24 seconds. Half an hour. That's just a beast pace. He's got Raffle the bot
Incredible.
behind.
Ben
For the
is
number
quite
44.
literally a god behind the wheel of any car that he drives. He will drive the wheels off anything, and he really loves his GT cars. Pulling out
He
a very
does
comfortable
love
lead
him.
over that pink RSR, who seems like their co-driver isn't as fast, not to discredit him, isn't as fast or as consistent as Tangai, who, in my opinion, is the most consistent driver in the whole of the IVRC, which is banging
Tangai-
times that are within tenths of each other.
Yeah, some guy who actually raced with me on the Brazil round of the WEC Championship back in 2019, round 9 of the championship. You were racing as well, I remember that. And Tangai,
Indeed.
first race, and he was on the pace. He was on paper. He was probably the fastest of the GT cars. And
Tell
then
you what, my
Sven-
current team boss punted me in that race and nearly killed me.
That's what some good teamwork right there, but
Shout out
you
to
know,
cheering us for
probably he couldn't do for you, as if you were probably driving upside down. Had to make it an Australian joke sometime. So after GTLM we have the GTDs, very close fight for the lead. Oscar Everett Jansen for FRA as well leading, both FRA
that.
cars.
That GTD class is actually looking really close. That SL
Yeah.
team has
No,
again
because-
pulled back in on the FRA sim racing guys.
The FRA cars have a very good lineup of drivers from both categories. And then after these two, we have some 23 seconds behind the other FRA, Otavio de Barros, those who couldn't even start at first. And then we have Christian Alvarez, Augusto Mason, and then the two DNFs at the DPI category of Francisco Vázquez and Lucas Miranda. Tom Rogerson, 7 seconds of the lead. Mark Zwerker, Li Zhong, Angel Gonzalez, fighting with Loreso still. What do you think about these two? These two are having a very, very interesting fight, and they just can't stop.
They're just incredible, the fights that we have between all classes, really. the exception of LMP2, which is a little bit one-sided currently. Nevertheless, like, one incident can change the whole thing. C-Force Racing now up to 8th and 9th respectively, ahead of
Yeah,
Germany. I do think one's pitting now. That's going to be Houlihan.
Yeah. Well, I've seen that pitting
IVR's
symbol.
also pitting now as well. Actually,
think-
Houlihan slowed heavily. That
Has he?
damage.
I see.
Yeah,
Li Chong is
TVR's just
pitting.
passed
Li
him.
Chong is pitting. Third
He's
place
pitting
in the
as
race.
well from third.
Number 33 for French team and TVR. And these two are fighting with. They had, I think that was Andre Later and Philip Boland in the LMP2 category. He's 6th overall. Amazing performance. Then yeah, you've got
He's
Jesus.
6th and still within a minute of the leaders. That is incredible.
An LMP2 car, I know.
Still waiting for to get behind the wheel. I think an hour. Dan will probably. But Philip is again a very consistent driver as well.
Yeah,
my
remember
eyes, so would
Philip,
Tanguy.
he's racing with your guest the interview before, Konstantin Grimminger. They're having a very good race. But now Jesus, here he is. And where's Jonathan? Jonathan spitted. Jonathan Houlihan has spitted.
He came in very slowly. I don't know if that was
has he
confusion with
Has he
the
DNF'd?
line.
Because he's got 0 pit stop. He's pointing to very good weight direction. Oh no, he's not. He's not very close
No,
to the.
he is out though. He almost hit the wall. Did you see
And
that?
Tom Rogerson has set another fastest lap. He's not saving anything. not saving anything.
131.2. Incredible. This man is on fire.
Going to beat that 129 from before. I
Then
said.
again, this team is very lucky as Chris Evans did crash out that car early on for our red flag incident, smashing it into the inside pit wall, but they are now out of that hole and they are flying as he gets his elbows out really with that SL BMW, who I'm pretty sure has now jumped. Yes, it has jumped the FR sim racing team, driven by Oscar Evers.
I'm sorry for
Yeah, that
those
battle is
guys
heating up.
who asked for GTD and GTLM. It's very hard to focus on the GT cars because the only fight there is on GT, or there was, it was the SL racing car because this versus the FRA car. But they have, I mean, yeah, SL has passed FRA, and not much fighting on the class. Like you can see here, Sven has got less lead because I think he's pitted. I think Sven has pitted indeed, and we've got Angel pitting, Loresso, and Loresso has had a very quick pit stop, and it's Moises Reyes up into the car now. So there has been a driver change in the Rotados Racing Team Spain, and remember Moises was the one who gave them the qualifying lap, who gave them 4th place in the grid. So I think they want to pass them because of pace and to just leave. But
Kirinos now in its DPI category.
yes, indeed. And when it's going to, I think Tom's pitted. Tom's pitted as well. I didn't notice, but Tom's pitted, and Mark has now got a little bit of a big gap.
Mark can only do probably 1, maybe 2 more laps on that tank of fuel.
I think he can do more because he was saving a big amount of fuel. He was going really, really slow in comparison. So 10 seconds behind with Mark. I think that's got to be at least 2 or 3 laps
I think
minimum.
Mark is going to try and stick to the... Well, he might try and... I think he'll come in on the next lap that way. And if he has saved fuel, it'll be less time stopped for the refueling.
This is being a very weird endurance race because, as I say, there's no GT fights. It's usually GT fights which are the interesting parts, but no GT fights. And the only fight we had on track, which was Loresso versus Angel Gonzalez, now Moises Reyes in the Rotodos. He's out. It's not. They're not close. They're not even close. Something has had to happen to Moises because he's really far. Still in the pit stop part. It says he's still in the pit stop.
Who's this for again? Sorry.
Moises Reyes on Rotodos.
He's out on track.
Yeah, but on the OST of the game, it says he's in the pit stop.
That's just.
That's a little bit of a bug, but the LMP2 cars going really long on the
They're
stint.
currently running 4th and 5th.
Yeah, really good. And Philip, I mean, he's still got a pit stop to do, but he's effectively 30 seconds behind the lead. 31. And
Has
Mark's
stopped
pitted,
in
by the way.
24 and
Mark has pitted. We've missed that as well. Sorry, we're missing a little bit of important things, but can't keep up with everything.
dropped even more time. Actually. Got an 11-second.
And now, yeah, there's not much going on. Lee Chong fighting to lap his GTLM cars. No, it's one GTLM and one GTD. I'm sorry. Wonder what's happening. This doesn't. Yeah, the field has just bunched off like a lot, and the closest. Oh, look at that, Oscar and Dovidas. They're really close now, 1.5 seconds apart. And I think that's Sven. So will Sven try to make Dovidas get a little bit slower, maybe try to interrupt him so Oscar can try to get a better result for his team, because it's effectively his team. Will Sven do that? My question right now. Will Sven try to play the team game, although they're not in the same category? Will Sven be a team player? Will he try to help Oscar Evers Jansen? He's going to go around the inside. That's not going to help Dovidas' line.
I don't think Sven will try and hold up that SL car. I think
Yeah, he's
Sven
held it. His carry on. Yeah, really, Sven can hold him up. He's got a big chunk of a lead. So that 6-10, 7-10s around that is the gap now. A little
that
bit of
gap
a
is
mistake
still
from
very
Dovidas.
close.
It is very close. Playing a really, really interesting race. And wow,
Big spin
what's
for
happened?
the DPI. Is that Tom Rogerson?
No,
Yes, it is Tom Rogerson. He's spinning.
Is it Tom Rogerson? What's happened
Yes,
to
Tom
Tom?
has spun.
Yeah, but how? What was he trying to lap the car? He dive bombed. Because I was changing
Yeah,
cameras.
I think he went to dive bomb and he's just locked the rears and just really, I think might have gone off track a little bit.
Here's a replay. It's very long replay here. I'm going to try and bring a replay here, just so everyone can see what's happening here. So there's a little bit of change for
I don't
everything
think
we
he
usually
didn't
see.
do a full loop. He just
He
drifted wide,
dived down
stopped,
the
and then
inside
kept
and he
going.
lost it. I think he touched. I think he touched with Oscar, but he lost it on the back. So we're back live, and Tom Rogerson is still leading 7-second lead over Max Verker, who's also got an 8-second lead over Lee Jong. Laura Resident 40 seconds behind, Moises Reyes 20 seconds behind. And race control Andrew Later has been disqualified. So this is an issue within the game. It's not Andrew Later, it's the game, it's not an steward.
I think he didn't have his lights on.
That could have been the issue. Indeed.
I don't know for sure.
I'm
but
going
yeah, I
to
was
check
just
the
looking at
replay,
him.
because no, he did have the lights on. Oh, did he switch them off? No, he didn't. So what's happened? I think it was blue flags. It may have been blue flags. Ignoring the blue
Very
flags.
peculiar.
Yeah, but this game doesn't recognize different classes. It's just ignoring blue flags may have been the issue here. So we're back live. Tom Rogerson's still leading. He's got 2 more seconds Max Verker.
Ooh, FRA racing
What?
team driven by Octavia getting very squirrely under the dirt. Out of
Wide out.
and
He's
in
hit the wall. He's hit the wall. I'm trying, exiting the right course. Going into the
don't
oval. He's
think-
hit the wall. Has he got any damage? That's my
I don't
question
think
right now.
it doesn't look like he plowed
Wasn't
the
a
wall,
very
but that is
hard
going to be
hit.
some front end damage. Not significant though, but that will cost him in the pit stop, and obviously time from having to reverse.
Had to reverse. He's had that issue. I don't think it will be a very, very hard issue for him. A very harsh punishment, but car does seem okay.
Well, that has cost him a position to Christian Alvarez in
Yeah,
Shadow.
Christian, who was DNF first
It did
race.
after they were our first DNF.
So Oscar and Dovidas are
Very
still
early
fighting, but Oscar has got ahead of Dovidas. Going on board with Dovidas.
Here comes that
indeed.
DPI coming from a little bit far back. They might catch.
We're going to go into the car. This is a view we don't usually get, but I think it is a good idea to see.
Oh, wide goes
So-
the Porsche of the FRA.
He's got a little bit of tank slapper. Dovidas
Oh,
saved
Alvarez
it.
has spun.
To Albers.
So close to coming into the path of. He's got cars coming. Oh, Alvarez is into the
he's hit the
wall.
wall. He's got a few cars coming in, indeed. I
I
was
think-
focusing on the fight, and he's got Moises Reyes coming.
Alvarez has collected himself. Should be okay, but that is something that's going to be a while
Could
to
be
wear
okay,
off.
indeed. But
Rogerson again pulling out such a astonishing lead over someone as fast and as consistent as Mark's worker. Incredible. Followed by the TVR guy. Coming out of turn 4, still about the same gap, so 15 seconds off the lead and about 8 or 7 seconds off Mark.
going
Followed
to do a
by...
little rundown again of the whole race. Sorry for
And a-
cutting you there. Sorry,
You
Jan.
look good. A big gap down to 4th, 30 seconds or more. And then 10 seconds back is going to be Ray's in the other DPI in Roto 2 Racing Spain. The other Team Bernie car, the second car, is currently running just 3 seconds off, so that's going to be a close battle with the Morris brothers. And we've actually got Constance Grimmer in the LMP2 now. They've switched with Philip Volland. He's going to take the reins of that car now, trying to maintain that lead to the Tevez
So-
Sim Racing team.
Just sorry, a little quick. So in the YouTube chat, they've confirmed he has been disqualified due to headlights off.
Yes, when you flash it, there's a timer in that. So he
15
must have
seconds
been-
it usually
yeah.
gives you.
So he must have been flashing. I've noticed him flash before, so he must have been flashing, or maybe he had them off for a set period of time. Yeah.
Also, we
'Cause-
haven't noticed, but they've pitted in LMP2, and we have got Konstantin Grimminger into the car, and I've lost the other LMP2.
The other LMP2 is still behind.
Richard
coming
Wonders.
through
It's
turn-
Wonders on the car now, so they've both changed the drivers. But it's Grimminger 16 seconds ahead still of Richard Wonders. Remember, Richard did set pole for LMP2, but because he did cut in the entry of the bus stop chicane he's just gone through, he was disqualified, or his fastest lap was removed. They were moved down to second place in the LMP2 class. It wasn't that much of a disadvantage, as it's only 2 cars.
You
it's
start on the
big enough.
outside rather than the inside. However, for the C-Force Racing guys in DPI, it's been a bad day for them as they currently sit 9th and 11th, not really clawing their way past the LMP2 guys.
I think
Long
actually
race
Grimminger
for
has
them.
let the C-Force guy go past, because now they are faster, so why should they even fight?
Well, they're a lap down to them almost, which is insane. Them, Houlihan and Chirinos. Sven pinched between both DPI cars, which is just incredible the pace that Sven has to be on par with a DPI. Streaking away from that pink RSR car, piloted by DeBach.
Yeah, Oscar is 13th now.
GTD's looking
fighting.
a lot closer, actually.
GTD cars are very, very quick.
They're going to come into the
very
bus stop.
fighty today.
FRA is going to be quite defensive.
Yeah, and he's got an
single file through the
LMP2
bus
car
stop.
behind and a DPI.
They
So
will
they've
have to go
got...
around the outside. That's going to
Yeah,
give the
they
BMW
should-
options, though. We could follow them for slipstream.
Wow, the DPI really
Oh!
close to hitting both. Oh, and the LMP2 Konstantin Grimminger. There's been contact for
Oh!
sure there.
Grimminger's hit the wall and multiple cars there. Stan, what are you doing? Pull your head in, mate. And he's going to go into the pit lane, I believe, for damage. Yes, he is. That's going to be a big hit to them. Very unfortunate there for Stan. Where is that second place? So
And we're focusing
they've
on the
already
GTD
overtaken.
fight. GTD fight for the lead. I'm focusing on for the viewers on the YouTube stream. Being really, really interesting. 4 tenths is the gap between David Laren and Vicious and Oscar Evers Jansen, who haven't pitted. They haven't changed drivers. They've been fighting for the time since we restarted. And I'm going to focus back because, yeah, Konstantin has had to pit. We did say that live. He went into pits, lost a place to reach Wonders. So I think lapping those cars, like how crazy, I don't know which one of the DPIs was, but it was a very crazy move. So back then, Loreto, I think Moises is actually catching up to Loreto. I think it was Loreto the one who caused all the mayhem, so maybe that will give him a little bit of a penalty after the race. The stewards may need to have a look at that, but we're going
On
back.
the Porsche going aggressively. BMW is going to be on the side for the horseshoe. Squeeze the
Very close that went, and
Porsche is going to.
Sven is ahead of the DPI, but he won't last too long. But very good race from the Sven he's doing. Very, very good indeed. I'm going to focus on him. So let's go onward with Sven. As much as we can see. Get us through a lap of Daytona, John.
Who are we going to be going on board with?
Sven.
It's Sven
10th position.
is on board.
FRA. So there we can see the moon. Actually, it's very deep into the night here at Daytona. We're going to go into a lap with John.
Across the start finish line, coming into turn. Double apex, get another apex, bring it in to the right. Don't hit that pin like some Davis. That awkward right left. Find the apex. That apex though. Bit of track that they've given you. Look towards the kink. And it as best you can. Before getting over to the left, brake in on that access road. Get wide, get to the concrete. Right hand side as long as you can. Slowly bring it to the left after the curb ends. Then you're looking for the other access road on the right. That braking point, turn it in. Keep it as tight as good on the power as it has to blue flag here for
Yeah, he's in a blue flag condition. That
Look
is
for the 3 and the 2 sign,
Lorenzo.
as that's your breaking point, breaking down in for the bus stop.
Lorenzo
The
has
DPI
gone
goes wide
wide.
in front of him, though.
Got another DPI probably behind or LMP2, some fast car.
Really focus for your exit on that bus stop and stick to that yellow line as it.
Yeah, so just to tell you, John, I felt it was cutting for me. Your Audi is sometimes cutting, so I don't know if they had the whole of the lap. So just to inform everyone, we're here. 3 hours remaining, 3 hours and 7 minutes remaining of the Daytona 6 hours. We had a red flag, we had to restart. Don't worry, we're here until the end. And in a few minutes there should be someone joining us. Though probably not. So we're going to stay here for a long time together. We're going to be really close friends after this one, John. So you can tell us how hard is it to leave? Sitting on your ceiling.
Well, to lead is difficult in some respects, but in other respects it's actually a blessing and get control the race. So like a lot of the cars behind you will do stuff based on what your decisions are. So really big head games that, you know, if you're soloing it, that's really hard for you to figure out yourself. So generally you just drive hot laps really like what Mark's doing, and anyone following. But for people like Sven here in a calculated team, they're going to be feeding him as much information as possible, and Sven's a so Sven the lead for his teammate.
Constantine has made a mistake. I think he was on the grass. Ben keeping up in 10th. 40 seconds now. 40 seconds ahead of the next GTLM car. That's really, really interesting.
And we have another DNF.
Who's the DNF? Yes, Jesus Queridos. It was a really tough day for the number 77, number 55. Ended up away, so
The 55 car has kind of dragged its way back past in the.
Okay. There's a driver change. I think it was Oscar Evers Jansen who has gone out of the car. Not now Joe Gaustitis. Number 66 of the FRA car. And in Alvarez going out ahead, but Saulius, they've got now Saulius Lauranavicius, what a great surname. They're now ahead by quite a lot, so they may have some damage. Why are they fighting with number 59? I don't know really. Number 59, where is he? I've lost him. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but Magnus Bore, the car, number 59, which is the closest to Laura Navicius. So who knows? Who knows which car was driving who? And who was fighting who? I'm really lost. I'm sorry. Really, really lost. We've got the chance to fix this. For the next 3 hours we should be a little bit more side. It's been
That
more
59's currently right.
Oh, we had a brief yellow flag. Turn number 1. And Bernard and Ernest M. Ross, the two brothers cars, number 18 for the Team Bernie, went off. He went off in the horseshoe.
Did he hit the wall?
I'm going to have a look at the replay. Of course, it's a very long time of replay they've got here. So he was behind one of the GT cars, I think. No, or was it? That was Tom Rogers, and he was being lapped. Probably just he went on the grass while braking, and yeah, he hit a little bit of the wall. So we're going to have a look again at that. He went to the grass when braking and little lost it. Costly mistake for the Team Bernie guys. They have still Loreso in P4. What? What? Oh, okay. So John has gone off, and we've got Loreso in 4th. Again, Team Bernie 4th and 6th. And Moises Reyes trying to catch up to number 22, Bernie. Really tough afternoon for the Rotterdam team. Did get some advantage after the red flag. They were able to lead the race. They were able to overtake Mark Sverka until Tom Rogerson came. He was 10th on the restart. They had trouble at the start of the race. Chris Davis had some trouble. But now Tom leading with a 16-second gap to Mark Sverka. Lee Jong, 3rd. Loreso, Moises Reyes, Bernard and Ernest Amros. Richard Wanders, the first of the 2 LMP2 cars. Konstantin Grimminger had a little bit of trouble when he was being lapped by Loreso, and he was lapping 2 GTD cars. And Jonathan Holohan, the remaining of the C-Force cars. Then again, Konstantin Grimminger here. Alfie Bevan has now got into the GTLM, car of FRA. Got into it, and he's still leading, I think. Young guy on the wedge. Now on the other GTLM, which was pretty fast at the start, not gonna lie, pretty fast at the first few stints. Now behind FRA, but he hopes to come back. Off is pretty quick as well, but not as quick as Sven was being. So hopes are high for the FRA team. They're leading both GT races, GLM. Alfie Bevan, 37 seconds ahead of the number 44 Belgian car, whose team name is completely unpronounceable. And then they were leading, Saulius Lardanovich is leading the GTD category, with Carl Magnus Bora just 20 seconds adrift. Then Christian Alvarez and Joe Gaustatis in 15th. They had a very, very long pit stop. On last place of the racers, it's Agustin Bustamante, Argentinian, 1 lap down of the next running car. 4 DNFs or 4 DPIs. 3 DPIs left, and 1 disqualification for the OS front row GTLM car for not running with head. Lucas Miranda, Francisco Vázquez, and Jesus Quirinos out. Tom Rogerson still leading. Going to have a look at an onboard lap with him. 123, 123. I don't know if you can hear this very well with the engine sound now. So that's my question. How well can you hear me?
If you guys can
I think you should be able to hear this well now. It is now a little bit less engine volume. I think we've missed a little bit of spin. Yeah.
Green has gone back. Oh,
Yeah,
we're good
so
now.
I think you can hear this pretty well now. But I think it was Constantine indeed had to spun, or was it Lorenzo? I don't know. Anyways, Lorenzo has
Yeah, it
beat
was
it.
Lorenzo.
It's Kenneth Ragland now inside the car, and Moises Reyes now up into 4th position. He's 1 minute behind Lee Jong, but he's 4th, which is the important thing, and he's at 1 lap ahead of anyone else. As Tom Rogerson is now into lap number 44. This reduced race, I think, well, not reduced, because we're 1 hour later than we should expect on the schedule. But of course, we have plenty of time to go, plenty of action to cover, and that's Lee Chong going into the pits again. And Mark has had a yellow flag, I think. Yeah, Kenneth spun again. So Kenneth Ragland has had another spin. And Team Bernie, we're having a pretty good race with number 22. They now have Kenneth, who is struggling this car. He's had a spin. I think that was Max Verken went to avoid Kenneth. Unbelievable scenes. Kenneth's now in. Yeah, he's losing a lot of time. He's down to 7th. And his teammates Bernard and Ernest Amros, who had just pitted, are now ahead of him. So number 22 has now lost a technical fight they had with Rotodos race in Spain. And Moises is now up into 3rd, but he's got a pit stop to go, and Lee Chong hasn't.
Well, Mark's also now 20 seconds off the lead, which is
That's a big gap. Leading the GTD race, the LM, LVP even for FRA Sim Racing, 34 seconds ahead of Tanguy van die Wage. And then Saulius Lara Navicius ahead of Carl Magnus Boré, but Carl is reducing the gap. He's just 12 seconds, 11.5 seconds behind Saulius. So we could have a very tasty race ahead of us. So John, have you fixed your microphone issues?
yes, I believe so.
So if you could hold for a long time so we could test it. You're here to talk and you're not talking. What's your problem?
Actually, is. Okay, my sound should be a lot better now. Mark, I don't know what he's gonna do, but that is a long way to the current. Got a big gap behind him, but I don't know if he'll be happy with 2nd place, so he might start pushing. Probably a stint or two, he might decide that he has to gun it. Coming into the Daytona, 20 seconds is a long way, especially distant time proven to be with his pace as well. That's compared to Mark, who already has such a high standard.
I think Mark's not going to be happy if he ends up in second place, but neither is any one of these guys racing, so some guys are just racing for fun, but still, you want to finish first in anything you compete at. So Moises now up into third again, because he needs to go into the pits, and he's pretty much got a fourth place in completely on his hands. Does not make any mistakes, and if whoever comes after him doesn't make any mistakes. I think Kenneth Ragland has spun, and he's indeed stopped. He stopped one of the GTLM cars. I think he stopped. Yeah, he parked ahead of Agustin Bustamante. So, wonder what Kenneth is doing, because Kenneth is causing a lot of incidents.
He's been having a lot of trouble trying the 22 Mazda. It's be quite a bit of an issue.
So here's what he did. He dive bombed, then lost the back end, and he got the path of Agustin Bustamante, he's a lap down he's a lap down of anyone still, but you don't want those things to happen. Saulius is just out of his mind. He's trying to lap them, and he's not thinking about the moves he does. Losing a lot of time. He's just 6 seconds ahead of the FRA team.
Coming down pit road.
Oh, Tom went into pits. Kenneth went into pits again. And that's the gap now, 37 seconds ahead.
Pit stop for
Tom, he may have had some issue. I think a minute is pretty okay pit stop. No, I haven't been looking for the pit stops.
Actually, it's been a little bit longer. Mark's got a 50-second lead now.
Yeah, he hit the wall while exiting the pits. I did see that. So Tom Rose and his trouble thing. And now let's go back to Saulius and Carl Magnus Bohr. Remember, Carl Magnus Bohr, he's a very quick driver. The pairing he's got with which one was it? With Oscar? I think it was with Oscar.
In the FRA entry.
He's on the 66 car, no, it's on the 59. So let me check it. Number 59. He's with Otavio de Barros. So, number 66 has a lot of ground. When I mean a lot, it's a lot of ground, and I think FRA has got both cars in GTD. They have good enough pace to win this.
SL Racing is obviously, after the red flag, have proven to be very consistent and show a lot of pace. So they are going to be the people to beat. Obviously, FRA does have 2 cars to compete. SL only has their 1.
SL was originally going to enter 2 cars, but they couldn't hire enough drivers. So they had to stick with 1, number 21. And Alfie also running for FRA, the GTLM class. Alfie, who is together in the car with Sven Gilhud. And Alfie, really good pairing of drivers. They've got a really quick pairing for all 3 cars they've got on display tonight. And also in 9th, T4's number 55, Felix Keems, Kenyan driver, taking into the car.
A driver from Kenya, actually. I haven't seen much of this guy. He's new to the series. I'm pretty sure it's the first Kenyan ever to be racing.
No, it's not. It's not. Because
is he not?
No, in TCC in the last few rounds there was some guy whose surname was Gonzalez. and Tuki Gonzalez, and I think he was from Kenya.
Oh,
I'm
there
not
you
sure
go.
about that, but I think he was. So, or Ethiopia or something like that. But it's not. We're not used to seeing drivers in real life from there. Neither we are on sim racing.
Well, Kenya is mainly known for its endurance runners rather than its sim racers or even race car drivers in general.
Sorry to
However, it
say,
is
that's a
good to
very
see-
racist comment.
What?
A very racist comment.
How is it? I'm complimenting them on their running.
But not on the sim racing.
Yeah, well, running is more of their genetically benefited sport. And like racing, they don't have local motor racing over there really, and like even just in Africa as a whole, they don't really have motor racing as in like any professionally recognised FIA sanctioned leagues.
Well, they've got like the Marrakesh E3, but that's the only
Yeah,
thing.
so you've
The
got-
only kind of and you've got Kai Lamy in South Africa, but that's the only two races I think we've had on an international kind of ambience on Africa, because there's not been much racing in Africa, has there been?
Yeah, so you used to have the South African Grand Prix back in the 70s.
70s, like 80s and 90s. Yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
It's a very cool story. Because I know this because a Spanish YouTuber did a video. There was a time when the South African Grand Prix was held on New Year's.
On New Year's Day.
Yes, exactly.
That would have been a wild party, I'll tell you.
No,
that much.
it was 2 years. I think it was 1964 and 1967 or 19. Both those years, the first practice and second practice, the practice sessions were held on the 30th and 31st of December. The race was held on the 1st of January of 1965 or 1964. Sorry, so pretty interesting to know that it was raced then, but. Then again, that was the first race of the season. They had to wait 4 months until the next race on Monaco.
4 months is what the off season now.
No,
Like-
we have 2.5 months of off season now.
Is it
Or
all
3 months.
off?
3 seasons more or less. So we have to say
Yeah.
it should be the last race of the season, not the first, if it was going to be held then. Of
Yeah, to be
course, it
held
wouldn't
that
have been the
far off.
1964 season, because a race is held in 1965. For example, as I see Bernard and Ernest M. Ross car in the number 18 of Team Bernie spun into the bus stop. Also, Richard Wonders for the LMP2 team of Tevez Rookie, pitting 5th, 7th is Konstantin Riminger, still trying to fix whatever the problem they had. After that,
Well, Mark has actually taken the lead after his pit stop, so Tom
yeah,
Anderson
he
definitely
has.
had to. It's close though. Big battle down into turn 1.
you know, Kenneth spun.
And spun
Right in front of
again.
him.
He cannot get to
He's
grips
having
with
a lot
that
of
car.
trouble with the fixed setup. You know, after they changed car, they get the fixed setup, and that's a big issue because they practice without the fixed setup, at least on brake pressure and everything. It's a very hard thing to change the way you brake if you're used to that 100% brake pressure instead of 85 they get now. It's going to be
Yeah, that
really
is
tough.
something we should mention is that this is a fixed setup series to try and level the playing field as much as we can to avoid people finding setup glitches seconds a lap. So yeah, fixed series to, it's much more of a driver's series rather than, setup.
We're seeing the fight for the lead as they're going to catch up to the GTLM car number 44. And very close, Mark defending. And Mark, I think Mark knows if he keeps like this, he's got to race. Mark knows it.
But that does give him the flash to signal, you're a little bit hairy.
He's very
Calm it down.
close, Tom. Running outside, he's going to try and go a lot of meters to go.
Gonna have
He's
to go
lost
the long way.
momentum.
Come on,
Lost
Mark, hold the
momentum.
inside. Hold that yellow line. Come on.
Very close. They go through the line,
Cross the line.
400ths of a second separating them as they cross the line. From the outside, he's trying to go. Tom, he's
Absolutely
used a little bit
nothing.
of the. He's a little bit of the outside of the track.
And does snatch the
That's
lead
not
back
very
then.
legal, my eyes, but he's made the move sick. Now, Mark has to stay close. Pace is not
Yeah,
his.
it's all about the slipstream here on this track. If you can say that in the
Tom
slipstream,
has
you
got a
are
big
good.
amount of pace. Tom has got a big amount of pace and much better than Mark, or at least that's been shown in the last 2 stints.
I don't know if Mark's leaving a lot of stuff in reserve, but yeah, this Tom Rogerson guy, absolutely
Absolutely amazing. He's setting. But what we thought, at least I thought Mark was going to have an easy win. Still, he was alone. He was going to have an easy one. But Tom Rogerson has come in. He's blowing up the competition. Not the competition. He's blowing up what we thought. Mark is now having to race someone, and I really hope, as I said before, hope Tom stays with us for a long time, because Mark was having a big ride. He was having a walk in the park most of the series. Now he's got someone who is, if not quicker, at least as quick as him on pace.
He's even proving that he is quicker at the moment by absolutely tearing the whole.
And
Look
Alfie.
at that lead he's pulling.
Alfie has
Look at
made
that
Mark
lead
lose
in his
some
way.
time. Alfie's doing really good race as well. I think he's leading by a big chunk as well. He's got 52 seconds. No, sorry, 10 seconds out.
Yeah, that RFA,
52 seconds ahead.
That RFA for GT.
No,
for
also
the GT.
Kenneth. No, sorry, Tanglai going to be lapped by, is that number 18? Yeah, it is number 18. He's lapped, but Saulius is leading still. 3 seconds behind is Carl Magnus Bore. Whenever Carl changes, whenever Ottavio comes back, it may not be an advantage. Ottavio wasn't showing flashes of much more speed than Carl is showing. You know, he's having, as we said before starting the race, we told them these races to have fun. There's a competition, of course, but having fun is what prevails here. And if they're having fun, that's the important thing. Said Alfie leading. 10-second lead over Tanguy van de Wedge. And it's Kenneth next, who's got a little bit of a problem with his car. He's 40 seconds behind Konstantin Griminger, LMP2. So we've got both LMP2s really quick and ahead of two DPRs. I've said LMP1 sometime.
Kenneth has been spinning every.
Yeah, every 2 to 3 laps he's spun round. It is a big problem.
With his rear brakes. I know you can change brake bias in these cars.
Yeah, he
Also,
should
I'll
be
be trying-
checking that.
I'd be
Maybe-
making a heavy adjustment, probably putting it a lot.
I'm sure some of these settings, so some of the spins he's had is because of he spun and then he spun again because he had the tires at a very hot temperature and he's cutting the track. What is he doing? What is Kenneth doing? He was trying to avoid the BTLM car and he tried to cut the track. That's not worked what he
With that
wanted.
car.
I mean, that should be a big penalty because he's just trying to avoid someone by not even doing the track. And
Well, it's not that Kenneth is, you know,
he's not in a competitive position now. He's
hurting himself more than anyone.
he's close to nobody. I mean,
GD
but
car though in SR racing is
oh,
one
wow.
very
there's been a
nice
fight because the LMP2 car was lapping, I think, That was probably Bore, Carl Magnus Bore, or no, it was Gausitis. So he's got to catch Richard Warenders and Konstantin Griminger, who are LMP2 cars, and he's on a DPI. If he finishes behind them, having had space trouble, that'll be pretty embarrassing. Lorenzo was doing a very, very good job with that car. And now we have Moises Reyes in 4th, who's kept alive to the fight, and he hasn't had to fight anyone to take the place back. Rotodos have kept their cool, and they knew Kenneth was going to join the car sometime, and they knew because Kenneth hasn't had a very good history driving. He's caused mayhem in the TCC category, caused mayhem in the WEC, or at least a little bit of controversial crashes. He's now having trouble with this. I think they were waiting for Kenneth to jump into the car to have some kind of, advantage, because Moises is a very quick guy. He's shown all throughout the weekend into the race now. In qualifying, he set the fastest lap. I remember this is the first official race for Rotodos, and they're joining for the 2026. And I've been talking to some of them. They want to join for most of the series, and oh, he gets a little bit of a tank slapper there. They want to join for most of the series. They're thinking about some, they're probably going to confirm some. They hope these guys join the WEC, because one of those the drivers they do have here, he was rather quick, but with something. He wasn't the quickest, but he was calm, and I think being calm is more important in endurance racing. The YouTube chat being really calm now, really steady, not doing many, what do we say? Goes through, that's, I think that was Konstantin, or what was that? Yeah, Kim's, sorry. I'm really losing now here. It's starting, the sun is starting to rise, I think. Yeah, we have Luke.
Was racing a bit close for comfort. Bit of a Force racing car is still only both LMP
So
running DPI.
I think, yeah, Kenneth has already passed Konstantin Griminger. I think Konstantin has pitted. They
are now.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I think he has. And Alfie, he now has 4 second leads of Tangui, or however we say them. He's catching up. So, GTLM race winning for FRA not confirmed. Neither is GTD, but Carl Magnus Bore was catching at a very good pace, and he's now more or less keeping the pace, but he's not closing it that much. And now he's got Alfie Bevan to try and help him, because Alfie has just unlapped him.
That GTLM class, there's only 2 of them left currently running, but there's still only 3.8 seconds between them, and they've been going right half and just 3 seconds between.
Yeah,
it's just insane.
I think, yeah, Alfie should help Carl Magnus Bore do some team games. But of course, I'm
Just so hard
to
with the
say
acceleration difference between 2 classes.
it is really, really tough. But oh my, he's going round to get some. Going to go running inside the bus stop. Going to hurt.
W's
It's going to hurt Saulius. It has hurt a little bit Saulius, not too much indeed. Now Carl is just 2.1 seconds. He's got some time out of him, but he's got to take the blue flags. But no, he doesn't. He doesn't have to take them, but he's got to go through the number 44. And he's catching up also to number 44. 2.8 seconds behind only. Having a very dreadful race, isn't he? He's having trouble. 2.5 hours remaining, by the way. Going to be long enough for us here. Well, a long morning for you. It's Monday already.
You know, it was Monday before this.
Was it already? I don't know.
It was before race start.
Wow. So, we should declare this as a little bit of a fight we're going to have. This is going to be a very, very interesting fight. As Saulis is going to is having to slow down because there's cars around here and you don't want to crash someone with 2.5 hours to go. Everything's still to play for. You don't want cars crashing into you or yourself crashing into anyone. So Alfie, 1.5 seconds now. He's really losing this lead. Really losing it. Oh, Tango has clashed with Konstantin Rimger. He's gone
straight on at the bus stop.
Yeah,
he's to yield all the time.
I went to take an on-board with Tangai, and he was flying, literally flying.
It is a big breather for Alfie.
Big breather indeed. I'm going to
was
have a
closing
look.
in aggressively. He was actually getting into the slipstream of Grandma. Tango almost all of it. Slipstream, right?
Going to look at the replay, and Konstantin was going up the inside in the bus stop, and some guy just wanted to have a racing line. I think this should be not a penalty for anyone. It's a racing incident, but if they have to penalize someone, some guy was trying to get the racing line when the Olympic car was already ahead of him. But still, it was very little bit of grief for Alfie. Oh, Alfie!
Alfie's kind of blocked Grandma there.
Yeah, he's kind of blocked. He doesn't have to let him through, of course. He's not the same class. It's different
there's
race.
a difference between letting someone through and kind of slamming the door on a faster car.
Yeah, that was a big door closing, and it was a very, very strange move. I think that's Moises Reyes catching up to them, the deep yellow.
I think it's almost justified due to the gap between Tangai, but
Don't help.
and I
It's
say
not helped.
almost.
Not help them at all, and it's
And Tangai
Alfie.
is just what he was.
oh, he's
just
trying
a
to
lap
go
ago,
around
and
the
he's
inside in
all
the middle of
over
the
him.
chicane. He's all over his gearbox. I almost say all
And,
over his
I
gearbox.
will mention that sun is starting to rise in the background of the bus stop chicane.
Going to be some beautiful shots with the sun a little bit orange.
See that sky.
And Tangai in the middle is
Light
going to go. The
blue.
LMP2 car is not going to end well if they keep behaving like this. The faster cars today are behaving really in a really weak way. And there's a
Oh, they're 3-1,
God.
4-1!
I just said it, yeah, they're behaving really weak. And there's a GTD in the middle. I think that's Bustamante, yes. Bustamante.
There were
He
two
blocked
GTLMs and an
Griminger.
LMP2, and they went 4 wide in turn 1, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a very weird incident to see. Not.
The LMP2 car of Constant Grimmer is
We're going
all
to have a look at the replay of that the moment I catch up to it. So we see Tangai was getting the slipstream. It was Griminger trying to go around the middle of those two. There wasn't enough space. No, tried to go around the outside of those two, and then he found Bustamante clashed with Tangai, who hit him, and then Tangai hit Griminger in the process. It's a very, very strange incident. And the stewards are going to have a look at this after a race.
Tangai's car is
I'm
quicker
sure they
than
will.
Alfie at the moment, and I'm very confused at why Alfie's
Max,
car, where are all of its pace is gone, because Alfie is by no means a slow driver, and that car is by no means a slow car, but all of a sudden the pace just evaporated, really.
He had a 30-second lead when he jumped into the car. Where have those 30 seconds gone? And look
They've
at
just
that,
been eaten
Constantine
up
has
by
already
that
got
Porsche.
past.
Yes,
Constantine
Tangai is
Riviere.
in the car now, and Tangai is of a driver, and we are going to have
We're having a very
ETLM
hard
fight.
time. That's Tom. Tom is between these guys. Tom is going to be really smart. He goes through. He's going to have as well Riviere. But into the grass a little bit. So it's going to keep fighting, and Alfie's going to lose. Not because we want him to lose the position, but he's not got the pace right now. He's not, as you said, he's not a slow driver. He's having no pace right now.
I don't know where that pace has gone. It's almost gone with the dead of the night, really. That pink Porsche is all over that rear end. If that Porsche could get in front for the infield section, I think the Porsche's going to be gone and, well, stay off for the distance. They figure out what is wrong with that car.
He's made the move, stayed around the outside.
Oh, and he is clear, and he does clear him, and he slams the door on him. Now he's just going to bolt and do a Sebastian Vettel 2013. And just trying to run away with it now.
Not many more to defend. He's already made that first move. Around the inside goes Alfie again.
Well down the inside, so he's probably going
And
to
then
get
the bar
in
stop
there.
is a very need to have a lot of confidence to keep it around the inside. The bar stop, and no, he's not going to crash into the markers around the outside, lapping this two. He leaves a lot of gap. He knows these two are fighting. Look at that, round the outside again in the oval section. This is being a very great race with these GT cars. And I'm glad these guys told me to focus more on the GT cars, because I was completely forgetting about them, not because I didn't like them, but simply because those loaded, sometimes I don't feel like they're that insane, but a very good race for them. Right inside again, the horseshoe. Wow. Alfie's just having none of it. He wants to keep the lead, whatever the cost is. On board. Around the outside into the oval section again, Tangai. He's going to try and make it. He squeezes out into the outside, Alfie. But I think Tangai is going to keep up.
Alfie's going to hold that inside line to make
I think
that
Tangai is
possible for
going
Tangai
to have the
run around
advantage.
the outside. I don't think he is.
And Tangai is
that
going
corner,
through.
though. He might
Tangai
get
is
a
going
good run.
through. He's going through. He's gone round.
He's on the
And
outside, though, and he's not fully clear.
round the inside will tap.
Later
Will
on the brakes. No,
oh,
he's not. He lets him
very
through.
close. I thought that would. If Alfie hadn't let him through, that would have been a big contact.
I thought Alfie was.
And you know, you've
just
got to
send it.
think this. And also, on GTD, Carl is now less than a second behind Staulius Laranavicius. And this is very, very close racing. Can't focus on both of them at the time for the live stream. But we've got John also watching. Look at that, round the outside, this guy trying to move.
Oh,
he's
he's
hit
him!
him!
Unbelievable!
He's
Get
hit
in the
him!
wall!
And
Get in the
flipped.
wall!
He's flipped. He's absolutely flipped. He's hit him. That's not.
Hang on,
Oh,
going
very
into
close
the
to Lee
pits.
Jong. That's very close to Lee Jong. And we surely have to take a
Tango's
replay of
continued.
this.
Tango has
We're going
continued.
to have a replay as well of how well behaved these two were into the fast stop. Yeah, Alfie just lifted, but this hasn't been the greatest of moves from Alfie. Alfie's a very smart driver. I think that move there wasn't the smartest. And oh my god, the speed that car went into the wall, into the tire barrier. Oh my goodness, that car must have some big damage.
Yeah, that car's got a fair amount
Left
of steering
door.
damage to it.
The
And
left
that
door is absolutely broken, but aesthetics,
they're gonna have
non-aesthetics
to do a
wise.
whole lap with all that damage and bring it in for repairs.
Yeah, and
That is
Alfie
gonna
probably,
cost them
I
big.
don't know if Alfie has got any problems, but I'm sure that car isn't okay either. That was a big
Well, it's
hit.
just a turn on the nose. They might have a yellow bumper, but I can't. Especially
going to be
considering
really-
that their only competition is Tango.
So I think Soli, yeah, Carl Magnus Bore has passed Solius. So we're going to have replay of that. Yeah, let's see the move. Onto the horseshoe they went, and round the inside went Carl. And does he make it sick? Onto the egg, yes he does. Solius tried to defend it, he braked really late. He went wide in the second horseshoe. That's job done for Carl. So he's now in 12th place, leading GTT again for FRA. Both cars of FRA have now led the GTT class. They've still got Alfie leading the GTLM car. Came up the GTLM class. And Tangai hasn't beat it. Tangai is feeling okay.
They're
They're going to
continue
go
that
into the
damage.
wheel of that car. And it doesn't seem like they've got any steering damage, at least on this screen.
Unbelievable work from Tango to have such a
And he's still...
such a heavy impact in the continued. But I think he's going to catch up to Alfie, and I don't think he's going to be as kind trying to pass him now, and he might get a little bit of revenge.
He wants revenge. I'm sure Tangai is not a guy who wants to crash him out. He just wants to go through him, show him who's the fastest, if he is faster. And he's just 9.4 seconds behind, so if he does get closer with a very harshly damaged car, well, kudos to him. It's an amazing job. Again, 2 hours and 17 minutes remaining, and we have to go to a rundown. Tom Rogerson leads, 15 seconds ahead of Max Verka, then Lee Chong, Moises Reyes for Roto Dos Racing Spain, then Bernard and Ernest Emros for Team Bernie. Peter Wonders, the first of the two LMP2 cars, a lap ahead of the other LMP2. Kenneth Ragland for Team Bernie as well, then Konstantin Grimminger, the other LMP2. Felix Kims on the Steve Force Racing number 55, Steve Force Racing with a really poor performance today. Alfie Beaven, then Tangley Van de Wage, Carl Magnus Bore, Stormley's Larina Vicious, Christian Alvarez, Joe Gausitis, Agustin Bustamante, and retired Jesus Quirinos, Francisco Vasquez, Lucas Miranda, and Andre Leite as was disqualified for running without the headlights on.
There's a big shame to be disqualified over a headlight issue.
Wasn't the pace either, so he was probably going to finish third anyways, but on the GTLM class. On the inside he's got one of the Emros brothers, not a very safe move there. But indeed, Tangai is catching up to Alfie, not as fast as before. He's now 8.6 seconds behind, but to take 8 tenths in one lap with a car with that damage again, he's doing really well. This guy, he's
Tangai is a very angered man under that cockpit, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be very collected when he gets there. But he might give in. I'm not saying he's going to take him out, but I think he's definitely going to.
Now he's going, he's going to pass him and trying to pass him as embarrassingly as he can.
He might pass him and slam the door on him, or
A little tap.
give him a little, hey, what you did was a bit wrong.
It's all these hits we're having. It's reminding me of these scenes of Helio Castroneves. This year's Rolex 24, when he was shouting, "It's 24 hours! It's 24 hours!" You have to keep calm in these long endurance races because anything can change it, and indeed, it's changing a lot over the course of the race. Tom Rogers and Max Verka, they are still fighting strategically. Mark could go outside of the pits ahead of Tom, so that means Mark is having a better strategy because he's not having trouble, he's having quicker pit stops. Will he get to the end of the race with one less pit stop? And that advantage. That's my highest doubt right now because he can do that and still win. Like, kudos as well. So this race could show many how quick Mark is and how quick Tom is being as well, because Tom is having a blistering pace all the way from the restart. Lee John, who started with a very good pace as well, he's falling down. Moises Reyes trying to catch up to him, he's just 14 seconds behind Lee. Could he make it? Could he go into the podium on Rotterdam's first official entry into IVRC? And he's getting very close to one of the LMP2 cars right here. But you're around the outside, amazing move if it was for a real position. And we've got the sunlight already. We've got pretty much, we've got a lot of cars who have turned off their lights. It's going to start being a light daylight race again. Daytona morning, very beautiful. You see the orange skies of the sunrise. Amazing postcard this is.
Go that embankment through turn 2 of NASCAR.
We're going back to. I think Carl's pitted right now. Carl Magnus Bohr is in the pits. So Carl is now effectively a pit stop ahead of Saulius. Whenever he goes out.
Alvarez has just lead of GTD. No, it is still followed by Christian.
Oh, Otavio de Barros has gone into the car now. So that was why it was taking so long. Driver change for the number 59 in the FRA car. It's Otavio de Barros changing in for Carl Magnus Borre. And Joe Gauzetis is also pitting. We've got a few cars in the pit. Oh no, those are the Italian cars. Apologies.
We also have an LMP2 car currently.
Yeah, it's Kenneth.
Yes.
Kenneth and Loriso's car. It's number 22 of the Team Bernie cars. I'm going to learn the numbers and the drivers without looking at the supporters guide.
I have been informed that we do have someone in the waiting room for an interview. It is Oscar Evers.
Yeah, so possible to move him in here.
Drag him into our little vault room that we have been locked away in.
User was moved to your channel.
Oscar, do you have
Welcome,
us?
Oscar, to our live stream. So, how are you doing? How do you think?
Hello.
How's the race going for you?
Well, when I was switching, at that point I basically had done 3 hours straight in the car, so my arms and hands were very sore. But Joe then had a problem with the camera. He couldn't change it. He couldn't change it into driver's view, and therefore we couldn't go when we swapped the first time. So we lost a lot of time there, and now we're back in, I think, 4th place in our series.
Indeed, you're in 4th place, and you're just behind your teammates. Well, not anymore, because I think Alvarez is pitted. Yeah, Alvarez is pitting. So you're effectively trying to get into Alvarez's position, the 3rd. You are leading and I think your teammates are doing a pretty good job to try and get back that race win. Do you think you've got enough pace to go into second and make it a 1-2 for FRA if it stays like it was before Carl's pit stop?
We definitely have good pace. I'm not really aware of the positioning right now. Oh wait, let me see. So we're effectively about 50 seconds behind, right?
Yeah, we're 50 seconds behind Ottavio, but he's a pit stop ahead. No, he's not. Sorry, he's not. So yeah, you're 50, more like a minute behind Ottavio. And Saulius has got to pit. Christian has pitted. You have to make up 2 places to try and... You're a lap behind Saulius, indeed. So
Yeah.
second place may be a little bit far, but do you reckon third place? Is that your objective now?
Third place is definitely possible. I mean, before we had that mistake, we were looking very promising. I had made I made a strategy error at the start of the race by doing 2 short stints. So I had to do that, but I recovered, got back into the lead, and then basically held that until the red flag. After then, led until the pit stop. I had a very good battle with what was it? Laurinavicius.
Dovidas, yes.
Yeah,
It's both brothers, so Dovidas, Laurinavicius.
Definitely a very good battle. I came out on top when it came to the pit stops. And then, yeah, we had that error, and now we lost about, I guess, like about 40 seconds on that, or whatever. So now we're back here. I mean, I definitely thought that we had the pace to win at that point. We were about 2 seconds ahead of Laurinavicius.
I think you had a bigger gap. You had a very big gap at one point.
Yeah, and I know Joe is a very good driver. So if we didn't have that if we didn't have that camera error, I definitely think we could have won the GTD class, but it is what it is.
So,
It's racing indeed.
With driving for 3 hours at a time, were you talking to anyone during that, or did you do that in your own mind? If you get what I mean.
The plan was that we're going to be in 3 separate voice chats. You know, my car, Carl's,
Yeah, so all
Ottavio's
the
car,
FRA cars separately, yeah?
Yeah. But I didn't want to be driving in isolation for 3 hours straight, so yeah, I was allowed to go into Ottavio's and Carl's voice chat and talk to them also a little bit. So that was alright. I'm definitely very pleased with my performance.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've been watching, but I also want to ask you about your teammates in the GTLM class. Have you seen the incident between Alfie and Tanguy?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I don't know, Alfie's saying he broke a bit early. It definitely looked a bit odd, because it doesn't really, it's not really like Alfie to make a mistake like that. So I definitely think that Alfie just misjudged the other guy's braking point, and he didn't expect him to brake so early. But it definitely didn't look like Alfie was in the wrong there. He didn't lock up or anything. He didn't really...
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose. You mean?
No. Yeah, definitely, he wasn't.
And how do you see the rest of the race for you? How do you think it's going to fold off? And Have you seen a little bit of the action years ahead and behind? Also, Tom Rogerson's DNF'd.
Oh,
I've
you're
just
kidding.
noticed. Tom Rogerson has had to DNF.
Oh,
The
Tom
TA
Rogerson
decided
has left the game. He has
he
no
couldn't get
fuel.
into the box.
Unbelievable. That
Unbelievable
is.
scenes that is.
He was so much faster than Mark Stewart. Oh my god, Mark is going to be a race between Mark and the TVR guys. As the TVR guys must snatch the lead from
Yeah,
Mark,
but
who's
of
just
course Mark
sitting
is
pit.
beaten.
Oh, it's a go.
Wow, very close indeed. It is Oscar making that noise. Very close
So
outside
sorry
the
about that,
pits.
Oscar.
And yeah, we're going to keep talking with you, Oscar, for a little more.
So, Oscar,
Oh my
who,
god, that fight! Just
do
a
you think
moment.
communication?
Wow, that's amazing fighting between these two. We have to keep them on screen. Oscar, John, keep
Oh,
talking with
hang on.
Oscar.
Is out
it's
due
fine.
to
I'll
fuel.
wait.
Felix, yeah, C-Force Racing's final entry is out due to fuel. That's another DNF.
Oh, Dean as well.
Yep,
Oh.
they run out of fuel.
I hope we didn't get another red flag because of this.
Unbelievable.
The boss C-Force Racing cars out. And as I was asking quickly, Oscar, how do you see the race unfolding for you guys?
Well, it's a bit of a shot in the dark now. As what I can see from the times, we're kind of stuck in a gap and we're not really gaining, we're not really losing. I don't know what's gonna happen when I get back in the car, in the next stint. But, if we can gain a position or two, I definitely think I would be pleased with the final result. And, yeah, I'd really like that as a team.
John, have you got
So-
any question for him?
So when you're in the car for like that period of time, do you think communication between the teams is really important? Like not just for knowing how to drive the car, but just, you know, for your own sanity really, instead of just, you know, constantly just doing lap after lap after lap?
Yeah, definitely. It helped just having someone to talk to. Instead of basically just driving, and I could also get informed on the gaps more clearly. While I was in that chat with Carl and Otavio.
Sorry to interrupt. Quickly remind you, Martinez, Drew Galavicius, and Otavio Barros fighting for the lead in DTD.
Alfie Bevan is also now currently coming into the pits and he's hit the RSR Porsche. I don't know if that's damaged.
And that's also Tangai. He's also hit him.
Tangai's also hit him. That must be
I think that's
connection issue.
Constantine going out of the pits. So really a big shame for Tom Rogerson and Chris Davis. They're asking for a red flag as there's 6 people out.
Are people asking for a red flag?
I'm actually counting, yeah, 6 people out. They're asking for a red flag, or at least Andrew Later, who's disqualified, is obviously asking for a red flag. Laszlo Teglis is back into the car, and that's Philip Boland as well, into the MPG competition LMP2. Oh, Kenneth spun again. Kenneth spun in turn number 1, he did a little bit of a donut, and he's gone into the wall.
Get to grips with that car.
Lost a big amount of time. He's
He's
almost
left, right, and center. Oh,
almost
he's
a
gonna
lap
spin again.
behind Laszlo.
He spun again.
Has he? Oh my goodness me. He's almost a
Trying
lap
to get
behind
Kenneth
him.
out of the car. He cannot
were.
drive.
Yeah, as I said, going to get lapped by an LMP2 car this race.
I know Kenneth. I used to race with him. He's a very consistent driver. It's not like him to spin. I think he's just either in a mood and the car's just really not working for him in this current state. And I think he's just getting frustrated behind the wheel, and I can't blame him.
Getting very frustrated indeed, and the temperature he gets on the tires will not help. He needs to cool down those tires. If he does want to not spin again.
While I have the opportunity to be commentator, Otavio is currently catching up to Jurgelovicius in
Yeah,
the GTD class.
Yeah, they were fighting for a long time, but I was focusing on Kenneth spinning.
Well, they're about to fight again, I assume.
Can you give us some info on that BMW? Because they weren't really anywhere before that red
Okay.
flag. They're on the lead lap, but they weren't really challenging anywhere. So where do you think all
Just
their paces
quickly
come from?
informing. Sven has got back into the 69 GTLM of FRA, and into number 44 has gone Matthias Pohlmann. So that's going to be a driver change, and Sven, whose pace is really, really quick. That might be the race win trying to get for GTLM. Yeah, also Lee Jong and Max Verker, they keep on fighting for DPI. Doing really, really well. And they're asking for the red flag. Bruno Spano has asked for the red flag. Tangai is telling on Discord, nice one Alfie, so there's being a little bit of a controversy. Obviously, it wasn't on purpose, as Oscar has explained to us. If there's a penalty, it has to be deemed as Alfie's fault, because it was Alfie who punted Tangai and who sent him into the tyre barrier, and there was no faster car intervening. There was no faster car behind them who was forcing them to try and be like on the line to make it easier for the faster car. No, it was just between them. So I wonder what happened.
Guy will be a man about it. And he might get his elbows out against the Ford GT, but I don't think he'll.
I mean, I'd say that's in
because
the,
he.
yeah, I'd say that's in the gray area at least. You know, it's a bit of a racing incident, at the very least.
Tangai knows it's not
I'd
purposeful,
agree,
but
it
he
is a
probably will
racing
give
incident.
a little bit back. He won't. I don't assume that he'll be taking guys out anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean,
He knows it's a racing incident, so.
Oscar is kind of right. It is more a racing incident than just a normal crash. But okay, Oscar.
Lord above, Jesus.
Take care of your
Christ.
keyboards. We can say no keyboards were harmed today. So.
I don't
anyways.
think we can.
No, we can. We definitely can. Anyways, as I was saying, it's a racing incident, but stewards
User
might
was moved
think
out of your
I
channel.
am just gonna kick him out the door real quick.
we've got Carl in the waiting room for the interview, so I'm going to message him.
He wants to come through the door and he doesn't want to abuse the keyboard. He can let him through.
I'm going to ask him quickly, and I'm going to move him.
User was moved to your channel.
Okay, thanks.
Uh,
Hello,
hello, Carl.
Hello?
So, what has been your stint? How have you had it? We know you got up to the SL car, and you overtook them. So, what's the pace? Indeed, Octavio is fighting with Martinez. What do you think these will come out like?
I don't know. They're both faster at the moment, but we got some problems in our car. Our brake is acting really weird, so...
So you're
Yeah.
driving the sister car to Oscar's?
What?
You're driving the sister car to what Oscar is? So like you're in
Yeah.
the other FRA?
And they
Yes.
why is Octavio pitting again? They're both pitting again. Oh, what?
Why is he pissing?
Can you...
Yeah, he's-
is that an unscheduled pit stop?
I did not know he was pitting.
And
Yeah,
he's
he's
gone
pitting.
Oh, it's
inside
red
a
flag.
DPI.
It's red flag.
Red flag. Is it red flag?
We
I
have
haven't
red
another
noticed.
flag.
red flag.
We've got another red flag, and I hope.
That's why.
Guys, we have another red flag.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
this is not a red flag.
We're gonna have another 2-hour sprint to the finish.
When
It's
has it
almost
been
like we're
announced?
having
They
an
might
intermittent 2-hour.
make it 1 hour though.
Yeah, they have to make it 1 hour. We're not going to be able to keep up here.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable scene. So it's the second red flag we've had. And they have to keep this order. And I know someone who's going to be really upset with this. It's not Lee Chong, it's not Max Verker.
it's Moises Reyes from Rotodos Racing Team, who's going to be really upset. His 1 lap lead over fourth place, sorry, taken completely down. So the second red flag of the race, and well,
Interesting.
I got confirmation we will be joined by Constant Grimmer for an explanation on this red flag.
Well, I have to go
Yeah,
and
so
talk some
everyone-
strategy with my car now, so I might leave. Bye.
yeah, of
User
course.
left
Thank you,
your
thank you,
channel.
Carl.
So yeah, of course, he had to go
Another
to
red
chat with
flag.
their team. We've got Ottavio and Oscar still waiting in the interview room. I don't know if you want to get any of them, but I know someone who's going to be.
Getting...
I know someone who's going to be very happy with this red flag. It is indeed Oscar and his teammate Joe, because they're going to be right behind the leader again. That's
and
very,
they'll be
very
up with their
interesting.
teammate because the two both
FRA.
the guys will be up there. Both the FRA cars are going to be up there fighting for the lead with each other. So maybe there we can see some teamwork between them both to get the moves done.
So I think Tango is going to go into the car because he's asked for drive change. There's a lot of people talking, and the
Well, a
servers
lot
have
of
been
people would have planned driver changes as pit stop phases were. We had been out of the pit stop phase for a long time, so a lot of teams were due for a pit stop, and it is at the 2-hour mark, so it is the crossover point for driver swaps.
This is going to be a really, really long day indeed. I think I'm going to talk with Stan, so if you could keep up alone for a moment, bring up Oscar again and talk to him, because I'm going to talk with Stan.
Yeah.
User was moved to your channel.
Oscar, mate.
Yeah. What's up?
So, does this red flag benefit you guys?
Definitely, we have a chance, better chance of getting back up there now.
Yes.
I'm getting
Like you
back
and
in the
your
car.
teammate. Yeah. So you and your teammate should be able to work together to try and get to the front of your class, right?
Yep, absolutely. Definitely think we can benefit from this flag here.
Do you think you'll be able to take the car to the end, or do you think you'll have to do another driver swap?
We're gonna have to do another driver
User
swap.
joined your channel.
Stan.
Hello.
We also have Oscar in the channel as well. Any reason for the red flag?
Yeah, we've lost more than 6 cars again, or 6 cars we lost again, and that's the reason for the red flag. So everybody who has been lost on the way can rejoin.
So will everyone be on the lead lap again?
The point is that we aren't able to recalculate basically we
Hold
aren't
on,
able
which-
to calculate the exact gaps, and thus means we are basically letting everyone who's not on the server restart from the back of their class, and then afterwards, as soon as the race is done or tomorrow, we will calculate all the results, like adding them up together and see where everyone is.
Okay.
So, John, you've been... Yeah, sorry, just go ahead with the interview, I guess.
So,
Oh.
just a question, Stan. Are we going to have the 2 hours remaining? Because if we do, we're going to be really late. We're going to be 1 hour later than the schedule here. So I think we should you should like remove an hour or an hour and some, or at least less than an hour minimum, because we're going to be really late.
But that means then again that this wouldn't be the 6 hours of Daytona, but the 5 hours of Daytona, and
Well,
that's certainly not what we aim for.
The 2019 24 hours of Daytona lasted 23 minutes and 23 hours and 50 minutes.
True.
So,
I mean, we're definitely going to need another stint to catch up to the leaders, so if you could keep it at 6 hours, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, there's no
it's
doubt
great
we will.
for you. For the commentary booth is basically sweating.
Yeah, that's why I'm here now, joining you in the commentary booth for the remainder of the race. I don't know if that's a curse or a help, but a blessing. But here we are.
It's cool to have someone else. I mean, John and I have done what we could, and I was doing, I think, a pretty good job. I think with the camera work. Still, I couldn't catch up to everything, but you know.
Yeah, no, we got Jose looking at the top running guys, and I'm just scattering through the GTD and GTLM, and then trying to pick up things, and both picking out spins and stuff. Kenneth really doesn't seem to be able to get to grips with his car. He's spinning out left, right, and center.
Nice. I mean, that sounds like a good.
Yeah, I'm going to. Sorry, Sam, but I'm going to take the opportunity to ask you, what happened at that moment? You were lapping. You were being lapped by Lorenzo, and you were lapping.
Oh,
I think
come
it
on.
was those two GTD cars. What happened?
Bus instantly.
You could, if you could explain us what was happening right there, because that was pretty interesting. I think it was Oscar involved.
It was. I don't know. There was indeed some GTD involved, but I don't know who it was.
It was the fight for the lead of the GTD class with Oscar and Dovidas.
Okay, I had
to?
another scene in mind, but yeah, sounds like it as well. No idea, to be honest, what you're talking about. I thought you meant the situation with Tonki and who else there was in turn 1, for example, but where I was struggling to cope.
It was exiting the bus stop. It's exiting the bus stop. You were lapping the two GTDs. At the beginning of this restart, yes. You were lapping the two GTDs.
Yeah, I remember now. In my defense, I have to say I was really struggling with technical issues and was certainly not up to pace. So I can't remember the scene exactly, but I know that it was at least certainly, or at least partially my fault, because I was absolutely not where I was used to be. And I was struggling so much, and it brought me out of the rhythm. And as you guys perhaps know, as soon as you are out of your rhythm, everything's going downhill, and you get mad and stuff, and everything gets even worse. And that's basically the situation I've been in through my whole stint, and it was not really pleasant, I gotta say. Sorry if I messed up anyone's race and stuff. Especially sorry to Christian and Tonki, because I know that I've collected them at places where I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, sorry. Also, yeah. Basically, can only say, yeah, can only bring some excuses, but that's certainly not what we're here for.
Yeah, and also, well, Oscar's house is being destroyed, but also,
House?
House, yes.
My house?
Well, what's happening then?
Not really. I don't know what you're referring to.
The banging and clanging? Oh, no. His car's in the garage, guys. They're working on it.
I'm in an apartment, but
I think he's on the bombs of Iraq.
I think it's my table, maybe. Could it be like this?
Well, why
are the sounds you're hearing?
Why are you raging and hitting like you were super mega angry?
I mean, it's just my leg. I have like a kind of a loose drawer, on my table, so it's kind of. Every time I basically lift my leg, it's gonna hit the drawer, and the drawer is then gonna hit the tabletop. That makes a loud noise.
Jose, wait. It's not the bombs of Iraq, it's the dive bombs we do on the server. All of them.
Yeah, there's been a big chunk of dive bombs. While you were driving, there has been a big amount of incidents, and I'm sure the stewards are going to have a long time reviewing them, because there has been a very interesting incident with Alfie Bevan and Tanguy van de Weij onto turn 1.
Big incident.
That's been
Basically, Alfie turned Tango around his nose, not purposefully, but turned him around his nose and flung him to the barrier upside down.
Please don't
I've
give
heard
him.
about
Please
that
don't give him a penalty.
on the team radio. It's gonna be very interesting. Wasn't that for the fight? Wasn't that basically the race long fight for the lead in the GTLM class? So that's definitely a little bit more significant. Carl Magnus Borre joining on the server. That's not a good sign. Where's Otavio? Because Carl Magnus will get kicked for sure. I know that for a fact. It's happened always.
Wait, what's going on?
No, just kidding. Let's see.
Just kidding, he says. We'll see, he says.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I always say. Carl Magnus already asking me via Discord if the second server is already up, so he's planning to get kicked apparently.
amazing.
So at least we know that he is currently prepared for the inevitable.
He did the first 2 hours alone. I'm sure he can take. No, I'm not. I'm not getting.
But it feels like the from what I can read or what I can see, it looks like the drivers are still in a good mood and everyone's.
Yeah,
still...
I think Tanguy was a little bit angry with Alfie, or at least
Okay.
that looked like.
Okay, fair enough.
But
I don't think he would have turned him, but he definitely would have.
it was a
At least
slight
pinched it
touch.
with the
It was a
inside.
light tap in the back, and Tanguy just went spinning round into the. He had a side flip.
Bad news indeed. But does anyone know what happened to Tom Rogerson? Because he was quite bad on the
He
server.
ran out of fuel.
He was
ran out- he
pitting,
got
and
taken
at
out,
GTD wouldn't get out of the way, and he couldn't pit because of that.
and then he ran out of fuel.
Oh, that's weird because in theory
Ran
that
out of
shouldn't
fuel,
happen.
couldn't move.
I didn't want to tell him, but he could have also slowed down. But I mean, I'm not trying to be really obvious here.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, plenty of stuff to look at already, especially during the night.
It's been a really interesting race, though. There's been a lot of fight in the lead of the GTD class, and that's something we really like to see. Just so we are entertained and we have something to comment, because there was a stage in the race we had nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I can imagine that. I know that feeling. And, it's super annoying if you you
It wasn't
expect
for,
something to happen,
too
but
long.
nothing happens.
There
Wasn't
red
For too long.
flags.
Okay.
But all these guys rejoining, and I hope this is the last restart.
Hopefully.
Yes.
And
I mean,
for
if not,
Rotodos, it was Moises in the car before the restart. Pablo Lopez taking over. Super Lopez.
User left your channel.
Now Stan has gone to talk with his team. As we see Pablo going out into the track. For the Rotodos.
Appreciate the fact
User
that
joined your channel.
I'm back.
Stan-
Hello.
Dan is back.
Your IVRC got.
What Pablo? We're going to have a look at anyone who's outside. Julian Jeans going out. I think he hadn't taken the car yet. Then, well, mostly everyone is rejoining. Yes, so we're fine with that. Francisco Vasquez, who had a little bit of issues. He was like probably 40-50 laps down.
I think Francisco Vasquez had a disconnect from what I've read. But you guys are surely...
Yeah, we don't know what the issue was. We know that the other Andrea later for always front row GTD, I think, or GTLM. They
GTLM,
yeah, GTLM. He was disqualified because of the headlights.
Yeah, that happened before though. It happened to Tonki in Sebring in the WEC round. It was super unfortunate.
Tom Rogerson.
No, Tonki Fendewege.
Oh.
It happened to him. Oh, okay, looks like we continue. Okay, guys, I'll
So
let
2
you take
hours.
us away.
I remember telling John we're going to be here for a long time. We're even longer now. I just need to die now.
We're into the.
I'm sure this will be exciting though.
Will be very
Yeah.
exciting. I
Yeah,
hope
good
so.
luck, Oscar.
Thank you. You too with your commentating or whatever.
Thank you.
It's our suicidal act of commentating this. Very good luck for Oscar. I hope you can try to get back to the lead that you were kind of taken away with that problem with the camera. And most important of all, have fun out of that.
Thank you. And you too. I'll see you in 2 hours or so.
Yeah. Good luck, guys. Yeah.
No.
My bad, Oscar, if you listen.
So, miracle, Carl hasn't been kicked out.
Yeah.
Give it 10
That's
seconds.
a very interesting. Oh, someone spun round. One of the
Well.
DPIs was spun round. Felix Skims.
Is it
For
I was gonna say, it was
C4s.
probably Kenneth.
The C4's guys just can't catch a break today, can they?
No, they can't. They can't even seem to keep up with the LMP2 guys.
Yeah, they were no, but
Even
they had
Stan.
trouble. Yeah, I'm paying a lot of trouble. Those LMP2 guys, they're just too good.
But you're right, anyways, I think one of the Team Bernie cars is spun around as well. But
Bernie.
he's rejoining the grid now. It's the purple
it's-
shark fin Team Bernie car.
Yeah, number 18 with Bernard and Ernest. I don't know. I can't know which one of them is riding at each time. Like, they just change physically. Which is a rather interesting way to face it. But of course, they brothers, they live at the same home. It's not too hard.
Well, I can tell you for sure that right now it's Ernest driving because Bernie usually leaves on Sunday evening. That's why he's not competing. That's the reason why he wasn't competing in the WEC races either. But it must be Ernest in the car right now.
For the whole race, that's amazing.
No, I think Bernie started the car, Bernard started the car, and now it's Ernest who jumped into the real seat, not only the virtual seat.
Wait a moment, let me check. It's starting the Vector Motorsport number 75.
Stan, will you be hopping back?
I think it's...
to your car, or-
who's leading? I think it's Li Chan, or his teammate Nicola. No, it's Li Chong, who's taken the lead. For the red flag, he overtook Max Verker. So, and Pablo
Watching Mark? I
Pablo
feel like
Lopez.
Mark should be able to take them back.
Those they are. And Tom is just right there.
Gotta
Oh,
say
yeah,
though,
but,
They have to
This
count
order-
back laps, but I mean, this
Yeah,
order is not right. It's just going to be a mini 2-hour race, which will have different order to results very properly. But Tom is just racing for his pride now, isn't he?
Definitely. Well, but also he has the pace. He can perhaps have some good fun, and let's see.
He's
These
going to
guys are
have some
getting
good
ready.
fun. It's green flag at Daytona again.
Red
And
flag for
very
the
close
third
between
and
top
hopefully the
3.
final time.
Pablo Lopez covers the outside. And I think it's
there,
Ernest
Channel.
going to try. Oh, he hits Lee Chong. And I think Pablo is going to lose some places. No, he's not. He's still in third. Kenneth has overtaken Ernest and Ross.
I don't know if we're talking about 4 people.
Oh, he's diving around the inside.
I'm gonna
Kenneth's
try and
got-
snap up third as
Going to do
well.
some crazy moves. We know at the start of the race, at the start of the 6 hours, he had some crash with, I don't know which car it was, but it was another DPI. He had a crash, so, oh, he's hit grass. Pablo was breaking over the grass. And Kenneth is up into third after being almost lapped down of the LMP2s. Very interesting indeed. Lee Chong leads second is Max Verka, then Kenneth, Pablo Lopez, Ernest M. Ross, Tom Rogerson, Francisco Vasquez, Antonio Zayas, Jesus Quirinos, and Philip Bow and Wes and Felix Gibbs have already fallen behind both LMP2s. Remember, Felix Gibbs, one of the first, if not the first Kenyan drivers here in IVRC, not having the greatest of races, he's not having the greatest of paces.
Not doing too well as a team at all.
They're not. Ben leads GTLM class. We've got Tanguy Bundy Wage. Very close. Are they
Yes,
going to fight
two
this
by
too?
two.
He's not going to
Oh,
leave
they
any
touch.
bit of gap.
Oh,
Knows how
spin
these
for the
guys
leader.
behave.
Crash again for the... Oh, no.
Who's crashed?
The C-Force racing car has
Oh
been tangled up in
no,
that
it's
in turn
not
1 as
possible.
well.
No, it's Lee Chong TVR. It's Lee Chong, the TVR, has lost the lead, so it's
PVR
not.
and the C-Force racing car.
Which one?
Unbelievable.
They're both fine. No, Felix. Was it Felix?
I believe it was Felix. He got
Yeah,
tangled up
it
in
must
that.
be Felix because Jesus is in 7th. And it's now Max Zverka leading again. Pablo up into 3rd again. These guys aren't just being that lucky. They might get the podium. Very good, very great job. They do get the podium indeed. No mark. 5/10 gap to Kenneth. Will
And
Kenneth pass
finding
Mark?
himself in second, he might actually have the groove in this. It's weird how after red flags we seem to find a team come alive and really set a groove compared to the other teams, and be one of those ones around after the break, and a much needed one.
Yeah, I was really wondering about that in regard of TVR. They didn't look to be that fast when they were on the
outside.
in the second straight, right?
Kenneth is passing.
the lead.
Kenneth's
and
passing
he does
Mark.
have the lead at the line, unbelievable.
Around the inside. And no, Kenneth's going around the outside. Very good move by Kenneth.
Gonna clear him. Yes,
Can
he does. Kenneth takes the lead.
Kenneth keeps his cool. Got a great pace. He just wasn't able to keep his cool and to keep it clean. The spins were just too many. I think the spins were caused because of the fixed setup glitch, which makes the car go back to the original setup. And oh, he's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's just
back
fun.
to-
Commentators'
oh,
cars.
no. What have you
Commentators'
done to
cars.
him? Oh, he's come up in front of 4 DPIs.
Oh my god, why is this guy still with the lights on? Anyway,
just scared of getting DQ'd.
no, Max Verka leads again. He has led both laps we've had. He lost the lead. Of course, Kenneth didn't complete the lap. He went down off the... okay, I'm losing Mercury. Anyways, he's 1.1 seconds ahead of Pablo Lopez, and Pablo's in second. He's having a very good race. The whole of his team is having a very good race, and they've shown pace. So, what these guys wants to look for on this 2020, because they want to stick around for 2020. The hindsight quick.
Good news for Stan is LMP2, they lead their class again. by the 2 seconds currently. Philip Bowen really putting in those Ks.
So Tom Rogerson fastest lap 1:33.1. Remember, he got down to 1:31.2 in the first few stints and the second restart. Oh, and he's hit Kenneth. Kenneth went around the inside and sorry his spells. Kenneth dive bombed probably. I'm going to take a look at the replay. Although this replay is really long. I have to move it really quickly. So I think
Jose, guess who is glued to the back of a Ford GT?
one moment we're going to check the replay of Kent's dive bomb. I think yeah, it was a dive. He was 7 or 6. Oh, and he also hit Francisco Vasquez.
Come back to you, John. Is it perhaps a Porsche?
It is the Porsche on the back of the car that may or may not have flung him into a barrier. So
Yeah,
there is some blood between
it's
these
not-
two. It wasn't Sven driving, however, and Pangai put it behind him. And
Very close between these two
Was
guys
this
throughout the
the,
whole race. Very
I wouldn't blame
interesting.
him if he squeezed that Ford GT to the line.
And
but-
in the GTD class, we have a FRA 1-2 for the moment. We have Oscar leading with Carl second. We've got Bustamante really close behind. But this is Martinez Jurgalevicius in 19. He's lost places. And Julian Jones 20th. Shadow Racing are back in the game, but because of the restart, they need to recalculate everything.
FRA are currently doing fantastic in GTLM and GTD, coming first, and they're first and second. That
Back to the
Porsche
fight.
is eating at the back.
Yeah,
of
it
them.
is very close. We see him the onboard camera around the outside. Will try Tangai. He's using the offline. Wait, he's still defending Sven. I hope these guys keep all the way.
These two guys are so even in it.
Amazing, they're
Watch
doing.
these two go side by side. Racing is very respectful, and so hard, and so clean. It's
Being amazing racing between these two throughout the whole race. Not only the drivers Sven and Tangai, but the whole team in each car. Been an amazing race in the GTLM class for the lead. Although that third car, the OS front row, hasn't been on pace. Oh, very wide has gone there, Tangai. And as I can see in the timing table, Pablo Lopez is 1.8 seconds more or less ahead of Bernie, of Ernest Ambrose, should I say, of Team Bernie, number 18. I think Pablo's got a big amount of pace, and probably Tom Rogerson is probably going to be taking his head in the amount of laps. Tom needs them to have a very big problem in order to take that back. And I don't know about you, Stan, but I think if you recalculate everything, I think go the fairest way possible, which is adding
Here comes the
all
Porsche
laps.
to the outside as they come through the drive. The Porsche is going to get the Ford GT at the line, and he's going to clear him by turn
Yeah,
one.
he's done it.
and-
He's done it. Oh, he's gone a little bit wide. From the inside, will try to go Sven. They touch it again. Will Sven get? Sven's going to get the outside into the horseshoe. He lifts a little bit. Is he going to try and dive bomb? No, he isn't. Well, he kind of did.
Leave the
That
space.
camera
leave the
just lies
space.
to me. Is he going to try and
Guy puts
overtake?
one on
We go on
Sven.
board with Sven again, this time looking ahead into Tangai. And into the second horseshoe, will it try? Yes, it does, a little bit door open.
Sven's got the
Tangai,
nose in just.
he put the nose in, yes. Into 10 number 7, that's
Here
very
comes Sven. He's
harsh.
probably going to snap to the
No
inside.
dive is there.
Going to try and get
He's
a
going to
better
try
exit.
he's going to try and get slipstream into the bus stop. We remember Alfie doing a very good move into the bus stop.
That Ford GT is incredibly fast. Great line. He's going to flash Tango just to tell him, hello, I'm ready to race you. A little bit of bad blood between these two, and here comes IVRC. Does have the inside though. Oh, he's got a bad run, and here comes a 4GT through the bus stop, and he's going to take the lead of GTLM back from Tanguy. Tanguy again with it all to do, because he's got to beat that 4GT to the line with that top speed advantage. It's going to be hard to do.
Going to try and go around the outside probably again, although it seemed like he couldn't make it. He close enough for a dive down the inside or around the outside. No, he isn't. Sven is going to keep the place and leave another day. But Tanguy is not going to give up, not at all. Pablo Lopez in the DPI class and Tom Roderson, they're fighting for second on this restart. And Tom Roderson's very close. Tom Roderson's past Pablo Lopez.
Volland has EVR car all over the rear end.
Yeah, that was a very costly mistake with the FTVR, or very costly crash, as Tom Roderson 132.0 already. We're only 12 minutes, 11 minutes into this restart. Going to go back to the DPIs, and yeah, he's lapping Julian Giants and Martins. So
Beto Racing and GTD has also split the two FIA cars.
Agustin Bustamante was a lap down in the GTD class. He was fighting absolutely no one. He's now fighting with the F race, and I think these two guys need to help each other out. So I think Oscar is trying to pass him just to protect his teammate. Oscar was a lap down. Oscar will need to lap his teammate in order to get the victory here. So if he does think as a team player, he needs to get past Agustin and he needs to block him as much as possible. That would be a big team strategy to use. Agustin has gone through into the bus stop.
Lead of the GTD
Wow.
class, getting past now both of the RFA cars. RA cars, I should say. My apologies. He's going to be sucked up to the back, looking for a move around the inside. Can't really get the run though, just because of how much harder it is to get a run out of it. Get a little bit of slipstream from DPI and being off that Lambo is going to moke it coming into the turn.
So then, Agustin locks up into one. Is that going to allow Carl to go back ahead?
Very costly.
Yes, it is. Will Carl defend? Will he go defensive into turn number 4?
Well, a little lunch there from the Lamborghini, but the door was slammed by the Porsche.
And that's one of the DPIs. I think that is Dias. Is and close. It is big.
Off goes the DPI.
Oh god. Very close. Was it? I think that was Vasquez. Going very deep.
So too.
And Julian Giants is pitting again. So he's got some kind of issue.
Yeah, he got contact with the wall because the
God.
front right light was a little bit disarranged.
So, and now taking back the lead. If we were lucky enough, we're going to see another Tom Rogers and a Marksburg fight. That was a big fight before.
Oh, Francisco just skimming past the GTD lead.
And Carl Magnus keeps the lead again, but Oscar has lost time. Oscar needs to help Carl. Team game now. They need to do the team game. Tom Rogerson 131,
They got to deal with that
502.
Lamborghini first.
They're just hitting each other. They're just taking the toe, but literally. Round the outside, will Agustin throw a move? Trying to be able to
Here comes
make
Phil
it.
Bond in the LMP2, gonna have to deal with the battle of the
Just-
GTDs.
Oh,
Quite
really
fit around these
close.
guys.
Just to focus a little bit on the lead. Last lap for Max Verka, 1:32.3. Last lap for Tom
Lamborghini
Rogerson,
goes wide,
1:31.5.
once the
Yeah, he's
LMP2
gone wide.
through.
It's getting really close to the
Flash on
front,
the outside
and there's
of
been an
Bush
overtake
RSR.
for both positions. So Isaias has passed Kenneth Ragland, and he's losing positions. Oh, it's Bernie and Ernest. 7th. I think he's had a spin. I think Bernard and Ernest Emrose, the Team Bernie number 18, has had a spin. I'm going to take a look at the replay, but it does look strange. He's lost a lot of positions suddenly. He was right behind Pablo. He's hit the wall.
He's back up to 6th.
Bernie has lost the wall. Has hit the wall, sorry. Into the second horseshoe. And he's backing up into 5th. A long way behind Pablo Lopez now. Lonely in 3rd. And the lead is fighting 33-2 for Mark. Last lap round 31.5 for Tom.
Here we go again. We're going to see Rogerson go at it again.
Rogerson has got a
seems
big...
to have the
Oh,
pace
Rogerson
of
has had a
Mark.
tank slapper, really unstable on the rear. That Vector Motorsport is a Cadillac or a Mazda. I'm not really
I think
sure.
that just shows
Mazda.
shows how fast Tom is pushing that car. It's a ragged edge to get past. As Mark blocks the outside.
Oh my. Mazda's
Mark.
quicker on the straights.
If Mark is intelligent, he just lets him go.
Yeah, he's opened the door.
does
He's
that, as
completely
Stan
opened
says.
the door. Mark knows he's got this.
The door.
He's-
Then
there's
sits
no
him
point
behind
in
and he's gonna let him
fighting.
tow him around.
Although he's going a little slipstream. Oh, and there was something. There was someone doing some kind of. Oh, it's Sven versus Tongai. So we're going to see the battles for the lead in both categories, GTLM and DPI, and we're going
Battle
to
for the
see
lead
them
is
together.
Kicking off in all classes. They're gonna actually converge on each other.
Well, I mean,
Because Mark has got the lead back.
a battle for the lead in LMP2 means a battle between the two LMP2 cars we've got here. Not that much. Oh, and Tom
Mark's
being
gonna
blocked.
squeeze the Mazda
Oh.
into the Ford GT's path.
We know the Mazda, as I said, the Mazda is usually quicker on the straights, but the Cadillac off Mark. He's just being smart here. He's just trying to block him. He's
Tom
going to
is
try and move
trying
around
to
the
get the elbows out
outside.
and trying to...
Oh, into the grass. He's gone.
Tom's off.
Tom's off. It's not usually. We're not used to seeing a mistake here. And I think Lee has gone back into 5th place ahead of Ernest Imros.
Better racing and retain the lead in class. Porsche, but only just. They come across the line and then Porsche tries the outside, tries a switchback. It's
Go
Not
GTD,
work
as we're
out,
going
though.
to go with GTD as soon as possible, but this fight for the lead in DPI being really interesting. GTD, however, got only Bustamante and Carl fighting for the lead. There's no Oscar on the lead fight, but Oscar knows that. Well, Carl was ahead, one lap ahead of Bustamante and Oscar. So I think Carl knows he's got this race if he can extract what he needs. Get enough pace.
But I think in the very first instant of the race, Carl Magnus Botter was thrown off at the start, so he has lost 2 laps there. So in theory, the real leader is Agustin Bustamante, but yeah, so much for the theory. On track, it looks completely different, right?
Yes.
Although it doesn't, but it doesn't look that easy as it might be in the end for him.
It's not as easy, but we're trying to figure out what's happening at each moment. It's really hard. Mark and Tom. Tom is going. Oh my goodness me, we've missed. Overtake from Tom for the lead. Mark goes on the slipstream again. Mark knows he's got this. He wants to have some fun. I think Mark wants to have some fun now.
Tom makes him run
Oh,
the wall.
wow.
They
There's
go
some
side by
wall
side
riding.
coming into the bus stop. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? Looks
Yeah,
like Mark's
now
going to
goes
get him
Mark.
clear
He's
before
led
the
Mark
bus
through.
stop.
He's led Mark through to make a move into turn number 1. Wow, that's a very good exit from the bus stop. That's going to allow Mark to get his slipstream. Pablo Lopez meanwhile running lonely, but steadily.
Just crazy to see how these two guys are so much faster than everyone else right now, and still they are fighting with each other, which usually costs itself for some time. And there's even a collision between them, and still
Their
they are more
split
than.
at the line was 2/100ths of a second. 0.025.
These two guys are amazing.
Imagine that for a finish. That was the last lap.
So let's quickly analyze that as well in the DPI category. Berger was leading the first race, or winning basically the first instance of the race. Also, he won the second instance, if I'm not wrong. Or close to Tom Rogerson. No, actually close to Lee Chong. So it's definitely between Chong and or TVR and Stwerker. And that's very interesting to see, because no matter where Stwerker will actually finish behind or in front of Tom Rogerson, he will definitely be winning the overall race in the end. That's very interesting, considering the fact that Stwerker was so slow yesterday. Definitely not in the mood for driving today.
We should say Stwerker, not real. It was a fake Stwerker, not real Mark. I'm sure.
Yeah. True. After not even participating yesterday, let's put it like this.
It was the drunk German stick.
It was just what is it like called in English? Like, I need to search it on Google. Hang on a minute.
Like the few presenters would say, it's not the steak, but the drunk fat
It was
Germans,
Kermit. Kermit the Frog was driving.
Yeah, it's true. Crazy to see Stwerker also in such a surge after, basically starting the race and definitely no condition to race it anyways, and he's now here and controlling the race.
Well, he's
my
basically
opinion-
winning it like a country mile.
In my opinion, something that's going to be awesome to watch develop throughout the season is going to be Ben versus Tangai in the GT categories.
Basically everywhere.
Everywhere, just
Basically.
because those guys are so evenly matched.
Also, Francisco
guys-
Vasquez has DNF'd again.
And Philip, actually. Philip's really good in
Francisco out again, so
the GT cars as well.
that's not real good luck. And both C4's guys behind both LMP2 guys. Not their
The
race.
C-Force is not having a good day yet.
Definitely not their day, considering
We're back
the fact that
on
they have
board with Tangai. And as we mentioned a few times already, it's a rather interesting game. Rather interesting sign.
Pops off a,
Oh, and that's Julian Gines. I'm pretty sure that is Julian Gines. Pitting again. It's the third time he's going through the pits, or fourth time. Probably damaged, so he's hitting the wall pretty consistently. Not the kind of consistency you want. Very close to the wall with the timeline. Almost running into the grass on the outside. And he's right behind.
Oh, we got a DNF for
Oh.
Francisco.
Yeah, welcome Internet Explorer. Potentially twice already.
Yeah, we had
Oh,
that before.
never mind.
Not only upside down, but also Internet
Just 2
Explorer.
laps ago.
John, may be the case that you're a little bit tired.
Yeah, he's
don't
been
blame
here
me.
for
Guys.
he's been in here for 5 hours, nearly 6 hours.
Hold on.
You're not that fresh either, Sam.
No, I'm not fresh either as well. I gotta say. But
Nobody here is fresh, so...
You know what? The more tired John gets, the better it is, right? Because
But we
everything's
could-
going
we
vice
could all
versa and
four
upside down.
agree.
So.
We could all three agree. The commentary box now smells.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, thank God we're not sitting in the same room together. My room alone. I was just leaving it for a second before, and I was like, God
My
damn it.
God. It smells like Bart Simpson when he doesn't shower or get a shower.
The very normal musk.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we? Yeah. So I think we've got ready for to interview Elon Musk. Okay, no. I hope we did. He's got Tangai has got him on his car. Really lovely to see. He's got all sorts of memes. But I'm missing one meme on his car. Where is Nico Rosberg with an explosion behind? Missed that
Is
one.
Tango's career?
Is Tanga's career over? Probably if he loses this race. But I don't know, Stan. We have skin rules. Have you checked all the copyright rules, all the logos and images he's put?
Thing is, the car had some logos on before, like, I don't even know what it was anymore, but I've considered them not to be okay, and they brought this one in, and it looks like everything's okay to me, at least.
Well, I mean, the
There's
Formula
the
1
Formula
logo.
1 logo, okay, that's not that good anyways.
But it's the old one, okay. It's the old one, so let's count it. Let's count it as legal.
Yeah, sure. The Bitcoin logo doesn't... Why is there a bunch of carrots in the rear wing? I don't even want to know.
There's Lewis Hamilton in the rear wing with his curly hair and the Bono's face. Get in there, Lewis.
You know, you never realise how long his hair is until he takes it out, eh? You're always like, oh, he's got pretty short hair, and then he takes it out and you're like, what the fuck?
Like his hair like three heads of himself. Just amazing. I think he was pretty much bald back in 2009. He was bald.
Ooh, Sven and
Yeah, they're just fighting.
Tango getting closer.
They're still fighting, and I want to check what's the gap
even
on the
matched, it's
GPI
insane.
side, because Augusto Masson, by the way, has now got into that last.
Oh, Tango's off. Back on the
Alright.
track. Just ran wide, but he went very wide.
Oscar has pitted, as is Jonas Verto doing. But Oscar is in the lead. No, then Oscar hasn't pitted. Carl has pitted.
Yes, Carlos
Probably.
pitted, and so did, of course,
Yeah, but
this car,
Augusto
which is stuck at right now.
Masson. Augusto Masson is now down in 18th. They've had trouble. So Carl is leading this restart effectively. But again, Felix Gims fighting with nobody. With us, Jesus Carinas.
You thought so,
Behind-
right?
Yeah, I thought, there was a car around us, so I thought they were fighting. No, he was lapping him. Laszlo Teklas, 12 seconds, 13 seconds adrift from Philip Bowen, Dan's teammate. Kenneth and Ernest getting closer. Then we have Lee Chong, Pablo Lopez, who has lost the podium place to Antonio Saillas. Although Antonio had trouble in the second restart, so effectively I think Pablo might be even second in general standings.
Yeah, in the overall standings might be the case.
He
Mark.
might, because the Rotados team hasn't had any trouble that much trouble throughout the race.
That's true. So the first two positions might be actually P2 and P4. So yeah, that's a good point. Well,
No, but
this-
Mark hasn't had any trouble either, so it is Pablo on second and Mark probably on first. And oh, they've had contact, I think, Mark and Tom.
No, that's not Tom. That's one
Isn't-
of the C-Force DPIs.
Oh, I'm getting really confused now. I'm also tired.
Number 77, that is. Yeah, 77.
They were having some kind of fight, so being lapped. Anyways, Tom leading 5 seconds adrift, but this is not the real order, we have to remind you. This is not what you will see in the final standings whenever they publish them, because it takes long. Or at least that's what they say.
Yeah, that's what we say for sure.
They just spend their day watching TV and eating popcorn.
How do you know?
Have you noticed a little webcam put on your sofa?
Yeah, okay, everything makes sense now. It's fine. Holy shit, that's creepy. Okay, back to the
Anyways.
racing action. Yeah, exactly. There was a nice drift.
Now
before
has
by-
gone past Sven. And Sven's trying to go around the inside into turn 1. Can he keep it clean, no hitting each other? Not like Sven is going through that moment. He's going to try and go around the inside into the high shoe. He's launching the move. He's opening the door. Tangai's opening the door. He hasn't gone defensive at all. Probably he wasn't expecting to die. But Sven is one of those who makes dives, but makes them clean, kind of Danny Ricciardo.
I'll tell you what, Daniel Ricciardo.
That's how Ricciardo do.
Not a master.
Well, technical issues. We couldn't hear anything you said. If you said anything.
Hello.
Hello then. Okay.
He's still alive. That's a very interesting line Tongi has chosen
He's
right
going
there.
down to the apron. That's not very quick.
We've got a C-Force race car off. Jesus, he's picked. He's a lap down.
There was close to contact between Van der Wege and Galehood it is, and yeah, they are still fighting.
Oh,
Ten
and
guy is so close.
Lee
These
Chong
guys are
has
so-
lost
Actually, these guys will
positions.
not quit.
He's in the pit because Lee Chong has lost 2 positions.
Yes.
And you have decided to turn number
He's going to
1.
get a
Is
pretty
it
good
going
run.
to
There's
work?
a car in front now with a BMW with the GTPs.
BMW could be the
With-
important thing, but it's not
Way.
apparently.
Way.
Guy has to go with that 4GT. 4GT makes a move, he has to go with it. If he doesn't, he loses his slipstream.
Yeah. It's crazy to see these guys are mirroring each other for the whole event now, and it's absolutely crazy. Even yesterday they were so close together qualifying, like you could have put a sheet of paper between them, between the cars.
It'd be
and them.
really scary to put these guys in the same team. Right now, with Patrick.
Yeah, true. And if yeah, exactly. If you would put them into the same room and give them some boxing stuff, they would probably
Well, they go blow for
fight.
blow, and then at the end they knock each other out. The
I think
Exactly.
Yeah, Tonga is being lucky. It's not Alfie, because if it was Alfie, they would
Wait,
probably be
son.
out already, because they would have hit each other.
Yeah, but still, Alfie was able to keep it up, and that's something I personally did not expect. And time-wise, it looked to me like Alfie was there as well, and perhaps not that quick as Sven Galehood is, of course. But then again, absolutely not letting the Ford falling away at any time. Ooh, that's
Porsche is weaving very
Sorry.
hard to try and get around. I think that 4GT just has that Porsche. Look at that through field. Just leveling each other out. Is that Porsche? As soon as Ford blows by. On through this stuff, the Porsche is over that Ford.
they are flashing each other. They keep on flashing each other. It's like they communicate. But I I don't really get behind. He's complaining about what? Like they speak their own little secret language and nobody else can
But some
understand.
people, depending on what driver you will flash to, like, other drivers will flash just to be like, I'm here, or I'm going to overtake you. Weird how that 4GT's flashing ahead.
Exactly, but I do that as well. I mean, even if I'm angry about someone or thanking someone, which can happen as well, I'm
It's
using my
fine,
flash in front as well, but he's just flashing all over the place.
Max retaking the lead after Tom's pit stop.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Max
Philly
strategy is
is up
definitely
to
superior
third,
to
so
Tom.
pit stops behind have helped Leon P2 to go up into third position overall.
Way!
Will not last long, so don't get that happy.
Oh, Philip Bryan is
Yeah, my time hasn't
He's-
been calculated in, right? So.
Is Pablo
Oh, look at
behind
spin in on top.
Who spun?
It's been one of the Lamborghinis,
There's
right?
a lot of cars in the horseshoe. Certainly a lot.
Of the
Christian Albers right there. There's a
Don't
big
believe
chunk of
they
cars, and
collected
that's the fight for the lead being interrupted. So these FRA guys may do a little bit of help there, or may just not. And oh, they make contact.
they
That's
both-
not teamwork. He's made contact with Carl. Oh, behind. He's just not helping anyone. On the inside,
That
oh my god,
DPI
it's
is.
the
Who is in
DPIs
that
today are
DPI?
making really dumb and really crazy moves.
That is.
Chirinos, yeah, it is.
Now there's Chirinos. He is not giving anyone the respect they deserve. He is a mad, livid driver inside
but
that cockpit.
it's
I do
not
not
only
think
him.
he's happy to be here.
It's actually not only him, because it's been all day long. They've been doing really crazy moves to anyone. The whole DPI class. And
I was
also-
made fun of for telling DPIs how to overtake. Everyone's like, oh, use accelerator for forward and go. But genuinely, you forget how to overtake and you ruin other people's races. Like what Kyrinos has just did. Not ruined particularly, but, you know,
now
he's
behind.
doing rash decisions that are not safe for the other drivers.
going to go
That's what
around
I'm trying to
the
highlight.
outside. He's going to go. And oh my god, they've touched. They've actually touched, and I think close to the grass it was.
Oh, that was super close. Definitely.
It was very close indeed. And Sven is dive-bombed back. But Sven is side by side with him.
Side by side, and there's some DPI
Into the
coming
king.
up.
And now into the second horseshoe. They've got a DPI behind. I think that's Ernest Ross.
Yes, it is.
Number 18.
begging
And
that.
they, I tell Ernest to wait until the oval to do anything. He's going to wait. That'll be very, very desperate.
A smart decision from the DPI. I don't know why he's going to
Very
the inside
smart.
though. That's a stupid decision from the DPI.
There's been very crazy moves, as I say, from them today, and there should be penalties coming their way, as both Team Bernie cars are making their way through very close. That's a very dangerous move from Kenneth. And I think Ernest has let Kenneth through. Very dumb move from both of them. Very dumb move from all of
They were
them.
3 wide at the exit of that, and now they're in a
These two
sandwich.
guys.
Porsche goes low.
Yeah, the Porsche goes, but
Those DPIs do not seem too
no,
fast.
this is not being smart teamwork. They've let Kenneth through, but the cost has been Ernest crashing into Tangai. And now,
Those
I think,
GTI
yeah,
drivers are going to be
Ben is
very
trying to follow the
angry.
DPI. He hasn't been able. Goes really wide. He's had contact
Oh.
with Ben. They're not being any smart
These DPI
today.
These DPI
Down the
drivers need to
inside
get
goes
off the
Ben.
track or
Just
at least
keeps
get away.
diving.
They are ruining a fantastic race.
It is being a fantastic race. They're just getting in the way. And I think Ernest. Oh, into the grass. He sent him. He's ruined his race, or at least that moment.
That Porsche's so much better on the brakes, though. Look at it as he just pulls him in.
Randy outside Sven's
squeezing.
stride. It was a very outside line.
Still side by side.
Inside. He's done it. I think he's done it.
Maybe that
He's
Porsche's gonna
almost
get
done
back
it.
in there.
Oh
That
my
Porsche's gonna
goodness,
be
mate.
wanting to get round the inside.
Wow.
Oh.
He was in the apron. That's not a very legal way to get that advantage.
No, it's good racing. Leave it.
Yeah, well, good words, please.
Can you not?
5-second time penalty.
Everyone.
Sebastian,
everyone
we'll have
except
Kanga pulling
Philip
up the
Bowen.
fucking his little scoreboard thing, and he'll be switching it. And Canada all over again.
So, is now his fan going to try and go around the outside into turn number 1?
That
He
slipstream,
certainly is
look at
looking
that.
for the spot.
Oh, look at him! It's a big drag race as they come into the tri-oval. Maybe the 4GT.
Very interesting lines. He dived down from the outside. Very close. Oh, he locks up. Sven's made it. Sven's made it through. And he's getting some tank slappers outside of turn number 1. And I mean, very good racing from these two. I think we need to extend this race even longer just to see these two.
Fisher complained about it being too
Out,
long.
red
Man
flag.
complained about it not being long enough.
Well, I'm complaining because I'm tired. I'm not complaining because these two are giving us a real
side by
show.
side. Unbelievable. There goes the Porsche again down the inside.
You're giving us a real show, and that's
Side by
why we
side down
shouldn't
the
complain.
backstroke coming into the
Oh, the
bus
tank
stop.
slapper again.
Yeah, Tonke is really pushing hard right now, and he's trying everything to get past that Ford. But it doesn't look like it doesn't feel to me like Galehood is actually defending too hard. He's letting him by on occasions, seeing where stuff goes, and then just blows back one lap later in the slipstream.
Yeah, he's
that
not
4GT
giving it
has
all.
Such
Not
a
giving
big
it all.
straight line advantage over the RSR Porsche.
So, pointing out, well, this fight, I mean, this shouldn't care too much because the other GTLM is standing 16th. The
That
very deep
DPI has its
position.
lights on.
But,
Well, that's an unconventional move.
That's Tom
Yeah,
Rogers
Tom
who's
is
going
just-
through.
Tom's just going through and he's not going to stop with this too. Like, it would be a great show, but he's not in the mood for it. And I'm going to have a look at sector times. These two are just losing time with each other. Tom guy goes around the outside as Sven usually does.
They
He
leave
does.
each other inches.
But he always has great traction outside of the horseshoe. He's capped in the he's capped ahead
Porsche's really
Sven.
good under brakes here.
Yeah, he is. And he's going to try and go around the outside, gain
He's going to get a better run
position.
coming into the next corner, but I don't think it's going to be good
No,
enough.
it's not enough. And we can see in the back, Mark, 5.6 seconds behind on the lead. Oh,
How much better an exit that Porsche gets.
also, we've got Carl Alvarez, Christian Alvarez, DNF as well.
Again, big shame.
Comes out
Oh,
on
it's-
Porsche, but
it's
they
gonna
got
be
high
hairy.
It's
class
getting
cars on the
close.
outside.
It's getting close, and we've got Philip
No.
Boland watching, and Marisburg as well. Premium spectators for this awesome fight.
Philip thinks better of it, and it takes his time like
So,
a gentleman.
Mark has got to lap these two GTLM, and also Philip is going to go very close to the wall. That was scary.
Here we go, we got 3 classes of car here.
Where's the GTDs at?
Instead of
GTD
GTDs in there.
update. We've got Carl Magnus Borel leading, Oscar Verstappen second, and Jonas Verter
Seems to be a great
Jonas
day
no.
out for
Martinez in 17th,
FRA
Augusto
racing.
Masson in 18th. Augusto Masson, who was fighting for the lead of this restart, now a lap down of Martinez.
Wasn't that Bustamante?
No, Bustamante, Masson was his teammate.
Yeah, exactly. The car, yeah, sure.
Exactly,
Get
he's
it.
a lap down of Martinez. Back into this fight. Oh, that's close. It's almost hit him. These two guys just can't stop fighting. They love the fight they're having. So first sector for each one. Times are relevant now, just to see who's getting edge ahead. 56.7 for Sven. The other incident made 56.8 for Tanguy. Is he going to go around here outside the bus stop? The bus stop is a piece of a corner, but you have to go when you have to have a lot of respect. I can't English right now. It's very late.
Okay.
I've been here for four hours almost. I'm
I
dying.
can't English. It's very.
I can't. Yeah, I can't English.
Oh, I can't believe how close. There's a 10th between them. Less than a 10th. 9/100ths of a second.
After nearly 5 hours of racing.
These guys just will not quit.
No. But it's interesting, they are both in it to win it and absolutely showing that right now. And of course putting the best drivers they have into these cars and crazy. They absolutely give no margin to each other and they still keep on fighting after all this time. And I wonder what kinds of objectives Tonki did this time by. Last time out he said he was doing homeworks aside. Surely he doesn't do that this time.
Very interesting fight. And well, there's not been much fights anywhere else. Just being pretty close between everyone, but not close enough for us to even see anything. It's a personal best for the Mazda in, let me check position, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a personal best for Lorenzo, who's gone into the car now. He's taking over Kenneth. And yeah. Being a pretty interesting fight. Lorenzo did quickest second sector overall 19.6. Quicker than Tom Rogerson. Tom Rogerson, he's just unbeatable right now. But Mark is has a good enough lead from the 2 restarts to just walk away. Even if he finishes in the lead lap down in 5th, for example. Being an amazing race between these two. I'm feeling a bit lonely. I see no one's talking now.
No one's here.
That's great. Oh, that's very great.
Well, so Tanguy and Sven both, I will assume, are going to be competing in the American Endurance Championship.
Oh!
And Tanguy's off.
Commentator Skurs, you talk about him. You've cursed him, and he's just cutting now. That's not a very safe way to rejoin.
I am so sorry, Tanguy.
What have you done, John?
Oh
Oh my god, Mark. Do you feel like Martin Brundle now?
I do.
What did Martin Brundle? I don't even want to know.
Well, he's done a few commentators' curses.
Yeah, I mean, it's Martin Brundle. Anyways,
Let's see who else I can curse.
you can try Sven now in the, so it equals out.
You can
yeah.
Sven in the turn 1. It's a difficult corner, so I don't know how this is going to go. As actually,
There's
there's
someone's spot. Well, that was a nice
just
try.
imagine the scene. Holy fuck.
I think, John, what do you think about Mark Spurker?
I think he's a very determined individual, but I think he's a little bit crazy, but that kind of comes in being a German. So,
Don't know if I
where's he
feel
going
offended
right
or
now?
like very honestly treated. Eh?
Well,
We've
I
got
feel like
a
your
little
personality's
chat, a little
great
fight in the
thing.
chat. Everyone say Alfie Beevan is saying don't touch Sven, while Matthias Polman is saying don't push Tanguy into the wall. Well, Tanguy has pushed Tanguy into the wall with that spin.
At least it's not
Tanguy
someone
is
else,
done.
right?
Right, my voice pushed Tanguy into the wall.
Well, he shouldn't notice that, but anyways, 4.5 seconds is now the difference between Tanguy and Sven. I'm sure Tanguy can get that down. And Pablo Lopez going to lap Tanguy for the second time since the restart. John, can you stop farting, please?
I'm not doing anything.
Well, something sounded.
Very off.
So it was either you farting or some animal you got around there or the door.
Yeah, it's my fucking cat.
Ah,
Explains a lot. You have cats in Australia.
Yes.
oh, so you mean you don't only have koalas and kangaroos?
And don't forget the emus.
Well, the emus were killing people, so why would they have them at home?
Oh, that's
Fucking
mean.
idiot. Fucking scary animals, aren't they? Oh, shit.
Yeah, they're large and brainless, kind of
I mean-
like me. So,
I mean, I
see
think
the problem.
there's only one thing which was killing the emus, and it wasn't the humans. It was the firebush.
Literally, imagine, okay, a fucking 7-foot bird running at you.
Can you not swear?
What's 7 foot even?
We're on live TV. Can you not swear, please?
Okay, stop it. Let's go back to the race.
Stan, you might.
focus?
I mean, Stan, you might find this funny, but we haven't had any fight about emus until now.
Might be my bad influence then.
Yeah, we've only had them with you in here, so I don't know.
What do you want to
Who
say?
is the closest back now?
Right now, the closest
Oh,
battle, or the closest gap, is between Laszlo and Bruno. It's about...
Indeed. And Bruno is. Oh, I went the wrong way. That's
Bruno is
right.
especially another class.
But Bruno is on the DPI, and Laszlo is in the RP2. So what kind of fight is that? It's like humans against emus.
Okay.
So you're watching, everyone here, you're watching the 2020 IVRC Daytona 6 Hour sponsored by emus.
An Australian Alan Kicker
You can keep trying. It's sad enough you beat us in the Eurovision, so.
Oh wow, how was Dawson singing? Tell you what, how good does this C-Force car look?
It looks good, it doesn't perform well.
Yeah, but it looks good, right?
It does.
I gotta
Thank
say,
you.
in all honesty, I think with the original Mazda colors, it would have been a different story. But that is like, not my kind of taste. I gotta say. Then again, I've just slapped the MPG car together, so I shouldn't probably open my mouth.
I mean, they've stolen that number 77 on the shark fin. Looks pretty similar to the one Valtteri Bottas has had at the Mercedes. So isn't that
blue and it's
copyrighted?
77, so where's the point?
No, but that it looks the same, so it should be copyrighted.
You'd be a great lawyer.
Got to be brand loyal. Mercedes, please.
Yeah, now that you say it. Also, doesn't the 77 say some name on the car that's actually not racing? Just asking for a friend.
What?
Who's been
Wait, give me a sec. Do you see this one?
Yes.
No, it's fine. Oh, actually, commentator skirt. There it is again.
More like game review, Chris.
Okay, Bruno's going off. Apparently, he's
Hang
also.
on. If who went off, who would make it a good race? Let's start talking about Tom. Surely he'll go off.
No, but Tom is like 15 laps down. Let's talk about Mark.
Yeah, Mark has to go off. It's gonna be a bit more interesting.
So here's Mark. He's got that Repsol. And look, oh my god, that looks
What's
pretty.
the yellow for?
That looks pretty. Look at him inside the car, like driving. Let's look at his legs.
Look at how
Look at the legs.
consistent he is.
His
It's
legs
almost
are
like
cut.
he's never spun.
He's
It's
got
almost
no
like
legs.
He's never spun.
He hasn't won, yes.
It's almost like he's never gone wide.
Yeah, he's gone wide a few times.
It's almost like he's never understeered into this tyre wall.
Oh, there
Well,
was
he's just
someone
gone
this
wide.
year.
It's something. But let's look at his legs. How does he put the throttle into full mode? Like, got no legs.
I'll tell you what, I reckon Mark's running a hybrid system. Well, imagine going off at the bus stop. Like, just the luck you'd have to have.
Oh.
He just snaps it like
So imagine this GTD, sorry, crashing into Mark. Too late.
that. No, it'd be so unfortunate.
That'd be so sad.
Imagine turning in too hard and hitting the pit wall. Oh no, that'd be horrible for
Oh
Mark.
no.
Wouldn't it, Mark?
Only
Should-
Chris Davis has
Where's
done, and
Where's
certainly
Mark?
not me.
Where's Mark? Should I join Mark's TeamSpeak and start doing like they did on Tiamatmatic on the YouTube Championship? Like, hey Mark, how's it going back there?
Do you have damage? Mark, do you have damage?
Mark,
Damage, do you have Mark?
damage there?
Damage to you, Mark.
Mark, do you have damage?
How's your front wing? I can't see my front wing!
No, but that was
no,
Timmy. That was
crazy.
Timmy.
Yeah.
Psychological advantage.
Hey Mark, do you want to be that haughty guy that is Tom Rogerson? I think he's underage.
Happy time.
Okay, guys, can we go back to commentating, please? Like we're supposed to.
We're just, I mean,
Jose,
Get off the
can
structure,
you?
Stan, it's you.
Sorry, like I still have to look for some quality. Like, not like we can provide any, but we can try at least. Jose, a little bit more than 1 hour to go. Can you please give us a run through the complete grid, like the order that we have in the race right now?
of
We've
course
got-
I can. So we have Tom Rogerson leading from Vector Motorsport number 75. Behind, we have Max Verker in the number 3 Repsol Swinigal Racing. He has been here for the 7 hours we're going to go. 7.5. Then we have Lee Chong, who has come back after that spin early in the restart. And we have Pablo Lopez in the Rotados Racing Spain team. Antonio Isaias for the OS front row making their debut as well in 5th. Then we have Lorenzo and Ernest Ross for Team Bernie in the number 22 and 18 respectively. Philip Bowen for MPG competition in 8th, leading the LMP2 race. Then we have Bruno Spano in C-Force DI. Laszlo Teglos for Tebas Ring Racing in 10th, 2nd and last on LMP2. Then we have Townlight Van de Wage, who's overtaken or on the pit stop probably Sven Gielhood for FRA. Carlos Alvarez has fallen behind these GTLM cars, and it's Jonatas Bert in 3rd and last in the GTLM. Then we have Carl Magnus Borrell leading right now in GTD, with Joe Gauzitis in 2nd, Davidis Laurenavicius in 3rd, and Agustin Bustamante is upside down in 18th and last because Christian Alvarez, Shadow Racing his teammate, and Francisco Vasquez in Team Pui are both out of the race as Tanguy van de Wage makes his pit stop.
let's just can we just check the replay again on what the hell has happened to Bustamante?
I mean, it looked very interesting indeed because he was having some kind of fun with barrier, which pretty much fitted what we were doing to Tom or Mark.
Did he do that on his own, or was that Lee Chong?
No, it was
oh no,
with
that
Lee
was
Chong.
Lee Chong.
It was with Lee. Oh my goodness me, that's a very huge crash, and netcode making it look really weird.
Yeah, indeed. It looked very, very odd. But here we are, and it looks like he can continue. And can we speak about Lee Chong for a second? Because he's how is he in third again? He was
He's
way
I
down the
have
order.
no clue. He keeps bouncing up and down the order like a pogo stick, really. He's quite on his own though, with a 25-second gap to the next car and a 22-second gap to the car behind.
Yeah, he's had a very, very good pace, blistering pace. He was down in 11th or 12th at one moment in the restart, but he's managed to come back blistering pace. And some of the moves he's done, this has been amazing throughout the race since I've been here. He's got a very, very good pace. He should be fighting up there with Mark and Tom if it wasn't for that spin early in the restart.
Then again, very interesting, as Jones was saying, like he was bouncing up and down the order very, very weirdly, and especially after a commanding first part of the race, where at daytime, the first 2 hours, he was absolutely destroying all of the field, and now it looks like he and Nicola Vilanco are struggling a little bit. Then again, now the pace is back for whatever reason. It's very weird to see. But then again, very promising for anything that comes later during the race or even the seasons.
That was Lorenzo also coming out of the pits. So that's another pit stop for the Team Bernie number 22. And I think we have to take a look because Philip Boland might be a very long time ahead of Maslow.
Big news in GTLM. Big news in GTLM. If that's
GTLM.
correct on Discord, it has been said, no. Oh, that was super. There's a Ford missing. Where's the Ford? Or
GTLM,
am I
there's only
blind?
3. There's only 3
GTLM?
drivers in GTLM.
Is it correct?
What?
Where's the Ford at? Oh,
Where's
there it
the-
is. Okay, so Rafael de Bock has apparently replaced Tanguy van der Wege, who just wrote in Discord that he was rolling out of fuel. So it's the Ford now back in the lead.
Oh,
But
that's...
apparently the Porsche has had enough momentum to roll to the hold in at the pit stop.
That's
Still, that-
pretty... That's a very bad lag. That's huge disappointment. But if Rafael has got enough pace, I'm sure he can catch up to Sven. Sven is having a pretty good race. He's being able to keep in front. He's being lapped right now by one of the C-Force cars. And also Tom right there. So he's being lucky. He knows how to play this out. But he needs to keep that consistency. And I think they've been leading throughout the whole 6 hours, if I'm not correct. Please tell me, but they've been really good. And Alfie did a very good job. And so is doing Sven, so with less than 1 hour to go, I think the driver change should be soon coming. And I'm going to investigate the Rotodos team because I can try to niche a bit of information. I'm going to mute a moment, so John, you're alone here, so just entertain a little bit. John? Okay, so John isn't even here, so I'll try to snatch up the information while keeping you all. Okay, so it's pretty funny. I've got into Rotodos Racing's radio, and they're speaking Indian or something. So it's less than 1 hour now, 55 minutes to go plus the final lap probably. And probably Tom is going to win this third restart. And until the third, until probably tomorrow or the day after, we will know the full results, of course. They'll be published as soon as possible. Remember, we have had 2 red flags. This, the race, season probably right now because it's the only race. Sven Yilhut leads in GTLM, as does Carl Magnus Bore, both for FRA in GTD. It's General Lee, Tom Rogerson, and well, fastest lap for Tom, 1:31.2. And the leader of LMP2 is Philip Boland for MPG.
That was the...
So it's time. I
Yeah.
don't know if you heard, but I've got into Rotodos's team radio, and they were speaking Indian. So that's some interesting tactics to keep concentrated.
They were speaking Indian.
Well, I don't know who of the Rotodos riders it was, but one of them was speaking Indian, or at least trying to.
Aren't you like, yeah, I've heard of the weirdest tactics so far to keep awake. Like Max Zwerka already letting everyone tell what's going on in the race, even things that don't affect him at all. And he was struggling, of course, not only with his alcohol levels, but with his wakeness, if that's a thing, being awake, like stuff, or not falling asleep. That's actually the word that I'm looking for. And yeah, I mean, if speaking Indian helps, sure, why not? Go ahead.
They were trying to make a, I don't know, let me search how to say this because I don't really know.
Sure, that is not some weird alternation of your language. So.
They were trying to mimic the Spanish accent that Apu from The Simpsons has got.
Okay, and whatever keeps you awake. As
I think that's
before.
the weirdest strategy to keep awake I've ever seen. But if it works, it's fine for us. Well, back in the race, as I said, Tom Rogerson leading the overall and the DPI class on this third restart, and Philip Bowen on B2, Sven Yilhut for GTLM, and Carl Magnus Bore for GTD. All 4 classes here in the 6 hours of Daytona 2020 for the International Virtual Racing Championship. 52 minutes to go, and it's feeling long already.
Yeah, after 5 hours of racing and in rather
1 hour of red flag, because it's been almost an hour in total.
Yeah, on a Sunday evening, I think people are allowed to get a little bit more sleepy. Or yeah. That being said, it's very impressive to see Philip Holland going around wrestling around the LMP2 car with basically no mistake. I don't want to, praise him because he's my teammate or anything, but also like his car control is absolutely out of this world at this point.
He's done a very good job. I have seen almost no mistakes from him. Like,
exactly.
Literally no mistakes. And
but neither from the cars around him at the moment.
Really well. Look at Tanguy, who is not Tanguy. Actually, it's Rafael de Bock.
Yeah.
Who I saw on Discord some claims that he had cut the bus stop chicane, but it turned out to be lag, making it look different. So I don't think these guys will go down to that to cut down the gap. Basically because they will get caught anyways.
Yeah, definitely. But the gap is only 16.8 seconds. It's not that much considering the fact that they were running out of fuel. And,
yeah, maybe I may think they are waiting for Alfie to get into the car if he does, because Alfie wasn't having that much pace.
Yeah, Alfie's pace was certainly not on the level of Geelhout and Van der Wegen, but then again, as I said before, it wasn't bad either, and yeah, considering all things around, he did a good job in my opinion. If it wasn't for the Pontarina, right? That wasn't that glorious in the end. And now I'm being left alone in the commentary booth, but that's absolutely fine. And as I want to bring back, quite a little bit wide, praised him too much apparently in the background. We're looking at Lorenzo, who I personally had some little fights going on during my stint in the night. It was in the second part of the race, and he's now flashing one of the Lamborghinis ahead. That must have been Augusto Bustamante, who was fighting for the GTD lead before it looks like counting in all the cars that were ahead of this guy. We will quickly switch to him. Agustin Bustamante, now we have him in the picture as well. Considering all that, his opponents had some serious issues in the other race segments. It's either him or Dovidas Lauriavicius for the lead, but it looks like he has lost a lot of time right now here. Bustamante, he's 2 laps behind Lauriavicius up in front, who is in P17 and is now being overlapped by the LMP2 leader as well. On track right now, Karl Magnus Borre and Joe Gauss-Dietrich are more than a minute ahead, or a minute and half a minute ahead respectively, but that will all be annihilated once we get the total summed up result. And it looks like for the moment Tobias Lauriavicius is leading the class in the total standings, although he's only in third on track for the moment in GTD. So let's have a look at the other cars that are going around.
So, just quickly saying, Lorenzo and Antonio Zayas are really close to each other. They're fighting 1.3 seconds adrift.
Yes, you're right.
Having a look at the
really
timing.
Go ahead.
Lorenzo is having it. Lorenzo is the best of the. Oh, he's cut.
Ooh,
that's 3 big
that's some
cuts.
massive cutting right there.
He's gained like 7/10 minimum.
Yeah, tell you what, race control doesn't want to see that.
Yeah, it's.
Sure.
I mean, we have seen it, so it's clear they cut. He has cut. I don't know if he's got any other laps. Certainly this one. He's even going to yellow lines on the apron. So he's just trying everything to go up into 5th. But probably he will get that down if the stewards are not permissive enough. Let's say like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be tough for him to maintain his rights or anything about his line through the chicane. I just hope he doesn't do it again for the sake of his own result. But looks like he's by far not as much as struggling as. Who's that in front? Isaias? Yeah, it is.
Antonio Isaias, or the I don't know what Apple front row team.
Yeah, exactly.
Number
28. Car number 28.
Yeah, 28. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of knowing the team names now, most of the numbers, and I have looked at the Supporters Guide twice.
Yeah, you haven't spent the whole night doing the spotter guide, so okay, Lorenzo now going in and absolutely going over the grass.
He's cut. That's
and he knows it. He
keeps
backs
back
off.
the place, but he's going to have his slipstream now. And the outside to turn 1, possibly he's changing the line, going really high, banking. Now he's got some GTD car ahead. He keeps on flashing in.
That
From
can
the
get
outside,
very hairy.
it was almost a crash. You could see the crash happening. Right?
Yeah, definitely. But Lorenzo thinking up better of it and showing that he has some race intelligence and just waits for his chance that is inevitably coming down the road.
He's performed really
point.
well. Lorenzo, he was having a big fight with was it Angel? And throughout your stints,
After the start of the second, mistake from Antonio Sayas. He's going to go in the switcheroo. He's trying to go around the outside. It's a turn number 7. That doesn't usually work. It hasn't worked this time. He's got the slipstream for the oval. Can he make it into the last of chicane? And yeah, as I was saying, he had a great fight with Angel in the Rotodos Racing Spain car throughout the start of the second restart. From the outside, he's going to try and go around the bus stop. This keeps on trying to go around the outside. It's not going to work like that. He's already lost 8 tenths. So Antonio Isaias not in the pace. Trying his best, of course, but not in the pace.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Lorenzo had such a good run through the chicane there, and they didn't look cut it this time. At least not from what I saw. And yeah, I think at this point, Isaias just has to let Rezo go. I think we had someone visiting the pits. It was
Angel has gone into the Rotodos team now, Rotodos car, and these guys are possibly in 3rd overall or 2nd overall.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. The OS front row guys haven't had any issues either, from what I got, at least from the part that I saw in the race. So,
but these guys have been very consistent and consistently
absolutely
ahead of the OS front row guys. So,
were they? Okay.
Yeah, they've been always ahead of those guys that I think. I mean, I think in the first team they clearly were in the first before the first restart. They were before the second restart. So
yeah, okay,
it's very possible. Second or third. I mean, it's hard to know right now. We're just making miscalculations probably. I'm sure we'll have the full results next week, hopefully. But it is a long race. If the stewards have got to take a look at a lot of incidents which have happened, and most of them have been covered here. So if we can get the replays, well, that's a good thing we have this.
Yeah, definitely. Stream will definitely help these guys. Or
Someone's coming out of the pits. I think that was Mark
Zwerker.
Mark Zwerker is leading outside the pits.
Wait. How long was the pit stop? Yeah, no, that's correct.
No, he's clearly ahead. And I was saying this. I think Mark's saving field throughout the race. I think Mark wants to get ahead, strategy-wise. And actually, he is ahead strategy-wise. Still, he knows he's first, pretty much for sure.
But 1 minute 30, that's more like an additional pit stop for Tim Rogers.
No, but he's 1 minute 30 ahead of Angel. It's 5 seconds.
Now it's the timings.
Yeah, okay, so
sure.
the thing
Okay,
is,
here we go.
I think Mark knows he's won, but Mark wants to finish the race in first.
Yeah.
Rather than finishing second and knowing he's first. He wants to get at the first place. So we'll have to keep an eye, but I think you're sure as well as I am. Mark's from first overall for sure.
Yeah, definitely. If Mark's not in first, then I don't know who is.
Yeah, exactly. Tom Rogerson should be in first because he's had the best pace of anyone. Been unlucky with the pit stop because he's had two bugs, or one bug and one problem with someone not letting him pits and running out of fuel. So you know, you have to consider that in racing real thing, not the game glitch, which you couldn't expect it. Because, you know, games are usually tested, and this shouldn't happen.
Yeah, true.
Also, Angel is keeping up with Mark. Angel's keeping up with Mark. He may even get unlapped.
it would be absolutely crucial to get a lap back. Every lap that you get back is absolutely worth it in the end, and especially with all the gaps that should be counted together at the end. And yeah, the better you are, of course, the better your position is in the race, right? And I think at this point, though, Mark Svecker is just let go a little bit of the pressure, and he's definitely looking like he's just cruising towards the. No, it doesn't look like it. Just judging how Svecker was going through the chicane, I think he's still giving all he got, and Angel is just a little bit better at the moment.
And at least he's keeping up with Mark, which is rather surprising. He did overtake Mark at the start of the second restart. It was pretty interesting. I think he's just got personal best 132.891. Mark 132.863, which is amazingly close. And running he's trying to go, he's definitely going to unlap himself at this rate.
Tell you what, Mark doesn't like that. He certainly doesn't like that. Of course, you always, if you run in first, you never want to get disturbed by that back marker, but yeah, he's one of these guys that hate it especially, and
yeah, did you imagine this happening like Brazil 2018?
Yeah. Actually,
Mark would be really angry.
Gotta say, I didn't watch the race.
Well, you didn't. Okay, basically what happened was Esteban Ocon was unlapping from Max Verstappen with the center rest, ran the outside.
Yeah, I know. And they collided, right?
Yeah, they collided. Yeah,
exactly.
Pretty much like Verstappen took out Montoya 17 years before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I know it's funny. You know, you mentioned Verstappen and Montoya, and I know immediately what you mean. But when you speak about Ocon, I have no clue what the fuck has happened. Anyways, I'm feeling old.
Really slow, Angel. I think he's letting Tom through.
Yeah, definitely.
So he knows Tom is quicker. He just wants Tom to get through, so he can get through with him.
Yeah, I think
52 laps.
Oh my God, you're still alive.
Yes.
I thought an emu just called into your house.
I'm just gonna get a car and I'm just gonna paint it with enemies.
Sorry.
God.
I'm trying so hard not to laugh, but it's still funny.
I'm gonna slap a German and a Spaniard on the
Well, I mean, this is how to get the crowd entertained. So we just say someone's died because an emu has killed him. That's interesting. That's emus killing people. That's great.
Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied if I give you a raise?
I'll be very satisfied.
Yeah, I thought so. Back to racing action.
I've only mentioned the emus 3 times in like 4 hours and a half. So be happy.
Mark's gotten back from
Oh! The switch back from Tom into the bus stop.
Yeah, to keep you updated, John, Mark has overtook Tom during the pit stop.
But Tom's back in the lead, and now Mark is going to try and go around the outside. 500ths, well, no, it's more now, it's 800ths of a second separating Mark and Tom. He couldn't go around the outside with a GTD in the way. But, Tom's next lap.
Next lap run, yep.
And is he going to try and go around the inside? Yes, he is. Is he
close
close
enough? Mark's got his nose in there.
He is, but he can't make it stick. It's really close, this fight. Really entertaining, but I think Tom is now going to get away with this third restart race win, but not the overall win. We know who's the overall winner. Well, unless he retires right now and he loses a ton of laps.
That's his car blows up commentator's curse.
Let's just hope it doesn't happen because it would be really sad for Mark.
I'll have an angry
very,
German
very
at my
sad.
door.
Mark hasn't won anything ever. He needs to win this.
Like Mark's ever won
sarcasm,
anything,
of course.
Yeah. I'm feeling personally attacked right now.
I mean, it's not like Mark has won 2019 1 and 2019 2 TCC championships.
No, totally not. And not
let me ask
2018 either, where I was
Oh
vice
yeah, I
champion
was going to
anyway.
ask you like that, right?
Fucking hell.
He's won all the TCC championships to date, and he almost
Like
won
he's
the
a triple world
WEC.
champion, triple TCC world champion.
Yeah, as I was saying, he could have won the WEC championship in GT if he hadn't gone to LMP1. He lost LMP1 by a few points to Bruno Spano. Very close to the wall, Tom Rogerson.
Oh, he's off.
And I think that's the pending title for Mark, the World Endurance, because, you know, he was really close. He won most of the races he was in LMP1, but he couldn't get it because those two first races he spent on GP damaged his chances.
What? Someone was just too slow in GTs. What? Did I say that? No.
Okay. Anyways,
Anyways,
34 minutes remaining. I was in GT. I was driving in LMP1, so
No, I was speaking about Mark because the first two
Oh,
races
yeah,
he
well-
competed in, I was winning both races. And
yeah. The thing is, I spun you around in Brazil, which you were having a good flag and a good race. So I now feel bad.
did you spun me? I can't remember Brazil
Yeah,
at all.
I
Gotta say.
gave you a little tap. As
Oh,
did
hang on.
Alfie.
Joe's ping, hitting with 30 minutes to go. And he's missed his pit box
Who?
by a country
Joe
mile.
Titus?
This-
Joe
Did he?
from FRA
Oh.
Sim Racing Team.
Oh,
and he's missed it again.
He's missed it again. That's
What is he
quite
doing?
quite the thing.
Has he... No, he hasn't
he
found
doing?
it. He's still trying to find his pit box.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Being served yet?
I'm
DPI
going
behind
to
him,
check
the
if
77.
Rotodos are live streaming because I want to get some information about them. I hope they're still speaking Indian.
I don't think they're going to serve his car. I don't think the 77's been served either.
Oh, well,
No,
C4's
77 looks fine. I think both of them were served right now, but how? That was super weird.
Well, it took him a while to find his pit box, but he's eventually gotten around to it.
Not like it's marked with a big red box anyway, so...
And it's not like it's a big thing for you to park in there.
So I've just got into the live stream of Rotodos, and they have had their last pit stop. So they're
Okay.
running now until the end of the
So
race.
Angel Gonzalez will finish the car off. That's very
Exactly.
Angela, compare! Compare! There you go, Angel. I know you love that.
He does. I don't speak that.
Neither do I.
So Angel is now 5th overall, and he's got Antonio Isaias, who's got technically a worse race pace than him ahead.
But I think Isaias just has to pit once again. And so does one of the Team Bernie cars who was just in the pits. We saw
was
that very
Lorenzo.
briefly. Was it Lorenzo?
Yes.
So the DPI is getting their last round of pit stops right now.
I don't know whether Tom or Mark have got to pit again. I don't think they do, but
Yeah, might happen that they don't. It's true. Because they were in the pits like 5 minutes or so ago.
they're anyways like a gazillion minutes ahead of anyone. A gazillion kilometers. More like. So they could just lift off at like 500 meters until the bus stop and get away with it.
Yeah, easily.
Not like it's much of a difficulty for them to just get away with this. But remember, as we've been saying throughout this third restart, this is not the official order. They have to figure it out. So we hope throughout this week we get it. It's going to be hard. Not gonna lie.
We will definitely do it this week at some point. Launch of the new homepage and everything's going dandy, which will happen on the 4th, February 4th, of course, and with the sign-ups of the new series coming in as well on the same date, and the new sign-up process in general. But that aside, that leaves us open to have a good look at the race results. I will personally start tomorrow evening, I guess, once I've recovered from the Super Bowl, which is happening today as well, which we kind of must watch. And,
well, let's talk about you.
The race gonna finish in time.
Yeah, probably not.
An hour and a half, I think. Was it
Hour,
start in 2
half
hours?
an hour remaining.
I think hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
yeah,
we should get it done, but we don't
Yeah.
know.
Virtual racing compared to the real life Super Bowl. Of course, I know always what I will choose: the Super Bowl.
That's right.
In Stan.
Absolutely
Motorsport
racing. No, gotta
is-
say, if I can compare, compete in my own race, sure, or if I see my own league prospering and running well here as well, it's gonna be good times, and I always choose that over any other event. And I don't say that to recover the situation. I genuinely mean that.
Pit motor racing is awesome, but it does provide some boring aspects every now and then. Daytona is a pretty boring track, to be honest.
Daytona is absolutely boring. If it isn't for the 24 hours and the multiple classes, it would have been. The only spectacular thing about it is like the banking, but then again, that's exactly what makes it iconic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically that.
Wait, what do you expect?
Thank you.
I've been up for 24 fucking hours.
I'm just not feeling good. Like, I can stay this last half an hour and probably a little bit more, but I need to go suicide already.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to look at this track for at least 11 months.
Yeah, exactly. Same.
I do not want to.
No, everyone's thinking the same. This is the last time I'm going to drive at Daytona until 2021.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Unless the coronavirus kills us all.
I made a Corona Mercedes GT3 car for me and my mate to do this 12-hour in, actually. Dan's had a peek at that.
Yeah, and it was like, why?
Why not?
Corona, like, why do you have to lift the thing? But then again, yeah, I remember this news. So.
It doesn't say coronavirus, it just says Corona. We
Fucking
just get around.
Mexican beer that piss in their export bottles and sell it to the US market. They don't even notice. Like, okay, show us what quality of beer that is. But
The
hey, you're
Germans
speaking about the
quality of
iRacing
beer.
12 hours of Bathurst, right?
Yes.
When's that? Next weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to participate in it?
Yeah, I competed in the 24 hours of Daytona as well. I fell asleep behind the wheel. I had been up for 40 hours and I bid left into the staff team. But it turned out I sped into the managing director of marketing for the US for iRacing. Like, if you look at the video, it looks like I just killed him. It looks like I purposely just jabbed the car left.
Why are you still able to race an iRacing and you haven't been banned for like
Exactly, because I
like a
think in the
zillion
cockpit,
years?
because the car was like steering was bent, so in the cockpit, I'm like holding the wheel on an angle, and then all of a sudden, like I hold it straight, and the car just hooks left. I think like when you look at it, it's like I didn't turn into them, I just put my wheel straight and like speared them. And I put it on Reddit, and like got a lot of updates on that. That works.
That works definitely.
Well,
Updates on it.
Exactly.
It's very interesting you tried to kill time management people from iRacing. As Angel Gonzalez takes personal best, we're on board with him. I hope not for the rest of the race, but if I feel lazy enough to change cameras, it might be like that.
Sven is still pulling out a lead over his Tango's teammate.
I think
now is at
Sven
the wheel.
Sven is 23 seconds ahead of him, who is also 1 minute and 17 seconds ahead of the other Porsche GTLM. Then we have leading the race on this restart. On GTT we have well, I think I'm missing Dovidas.
Yep, Dovidas Laudiner Vitius.
Then we have Otavio, Joe Gauzitis,
Also,
Agustin Bustamante, and then the two
snatched
retirements.
the lead.
So this third restart has been pretty safe.
How is Dovidas Laudiner Vitius now in the lead in GTD?
Good question. Is he still a pit stop ahead? Because he might be.
He's got a 6-second lead. If he can run it to the end, though, that's actually gonna look like a good finish if he can run that to the end.
I'm more with
not
the
know.
LMP2 leader, Billy Boland, whose teammate is strangely someone we don't know at all. We haven't been talking with him here for the last 2 hours, not at all.
Everything you say feels like a personal attack. Antonio Isaias is in the pits, by the way.
So indeed he had to pit. So Angel Gonzalez is in 4th, and I still maintain, I think they're in 2nd overall.
Yeah, I think so too. Gonna be very interesting to see in the end, but you know, the problem is Lee Chong has made such a huge gap out of these cars once again. It's now a minute between Chong and Gonzalez, and he was also commanding the lead very much in the first race. So I think if Chong is even down 1 lap, he could be ahead of Gonzalez overall.
Yeah,
Like,
you know,
it's very close.
being the first race of Rotterdam, being the first race of 2 of these 3 drivers, because Pablo did participate in WEC, did participate in TCC, but Angel and Moises, their first race, so finishing 3rd overall,
Yeah,
it's an outright achievement.
Definitely nothing to be ashamed of. Goodness me, don't get me
So
wrong.
should I tell them on their live stream? They're probably 3rd overall.
You
No,
can
they're
do
not
that.
joking. It'll be the commentators.
Yeah, they will choke definitely. Yeah, don't do that.
They're going to go crazy and probably crash out, which would be pretty fun.
Do a Chris. Do the
So-
Chris and crash into the pit exit wall. Like, oh, whoa, that was some close.
That was
drifting.
close. Really
Otavio
was.
de Barros in front. Yeah, he definitely heard some deja vu right there.
They're showing.
I have been in this place before. Copyright.
Okay, it's come to this part of the race now where the commentators of the IVRC 6 hours sing. Nice one. I've driven you guys insane, finally.
Well, man, it's
It's
taken long
like
enough.
you.
We haven't been singing.
The
yet.
fucking racetrack drove me to insanity last week or 2 weeks ago. Whenever the was.
So, I'm going to launch a question. I know this question is made up of tired feelings. And it's a pretty stupid question, but why don't we have oval-like tracks made up of hexagons?
Made up of what?
Like
Of
you know,
hexagons.
there's a tri-oval which looks like a triangle. Why don't we
Yeah,
why
why?
don't we have an hexa-oval which is made of 6 very quick turns?
How do
It'll
you
be
even?
like
How do you even come up with that? Like, holy shit! Why don't we have just an oval that's an oval? Like,
Well, we could have a round oval, but there would be no pits.
What do you mean?
Like,
You can
just a
easily have
circle.
a bent.
Sure, just build in some bent pits. Yeah, exactly.
No, in the UK they've got like a fully circular track, like 2 miles long.
2-mile oval. That's just a circle.
Yeah, it's like a back circle.
But you know, it's the UK. They've just gone up there outside the European Union. They're pretty crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, they just disconnected the internet and floated off into the Atlantic yesterday.
It's
so, or 2 days
last
ago.
Last night we all heard, or no, 2 nights ago we all heard on over the skies. United Kingdom disconnected your channel.
Was just basically. A
Sorry,
big
did they actually
vroom
go
and take
through
on.
Brexit?
Well,
Yeah.
no, they're going through it, but they're
Or are they
officially
still
outside of the European Union.
I don't know. Has anyone checked the maps yet?
I mean, I hope we have to make this some way, but we have to get a giant crane, move the UK out, and put Australia in.
Yeah, absolutely in for it. Except for the far part where Europe starts burning as well, just suddenly, and then
No,
Europe
because-
is on fire.
No, because
But
when you change a country, you change its climate.
Okay.
It would
that
be
makes
the
sense.
UK
You
burning.
kill all the koalas, all the
See,
Oh, no, no,
Europe's
wait,
the
wait,
job
wait,
for you
wait,
again.
wait.
That's
So-
the point.
So wait a moment. We're not bringing the emus. We're not bringing the emus into Europe.
You mean you're just gonna cull them?
No, we're just going to take them in a cage, move to Australia, put the UK where Australia is, and then put them inside the UK.
That's gonna be a very crowded place.
And
Even more
it's-
crowded than it is right now.
It's not
You
my
understand
problem.
the logistics of this?
You also have to catch the fire.
Someone's gonna clip this and put it in the stream highlights, at, like the beginning of it.
The beginning of insanity, you mean?
You know, this kind of things can only happen on a 6-hour race. And still, it's been really good. I'm actually sad it's ending. Although, I don't want to die.
Sven Gaylord right now.
Hang on, Mark's gained a considerable amount of time on and Sven's been pushed right by a DPI, prick.
John, we have some opinion over our earlier conversation about Kenyans. And Felix Kims has told us Kenyans can also sim race. I know we are good at marathons, but we are also trying our hand in motorsport. Found your conversation hilarious. Okay, so he didn't feel like your comments, because it was your comments, were racist. So that's fine for you.
But see, he didn't feel like they were, because they weren't. I was complimenting, because to my knowledge, they don't have like I know that they don't have an FIA sanctioned racing series out there, or like in the whole of Africa. At least like not
Well,
a national.
no, they
not-
don't. Actually, they don't.
Yeah, like they've got like the E-Prix that come and maybe some rally stuff, but nothing that's like we have V8 supercars and some GT3 series over here. Germany's got VLN and DTM. Europe's got the BTCC.
Is DTM FIA sanctioned?
DTM?
Pretty
No.
sure it is.
No,
Oh.
it's
No,
not.
it's not.
Oh well, like I still.
Well,
like a
you've got
international
FIA
sport.
Formula 4.
It's allowed basically by the FIA, but it's no FIA governed or anything serious like
It's
that.
recognised by them though, like as a top
Yeah,
tier
Nice,
sport.
okay,
True.
yeah. That
Like if
should
you
fit.
want to
out
get
of
your
this too.
super license, you can do it through what counts towards getting points for your super license is DTM.
DTM as well, yeah, sure, true.
Yeah, like you know. And then supercars also counts towards a super license and all of that. I don't know if Brazilian supercars does. I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
But like that's still an internationally known series. And like America's got NASCAR, IndyCar.
Yeah, IndyCar actually counts for
Yeah,
super
IndyCar
license
counts. And NASCAR does as well, I think.
Yeah, but it should.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think IndyCar does because, you know, the open wheel thing. But
Well, supercars counts towards it.
does
Like
it?
if you win the championship, it's like 3 light points to your super license.
Well,
3.
Win.
You need
It's like
you need
three.
40, so you should win. You need to win like 12, no, 14
Yeah, but
times.
it still counts. You have to get in 3 years, so you couldn't. You have to do supercars and then go on to Formula 2.
Yeah, winning Formula 2. You know,
Why not?
I mean,
Like it's still recognized.
I mean,
as
you
like
know,
a sport.
I know it's not that hard because Nick DeVries got it, because, and he's just bad. But
Finally!
Oh my
finally
God.
someone agrees to me. Fucking hell.
Nick
Oh,
DeVries
God.
is not good. I mean, he's
Oh,
had
God.
3 years and he's been beaten by rookies.
No,
Why
no,
does
no.
everyone think Nick DeVries is any good? No, he's not.
Golian Palmer won the Formula 2 World Championship.
That's
okay?
another
And look
proof.
how he turned out.
Fuck faces can win the GP2 or Formula 2 championship and still be crap. Stoffel Van
Oh.
Dorn is also crap and he also won the GP2 championship. No point.
Lance Stroll keeps buying more and more teams.
And
No, he's
car
not, blocked,
makers.
he's not blocked in our team, he's blocked a part of Aston Martin. And if you hate Lawrence Stroll
No,
for
no,
making new
no.
jobs and stay and making jobs to stay, then you've got a big problem, sir.
I don't hate what he's doing. I hate that he puts his son ahead of much more talented drivers.
Well, he's doing a pretty decent job. I mean, the option is
Yes, his
him.
son's good, but his son brings no entertainment factor, no media, no
He's
nothing
rejoined like an idiot in Italy. What do you need?
I need someone who's fast, who will make daring overtakes, who is one of the top 20 drivers in the world. Lance Stroll is not one of them.
Well, Nick DeVries isn't either,
And he's not in F1.
but that's a good thing.
So why is Lance Stroll in F1? Because of his dad. That's a bad thing.
Well,
what's your point?
Quick one, just to
Oh.
distract you guys. Rafael de Bock going to the pits once again with 12 minutes to go. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. You can go ahead now. Or
Having
just
an
focus
intense
back on the
argument.
race.
so also Nicholas Latifi is in F1.
Oh, hang on,
Doesn't
Mark's
deserve.
taking the lead back.
Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
yeah, Mark has it. Wow.
Oh, there was another splash and dash from one of the.
I think Tom has had to pit because I don't understand it. Even then.
Mark, again, with the superior German strategy, really. Much like the Mercedes F1 team.
But then again,
Tom
it's
seems
just
to
13
have,
seconds.
yeah.
I mean, Mark.
Well, it
Tom
was
is
20
going to cut
seconds in
down
his
that.
favour, so it's about a 40-second.
Oh, okay.
Deficit.
I thought
Because
they
it
were
was,
still, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought they were still close together.
I'll
They're
tell you what,
close
this
together.
is gonna be close though, because he's gaining at an like static rate.
Oh, yeah, with that drifting, he definitely doesn't gain anything.
Just gained 6/10.
Yep, by cutting track. Nice one. Anyway, anyways, let's see. There's Philip Holland getting overlapped by Lee Chong in the really manner-looking Cadillac.
Why is his name Lee Chong and he's French? Like, I don't understand anything today.
Why is John McDonald's name John McDonald and he's Australian?
Well, because McDonald's was American. And
Sorry, McDonald's. Whoops.
His name is related with his language, with Lee Chong.
But isn't it Scottish?
I don't even care. Just Lee Chong. It sounds Chinese.
Yeah, but he can still be French. Why was Mahavir Raghunathan driving under a fucking Dutch license?
Because he bought the Dutch license.
But yeah, see, that's the point. Like Lee Chong can still be born in France and be fully French. He has just has had the luck to have Corona parents, Chinese
No,
parents, sorry.
I want to see his documentation.
But Max Verstappen has a Dutch license. He
Yeah.
was born in Holland, and all of
Or
his
Belgium.
fans are from Netherlands.
Holland is Netherlands. Dude,
I know, I'm trying to fuck with it.
fuck off.
So you were trying to mean he was born in Belgium, right?
Yeah, he was.
So you've just fucked up that one.
Good, nice try. Anyways, 10 minutes to go.
I didn't say I was from Belgium. Where'd you get Belgium
10 minutes to go, lap 69 for Bruno Spano. Very good number.
Very good number. Yeah, indeed. It's a number.
It's lap 69.
He's on 69.
Let me guys tell you, it's lap 69 for Bruno Spano, and this another 69, which is Sven Gilhood leading the GTLM class.
Mark is being gained on at a rapid rate. At this rate, I think he might be caught. It's going to be very close, actually.
Yeah, Mark's going to lose that. Not going to be able to. Oh, Jonas' Verto retired again, so
Yeah, quite a while ago.
Someone's coming out of pits. I think it's Engel, possibly.
I thought you were going to the end, but they may have needed a little quick pit stop. And Loresso against Angel. That's the race, the fight for the end of the race, as well as Tom versus Mark. 10 seconds between Tom and Mark, but it's less than a second between these two, who spent 40 minutes fighting start of the second restart.
Yes, there was Engel stopping for what I can stop and go, or splash and dash, I should say. Mark's
Stop and go.
pitting. With 8 minutes
Mark's
to go,
in pit.
Mark has to pit.
Mark's pitting. Oh, this changes everything then.
Yeah, and here comes Tom.
Oh,
oh,
just
that
a
was
splash and
short
dash.
one.
That was a
that
3
quick
seconds
pit
of
stop.
fuel.
Yeah, probably fuel.
3 or 4
I
seconds
mean,
of F1 style pit stop there.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Tom re-inherit lead. Be fun to think about. Come on, tell me under field just to spice it up. Come on.
We've got 7 minutes in the pit to try and make commentators curse to anyone. So,
Free fall.
who do you want to make a commentator's curse on? John, you're good at it.
The part. Let's see how the Olympic D class is going.
Shut
we've got
up.
Philip.
Is this? Do you think Philip Bowen's having enough luck?
You know what? I think he's just such an exceptional driver. He's never ever made a single mistake in his whole entire life. As he runs a little bit wide there. Is that what's happening? Oh.
You should, first of all, you should have seen him when he first joined the sim racing community. It was like, it's no comparison even anymore.
Was he like
it's
Matthew Ragunathan?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking. Was
I
he
mean,
like
Matthew
who?
Ragunathan also improved during the Formula 2 season, but well, not
No, he
enough.
did not, funnily enough.
Well, I mean,
the gap
it-
was at the end pretty much the same that it was at the beginning of the season.
But
So-
he didn't have the same problems he had in Baku. He couldn't even put reverse gear.
He could put in reverse gear, but he couldn't turn the steering wheel. Which
Oh
is
yeah, he couldn't do U-turn.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
yes,
even Tatjana improved a little bit over the season. So, anyways, back to the racing action. We see right now Philip Volland in 7th, and where's his rival? 1 lap down in 10th. Richard Wanders for the FS Sim Racing team.
I mean, the LMP2
But
classes
Philip
are very
Bowen
equal
could
throughout the
spin
race.
off
Oh,
and crashes. Someone spun in
Yep,
front of him.
someone's
Oh,
spinning.
that
GTD
was-
car. But
think
must
that
have
was-
been,
BA
No.
Porsche.
yeah, Joe.
GTD.
it was Joe.
Georgia.
All with him.
The big American flag on the rear wing. Gotta say, it looks quite good.
I hope Philip doesn't hit pit wall, because that'd be devastating.
Nah, I mean,
Oh,
I had that
oh,
twice.
Philip.
No, it's not Philip. It's it is in turn 1
it's
though.
Lee-
It is the
Lee Chong.
EVR.
It's Lee Chong,
Yeah.
Chinese French driver.
Yeah, he's French.
I'm sure
Not
he's
French,
Chinese.
he's French.
Doesn't matter where he is, he's driving right now and he's driving in third, so...
Whenever he shows me he can sing La Marseillaise without any kind of problem, I'll believe he's French.
This needs...
Do I
No,
have
I don't
to?
say that.
Okay, I need. Why?
I don't say that as a German, I'd rather not jump in on this.
Hang on, he called me racist for saying Kenyans were good at running marathons. Fucking kidding?
I'm just saying this guy is Chinese, not French, because of the name. It's not
Doesn't
racist,
matter
it's
where
just...
the fuck
Yes,
comes
it
from.
is.
It's like, who the fuck cares where he comes from?
I hope he doesn't have the coronavirus.
Oh my fucking god.
Anyways, we all know these are jokes, so...
Dan, I'm gonna need a new go
Oh,
commentator.
Lorenzo has just hit Anil.
I mean, I've offered you to go to sleep right now, so it's your fault for being here. So, your own fault for being here. Oh, there was an off.
Everyone's spinning now.
Yeah.
Philip Boland's off.
Oh, I heard it. Oh.
So,
Jeez.
John's commentator's curse has come, but quite late.
To everyone besides Philip Voland, I've provided commentators blessing.
Why are you so
basically-
eager on putting commentator's curse on Philip? I don't
Everyone-
like this.
Everyone
Oh my
except
God.
finally Philip Boland is doing a Vettel.
Oh, and someone behind him's off. It's cheering us.
Is
He's
it?
off. Everyone but Philip's being killed.
No, that must have been Bruno or Carlos Alvarez.
Oh yes, yes, it's Bruno. My bad.
Yeah, I often
Bruno.
feel that. Ooh, Team Bernie's going against each other.
Actually,
Bruno
that's for
is
position.
the
Overall.
WEC LMP1 champion. Not having the greatest races. Teammates, well, didn't do any better, probably. But it wasn't
And
Dave
Gal
Force
is
Racing,
now
was it,
in
guys?
between the well, quite frankly, I'm just gonna have to say it. The orange Mazdas of death. Currently being pinched between them.
Tell
Caused
you a
nothing
story
but
about
trouble
that.
throughout this race. Many pinches and daring overtakes that are not viable. However, they continue to act the way that they have been, so I will talk about them how I will.
I can tell you a story about that. Like, I was trying to lap the GTD cars, and then suddenly a orange Mazda of death was shooting in between me and the GTDs in the banked corner. That was like a very, very interesting moment, to say the least. It was like,
I think we were watching. Yeah, we were watching.
yeah,
that
you were
happen.
watching me, and you are watching the driver who did that exactly right now, and
We
it
were
was
like, what the fuck?
what the hell? Fuck, exactly. What the fuck was that kind of? Oh, come on.
Oh my
Lorenzo.
God.
It's
Like,
2 minutes ago.
this is the
Keep it-
third time we've seen him corner cut like that.
Who's this that's corner cutting?
Like, Summit Marduk would be proud of him.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Fucking Dan Ticktum in Formula 4 would have been proud of him as well.
so... I don't know what to comment about.
Yeah, just ignore it.
Yeah, we'd better do.
Oh, Andre, going late on the brakes, gonna make a stick.
Yeah, he can. These two guys have been really entertaining throughout the 6 hours. Which
it
are
is gonna be
ending
safe to
in
say
1
that-
minute. We would have completed the 6 hours, guys.
Finally! 6 hours done for the first time with IVRC.
Unbelievable. And Mark Stewart's going to be.
When are we going to do
finished
24 hours
solo,
online?
and I think he might take an overall victory as well, if I'm correct in saying that's the aim.
Yeah, I think so as well, and it's gonna be a very glorious victory for Mark as well. I'm pretty sure he's straight back to drinking once again and celebrating his victory. But this time by, he can absolutely do that, and
I'm positive that he was 100% sober when he got in that car.
absolutely positive that he was not.
We can get an RBT there on Mark Stewart, that'd be fantastic.
Can someone beat him off his TCC drone this season, by the way? Thank you very much.
Well, if Tom joins, then probably.
Yeah, Tom definitely is in for a good shot.
Hey, I got a podium in
So
TCC.
this is the penultimate lap. Next time we cross a line, we'll
the
be
last lap.
starting. Is it? Oh.
Yes! That's what Automobilista tells us, at least. Lap 76 out of 76. Which means if we calculate that up to all the laps done today, we should see more than 200, more than 200 laps.
Yeah, around 215, 220 laps.
And,
Pretty damn good.
absolutely.
We now watch.
Now what's taking him the
Rogerson.
final corner of the oval? He's going to face the last straight. He's got a clear traffic for when he crosses the line. I hope nobody's slowing down for that. Round the
There's gonna
final,
be a
he's
static.
done it. He's won the restart, the last restart.
I wouldn't
But
want
we're
to tell
waiting
him though
now.
that he hasn't actually won.
He's
'cause
got-
he might
he
be a
hasn't
little bit
actually won.
disappointed by that.
Last corner, he's doing the oval really close to the line. Picking up the last corner, he goes up
There's
into the
Mark.
straight. He's going to have this little kink, but Mark Sperka wins the IVRC 2020 Daytona 6 hours in dominant fashion with counter couple. Done it. He keeps him winning. Can anyone match Mark Sperka? That's the question. Yeah, it was can anyone match
Tom
Mark
Rogerson
Sperka?
actually also got the fastest lap in the last lap of the race.
Who?
Brad. Tom.
Yeah. Tom got 131.1 last night, exactly. Well, it's been really good to spend the last 5 hours here with you guys. We're not ending here. We have to talk with the drivers once, but everyone's doing donuts. And to remind everyone, Philip Boland wins in the LMP2 class. Then we have Sven Yilhud on the GTLM class. And finally,
These results are unofficial.
Otavio de Barros wins this restart, but officially we know who's won in PTD and in GTLM in LMP2, which is Philip Boland and Ben Yilhud, not respectively. But, well, I think this has been very entertaining. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, clearly, absolutely entertaining race. It was an absolute pleasure to be part of it, to be the organizer of it, and basically see everything going more or less smoothly, except for a little bit of the restarts here and there, starting a little bit late. And thank you guys for commentating. Thank you also, Rene, who has been here at the beginning of the stream. And thank you especially, Jose, for you for joining today and fixing the live stream at the beginning. So everything worked absolutely neatly, and good to see that I have a crew as well that works just flawless and does everything that's required to make it a good event for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to make me cry, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, what is a good organization without a good crew behind
Absolutely
it?
beautiful. Okay, I'm not going to cry.
Okay, guys. I'm not sure if how much of the winners' interviews you want to do as well, but I would just get us straight into it and see, yeah, how stuff went, and then we get this done. Here, that's the car I wanted. Thank you. Sorry. So, guys, you're free to leave. I'm gonna pick up the winners right now, and see how stuff goes. Unless you guys have anything else to add right now.
Wow.
No, I take it as a no, right? Okay.
I'm still taking breath. Can you repeat the question?
Do you guys have anything to add? Otherwise, I would start with the winners'
Well,
interviews.
I want to say it's been a pleasure to be here with you all, and I've had fun with John, with you, Stan. Thanks for Oscar and Carl for joining in as interview guests. And yeah, I want to repeat this as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very
Not
much.
that much of a speech that I have to
No, it's
say.
okay. It's okay.
User disconnected from your channel.
Okay.
John's
I
died.
think yeah, I think John just went, and that's about it. Okay, cool. Then let's see who we got. I'm gonna drag Mark Zwerker in. He's been
User was moved to your
he's
channel.
been dominating the first two instances of the race, and now he's here. Mark Zwerker, most likely to be the winner of the race. That's not official yet, but all things considered together. Mark, are you still alive?
I'm absolutely dead.
Well, after 6 hours racing alone, I wouldn't expect anything different. Congratulations, Mark.
Thanks.
Yeah, racing, being dead aside, how do you feel for most likely winning this race overall? Or let's say, do you think you had it in to win it, and do you think you have won it in the end?
Actually, I think I've won it. Well, the only one who really was able to, or let's say the only two guys who were able to match the pace over the whole race, over all three stints, were Lee Chong and Tom Rogerson. And yeah, as Tom DNF'd during the second stint, he will most likely be down by 2 laps, I guess. And yeah, the rest should work out pretty fine. There weren't any incidents or something I was involved. Just one. But that I don't think that something like that will lead to a 1-minute penalty or something. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I've won that race. And yeah, I mean, how do you feel after winning a 6-hour race?
I mean, being
Well,
alone, dead, for sure.
It's a pretty yeah, let's say it's a pretty solid start into the year 2020.
Yeah, you've got to have mixed feelings because you've won, but you've been there 7 hours because it's been 7 hours in the end and a half. Sat down without going to the bathroom probably.
Sorry, I was completely out for that question. My brain
No
isn't
worries.
working anymore.
Yeah, basically, you must feel really tired, and you didn't go to the bathroom, did you? Because 7 hours and a half. Just feel
Yeah,
like
well, the thing that we've splitted the race into three sequences helped a lot. I had time to drink some water, go to the toilet, and something. So yeah, worked out pretty well in the end. I mean, I planned to do this event alone, or let's say on my own, with no teammates from the beginning. Yeah, just to give it a try, because I wanted to know how it feels if you go that distance inside the car. Also, it's a possibility that I don't, or I cannot blame anyone else if it didn't work out. So yeah, well, but it did.
it certainly did. Very, very much. Congratulations from my side. I've seen
Thank
you
you.
driving most of the race, and those
Thank
battles
you.
with
Thank
Tom
you
have
very
been
much.
amazing to watch. Do you think this guy could beat you in a championship and you could lose your thrones?
Definitely. I mean, in the end, he basically just lost the race due to the DNF, I believe. Yeah, well, in normal
think-
cases, he should have won that thing, and if we
Yeah.
would be going, or if we would run a championship like that, and we would drive against each other, he would definitely be a title contender, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. I think he was in the end those 10 laps from the second restart and the technical issues they had in the first one, the first 10, 13 or 14 laps down probably. So yeah, we can't say it was really, really close, but it was indeed very close on pace, on paper.
Oh, he was superb for us. He was like 1.5 seconds faster each lap. He was able to do qualifying laps nearly the whole second and third stint. So that was absolutely amazing to see. And yeah, if not the DNF, and maybe if not the crash of Chris in the first stint, everything probably would have worked out another way.
I don't know what Stan thinks, but Philip should join now.
Yeah, was about to say thank you very much, Mark, for all your insights. Congrats once again. Time to
you.
get drunk, I guess.
Don't know. Well, Super Bowl ahead. So
See?
here we go.
See? All right. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for your time. Once again, enjoy your evening. You definitely deserve it. Once again, you fat fuck. And yeah, see you around in 2020.
See you.
User was moved out of your channel.
So
User
next one
was
up.
moved to
Next
your
one up
channel.
is Philip Volland, who has most likely won the LMP2 class mostly on his own. And congrats to you once again. What do you say? What do you say? Congrats to you, man.
to you as well, Stan.
Yeah, thank you very
congrats
much.
to
And
Philip.
I slip into the role of being interviewed right now, and will be back aside you, Jose, in a moment's time as a commentator.
Basically, I've got to congratulate Philly because you've made a perfect race. You have made 0 mistakes, and if you have, we haven't seen them. But I think it's been one of the cleanest drives I've ever seen from anyone. And you know, the LMP2 class was small. Well, more than small. It was just you and Laszlo and his teammate Richard, I think it was. But you've made it stick. You kept the pace, and even though you had a very great disadvantage in the second restart, you've made it up on this third like part of the race and taking a lap ahead of him. How do you feel after completing such a banger of a lap of a race?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. Yeah, it was. I knew I had the pace since I was practicing quite hard, and also or especially the long runs. So stints on the hard compound and yeah, just optimizing the car for the race because yeah, that's the most important thing. And not also optimizing the car, but myself, my mind, and yeah, my approach to the race was key there, I think.
Yeah, and I'm moving to Stan quickly. Your stance, we know you were frustrated, but done a good job overall, helping your team. First thing you should focus on, And the result of the second race you were on doesn't matter. You've won it, so congrats.
Yeah, thank you very much. As Philip said, it's absolutely awesome to be here and in the winner's circle. I mean, class win, of course, not only the it's well, most likely the class win, and I say most likely because after all, my middle stint was unfortunately not that lucky, but then again, it just shows a small mistake. Even if you're having a race of 2 cars and the class even if the class is competitive as it was here in this case, the smallest mistake can cost you dearly, and the class was very competitive indeed. It was an absolute joy to race against Richard and Laszlo, I think, and makes me even more proud to see that despite all my misfortunes, Philip was able to have such a good run, do such a good race, deliver such a good performance.
And yeah, ending up with Philip, your pace was pretty much one of the last DPIs. You finished ahead of some DPIs for sure in the overall standings.
Yep.
Why didn't you go into the DPIs and show some fight to Mark, to Tom? You would have been up there for sure.
Yeah, maybe it's also the track that favors me, but yeah, I think I also would have made a good job in the DPIs. Probably wouldn't have won, but we'll never know what happens, as we saw with Tom having an amazing pace, but couldn't manage to get the win after all. Yeah, maybe next year, but we'll see.
Well, thank you very much for you two, for both driving and Stan for joining in the commentary box and helping us with the suffering we had and the emu chat. Let's move to GTLM
User
winner
was moved out of your channel.
Alfie Beeben. I think
User was moved to your channel.
he's around here. Alfie, congrats on the GTLM win. Also, send congrats as well to Sven.
Yes.
It was a pretty eventful race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of worried after we were being close to getting lapped there. My stints didn't exactly go to plan. I didn't have force feedback, so I was a bit slower than I should have been throughout them. But Sven managed to pull it back and got us the win.
Yeah, and you had a little bit of a moment. I want to ask you, you had a little bit of a moment with Tungai van de Weech.
Yes.
What happened? What happened with you? Because we talked to Oscar and he told us that you misjudged a little bit of braking. You braked early, but something happened. What do you have to say with him and about the possible penalty? Because I'm sure there'll be some investigating.
Yeah. So I actually let off the throttle a little bit, because I knew that we were side by side. So I was planning to go to the inside. I let off the throttle so I could go behind him, and he braked a tiny bit earlier than I expected, and then I just clipped the front of him and spun him around. I mean, on my screen I was pretty much fine, but that's what everyone will say pretty much.
Yeah, so, and then, you know, we take over with the second restart, after the second restart, and Sven just goes into the car for the whole restart, I think, and he just set a blistering pace, so you can't do anything but congratulate both of you, because you've been amazing throughout the race. And although some of the defending, not only you but the whole the GT bunch, we saw some rather difficult to play in defending. It has been a pretty entertaining race, and that GTLM fight, you've made us some big hour, at least for an hour, that we would have had nothing to come at it. Thank you very much. I don't know if Stan has anything to say.
No, I mean, it was absolutely great to watch you guys fighting it out in the GTLM class for basically the whole race. Question though, how did you cope with the pressure, Alfie, during the race? Like, there's always some action going on with the car. did you keep up with it through the whole race, or were you just focusing on your stint?
Well, I think I actually perform better whenever I have someone to follow. Though obviously, if I'm following a much faster car than me, I feel like I do go faster. That definitely helped me quite a lot. And I mean, it was just quite nice to have someone behind you constantly pushing you to go faster. So I definitely feel like that helped me. And yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, as you said before, but then again, sorry, I lost count of my own words here. But yeah, absolutely brilliant drive from Sven as well. I just want to get the other guys into the interview stream as well right after you left, so you don't have to confront them. But yeah, the controversial moment between you and Tonki, I think it was. How do you as a racer cope with it? How do you get your head down afterwards? Did you get your head down afterwards, or were you just like all over the place?
Well, overall their livery was quite distracting, but I mean,
can't argue with that.
Surely not. Having Lewis Hamilton in the back with curly hair, nah, that's not distracting at all.
I mean, constantly having Linus Tech Tips and Daniel Kvyat chasing you down in your rear view mirror. It's probably not the first thing you'd want to see, but I mean, yeah, I just kept trying to go afterwards and try to keep it consistent as possible.
So you admit you were scared by their livery?
I mean, yeah, it was quite hideous. I mean, scary, not hideous. Probably not the first thing you'd really want to see.
Not what you expect from a racing team, right?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, okay. Alfie, thank you very much for your time and enjoy the moment. I hope you guys stay the winner, basically, or whoever it is. It's like we will see in the end. Thank you very much once again for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and enjoy your evening.
You too.
Thank you.
User left your channel.
Okay, next one up, probably GTD winner. It's
Ottavio.
either him.
It's Ottavio.
Yeah, it's either him, Ottavio, or it's the SL Racing guys, or it's one of the Lamborghinis, the Bustamante Mason Lamborghini. Nobody knows at this point, but we have Ottavio here and we just dragged him in.
User was moved to your channel.
Okay, Ottavio, you most likely won the GTD class together with the candidates of SL Racing. How do you feel after racing for 6 hours?
I don't know, I think my brain just exploded.
Brain cells all over the floor.
Yeah, the magic of endurance racing for me is basically how the race can change in a 6 hour, 12 hours or 24-hour race. Some car can broke the engine or the transmission, maybe suspension, brake failures, and the car just go into the garage and the guys work on it and pull it out in 1 or 2 hours or so. And in the last hour, suddenly this guy is competing for the victory. In sim racing we don't have those kinds of mechanical problems, but we have the different issues like we had in the start. Right at the start of the race, we were the only team, the only car that lost the connection in the start of the formation lap. This was very frustrating, and being in this situation, winning after all of that problems that me and my teammates suffered, it's magic, it's fantastic.
Well, it was amazing to watch the fight between you and your teammate in the SL Racing car. So, what has been it like to fight from inside the car?
Well, it was a very hard decision because we are thinking about to help another driver, the 66, because we knew our situation. We knew that we probably won't made it to the official results, but some battles to make the race more fiery, maybe.
I don't think it was a very entertaining thing because as the GTLM class, you also saved us from some time. So I really appreciate seeing this kind of fights and seeing you. I think you most of things you have fun. So I really enjoyed all the fights and your teammates. Yeah, tell Carl, congrats him.
Thank you.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One last question for me though. Sorry, you
No,
can go.
no
in a
problem,
few
no
minutes,
problem, no problem. You say, you say.
How was the traffic for you, especially driving in the slowest class?
Very difficult. I wanted to answer that question because I committed a lot of mistakes for several problems. In the past 2.4 hours of Le Mans, in the past WEC season, who remembers?
Yeah, I do.
Unfortunately, I do. I struggled a lot in the night session of the race. My game closed 7 times, and then I lost everything. I was very, very afraid for that happens, and happened in a certain way in the final part of the race. I was punted I don't know who was, but I was punted in the entering of the second horseshoe, and my steering wheel has a very weird problem that when I point the virtual car in the straight, for some fucking reason, my steering wheel goes to the right. Goes to the right, and this made me very, very angry, and I lost so much time. But I tried to make as clean as possible, maybe as close to the track as possible.
Yeah, I don't know if it's me, but you sound like Helio when he's angry. So.
Sorry.
Yeah,
what?
yeah, true. Absolutely true. Oh my god.
What? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
You sound like Helio Castroneves when he was angry at the Rolex 24.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask to restart for the warm up, but when I saw green flags out, and I thought, damn it, we have to go to the second server. But I think the fight was good. I think the whole experience was good. Besides winning or not in the official results, I think it's good. I think the BMW guys worked very well. That Lamborghini in the last 2 hours were very fast, damn fast. And I want to thank you, everybody of the staff, of the team, of IVRC to provide this wonderful event. I really hope to see more this kind of events of 6 hours, maybe 12, who knows, in this year. And really thank you for the opportunity to come back, and in a good way.
Well, thank you for joining us and for competing. And I think this is mostly the stream, what the stream is going to end like. I'd like to thank everyone who has gone through, who has been watching a little bit of the stream. You've been a big help because we wouldn't do this without you, and all the people who have told me all the time, focus on the GTs. You were right to tell me, I'm sorry, but there were fights in the DPIs, and I like to see them fighting. Thank you for Stan for letting me participate in this, and yeah, see you soon, I guess.
I just want to ask just one more thing. Can I?
Yes,
Go ahead.
If the guy who is showing the car can move it to the other side, it will show the power, the true power that was in this car. That has the other side.
The other side. The other
Doesn't
side.
work. Here we are.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
one.
There we go. There we go. This is our power. This is my power.
The monkey power. Yeah, we can see it perfectly.
Thank you, guys.
Well,
Thank
Yeah,
you
here
for
we
the
go.
opportunity.
You're welcome.
great.
Really, thank you, guys. Good afternoon for you guys, and
Good afternoon.
cheers.
Have fun.
See you.
See ya.
User was moved out of your channel.
Okay, that was it, I guess. You basically said the ending one, but do you want to go again for the final time and then re-ending the stream?
I haven't actually recorded it, so I can just replay it. Yes,
Okay,
as I said,
okay.
yeah, thank you for everyone for coming through. It's been a long afternoon, but it's been fun, and I can wait for this to get repeated.
yeah, all right, perfect. Thank you very much as well for joining me, and that's it. And until